It had been 1 year. One long year since Shmi Skywalker last held her son. She could still see his face, his laughter, the brightness in his eyes, but only through a holoscreen. And it wasn't enough. She missed him terribly. The calls helped, but they never filled the ache in her heart. Every day, she filled her time with work, just to keep herself from drowning in loneliness. At least she had company. Jira, the kindly old woman who had become something of a grandmother to Anakin, visited nearly every day. A comforting presence. A reminder that not everything had changed. See, 3PO, the droid Anakin had lovingly built, stayed by her side and helped around the store. He offered polite company and organizational skill. But droids, no matter how helpful, couldn't ease a mother's heart. Then there were the others, the freed slaves now working for Skywalker Industries. Many were protective of her, fiercely loyal not just because she was Anakin's mother, but because of how much she herself had done to improve their lives. Still, she often found herself alone with her thoughts. He's out there doing so much, and I'm still here, waiting. Shmi smiled softly as a customer walked into the store she and Anakin had built together. "Hello, Shmi," the man greeted. "Nice day we're having. Welcome. What can we help you with today?" "Here to pick up a droid commission." She checked the records and retrieved the droid quickly. The store was running smoothly. Their business was thriving, even expanding. But Shmi still preferred the simplicity of daily tasks. It grounded her. "Thank you for your patronage," she said warmly as the man left. What surprised her most lately was the message she'd received from Anakin. He had purchased all remaining Trade Federation droids on Naboo. Just like that. And what did he say? "Don't worry, Mother. I'll take care of it." She didn't press him. She trusted him. Anakin always had a plan. "See, 3PO, could you bring me the parts from the back?" she asked. "Of course, madam." To distract herself, Shmi had thrown herself into a new project, her own invention. Something to mark her contributions, not her son's. She was developing a new moisture farming core reactor designed to extract atmospheric water more efficiently. If successful, it would revolutionize water harvesting on Tatooine. Almost finished, just a few more calibrations. The project was hers. Her design. Her dream. It was her way of giving back. Not just to her company, but to the people of this dusty planet who were still struggling, still enslaved. "Maybe I should get out more," she thought, staring at the walls. "It won't fix how much I miss Anakin, but maybe it'll help." Coruscant, bonds of friendship and steel. The days had grown longer on Coruscant. Following weeks of intense surveillance on General Grievous, Anakin had finally wrapped up preparations for a critical personal project. He had risen through Jedi ranks faster than most. He no longer had to attend standard classes, but escaping the Jedi Temple wasn't easy. Luckily, he had days free from training under Qui-Gon Jinn or Master Windu. His body had grown stronger, sharper, his healing enhanced by the ritual he had performed months ago. But now came the next step. A walk through the temple helped clear his mind. "Anakin," a voice called from behind. "Barriss Offee," the only friend he'd really allowed himself to have. "Hey, it's just you, Barriss," he said with a smirk. "I'm heading to practice. Trying to convince Windu to finally teach me Form 7. Skipping class again, are we?" he teased. Barriss looked slightly sheepish. "Maybe. I needed a break." "Same here. I'm heading to the training hall. You coming?" "Sure." In the training room, Anakin summoned one of his combat droids, a custom-built model designed to help him train with various saber forms. He had crafted it to be tough, but not sentient. He didn't need emotional attachments to scrap metal. "Your turn," he said, nodding toward the droid. Barriss activated her training saber, meeting the droid in combat. She fought with precision, relying on Sorisu, her defensive form. But she lacked power. The droid slowly overpowered her. Still, halfway through the battle, she surprised Anakin by disarming it. "Well done," he said, though a little critical. "But too slow. You need to finish faster. Conserve energy." "I'll work on it," she replied, catching her breath. "I've got to get to Wyndon now." "All right, see you around." Anakin left the room, already thinking about what came next. The edge of evolution. "Master Windu," Anakin greeted formally. "Padawan Skywalker," Windu replied. Today's lesson is different. I will not be teaching, but preparing you. Anakin's interest peaked. For what? You've proven yourself ready to begin training in Form 7. But you will study the theory first. No shortcuts. Windu handed him several data pads and a journal. His personal notes on Vapad, the 7th form. Start next week. Use your time wisely. Without another word, Windu turned and left. Guess I finally earned his trust, or wore him down, Anakin thought. Either way, this buys me time. Time for the next step. That night, Anakin slipped away from the temple, moving toward a private facility his company had quietly acquired on Coruscant. Behind the storefront was a fully functional medical suite outfitted for one purpose. His surgery. He wasn't going to end up like Grievous, a twisted shell kept alive by wires and pain. His nanosuit integration was more refined, a calculated enhancement, one that would keep him ahead of everyone. Lying on the table, he initiated the procedure via droid. This is it. Time to go under the knife. His eyes fluttered shut. The future was beginning now. A lone figure stood in the center of the training chamber, clad in sleek black armor that shimmered faintly with threads of glowing violet. The being faced off against a combat droid with an ignited training saber. The droid lunged forward with brutal efficiency. The figure dodged effortlessly, countering with a crushing overhead strike that sent sparks flying. The dark helm concealed his identity, but the intensity in his movements gave him away. Anakin Skywalker, his suit, a marvel of his own design, wasn't just armor. It was a living extension of him. The nanosuit, once worn like a second skin, had now merged with his body, integrated at a cellular level through weeks of pain, precision, and ritual. Purple is cool. Samuel L. Jackson had the right idea, he mused, recalling an echo from another life. This wasn't the armor of Darth Vader from the history he remembered. It was better. Inspired, not replicated. His suit fused synthetic midi-chlorians and a force-reactive blue Kyber stone, tethering it to his soul. Physical, mental, spiritual. Now it responded to his will like a second mind. With another fluid motion, Anakin activated his saber. He surged forward, drawing power not just from calm, but from focus, fury, and ferocity. The dark emotions, once forbidden, now became tools sharpened by discipline. The droid swung again. Anakin ducked, stepped inside the arc, and swept the machine's legs out from under it. He didn't even flinch as it crashed to the floor. Practice refines instinct. Instinct ensures survival, especially when theory isn't enough. He had long since outgrown basic forms. Now, he trained against multiple opponents, and today was no different. Let's raise the difficulty, Anakin said aloud. From the chamber walls, more droids emerged, some with sabers, others with training blasters. They surrounded him. In seconds, the room erupted into chaos. Sabers clashed. Blaster bolts flew. Anakin moved like liquid steel, dodging, parrying, striking. Not a single hit landed. His reflexes, honed through endless hours of combat, outpaced every mechanical assault. When the last droid fell sparking to the floor, he stood alone once more, breathing slow and controlled beneath a mask. Not bad, but still not enough. The far outsiders, a coming threat. In another part of the galaxy, a new shadow began to stir. The Yuuzhan Vong had entered the galaxy. Nomadic, warlike, and terrifying, the Yuuzhan Vong resembled tall, muscular humanoids, but with no presence in the Force. Their technology was organic, their armor grown, their weapons alive. They hated machines, saw droids and cybernetics as an abomination. And Anakin knew what they were capable of. I need time before I confront them. For now, observation is best. Activating a secure holocom, he contacted Grievous, his most loyal creation. You summon me, Master Skywalker, the cyborg warrior greeted. There's a race newly arrived in our galaxy, hostile to all technology. They'll hate the droids. They'll hate you. They may even be immune to the Force. Fascinating, Grievous replied. The elite droids would find great interest in dissecting such beings. I'm not ready for confrontation yet. I want to understand them first. If possible, I want to learn how to communicate with them. That may be difficult, Grievous admitted, especially with your enhancements. I know, but knowledge is power. Speaking of which, how did your last mission go? Grievous nodded. I obtained the bracers of Nagus, as you requested, but I encountered a complication. Let me guess. Renala. Yes, a professor, force adept, and scholar of dark traditions. She tried to start a war to claim the artifact. I subdued her. She'll be useful. Keep her monitored, but unharmed. Anakin explained the bracer's origin. Ancient Sith artifacts that enhance power against light side enemies. But their flaw was fatal. If used against another Darksider, they empowered the enemy. Grievous tilted his head. Can the flaw be fixed? Of course. I'll design a version with all the benefits and none of the weakness. You'll need it, especially with the Night Sisters watching. Grievous bowed. As you command. And the Vong. Monitor them. Stay out of sight. Their hatred is dangerous, especially to those like us. The comm cut off. Vader rises beneath Coruscant's mask, far below the glimmering towers of Coruscant. In its dark alleys and corrupted veins, a figure walked in silence. Cloaked in black armor and shrouded by a flowing cape, his presence exuded authority and fear. He was known only as Vader. Behind the mask, however, was Anakin Skywalker, walking the path he carved in secret. While the Jedi taught peace and the Senate preached order, the underworld festered. Crime, corruption, rot. So he became a myth, a masked enforcer, a hunter of filth. He moved like a shadow through the criminal networks, wielding no force abilities in public. He bore blasters instead of sabers. Let them believe he was Mandalorian. It was easier that way, and even the Mandalorians had come to accept him in secret. Palpatine controls from the shadows. So will I, but I'll build something better. In time, he would reform the Outer Rim, rebuild, heal. But tonight, justice came first. He stood before a gang leader, trembling at his feet. Transfer everything, Vader commanded, voice distorted and cold. The man obeyed. Yes, sir. Please don't kill me. Vader stepped closer. Look at me. He entered the man's mind, ruthlessly. The man gagged as if choking. Minor offenses. Desperation. A survivor, not a monster. I will not kill you, Vader said, but you will remember what it means to hurt others. He magnified the man's guilt, flooding him with the agony of his victims. The man collapsed unconscious. Beside him, another criminal begged, Please, forgive me. But Vader knew better. This one enjoyed it. His sins were personal, vicious. Anakin tore into his mind without mercy. The man screamed, collapsed. He won't die. Not yet. Let him suffer. From the rooftops above, Vader vanished into the shadows once more. Behind the mask, Anakin exhaled. The galaxy was vast, but he had time.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Kagan had been living a rather relaxed life after the events that happened on Naboo. With a brand new mechanical hand, he had to practice some more to get used to the new part of his body. He would be lying if he did not feel a little sorrowful about the loss, but he understands and has learnt with the Jedi code in mind. This helped him calm his emotions, and when he thought about it, the prosthetic was actually quite well constructed. His second apprentice, Anakin, was quite talented after all when it came to anything to do with technology. Overall, he made quick progress within the Jedi, and it would not be long before either himself or Mace would take Anakin on his first mission. Today we will be learning about the differences between what is the living force compared to the cosmic force. Kagan was currently conducting a lesson with Anakin passing on his knowledge to his talented student. The living force was one of two complementary aspects of the force, an all-encompassing and all-transcending energy field present in and generated by all living beings, connecting all of life which fed into the cosmic force in death. Thus, the life created the force, as the force created life. Sentience, consciousness, and thought could be added on to life. The acceptance of the concept of the living force was only taught by a very small minority and only accepted by a few within the order. Qui-Gon had taught Obi-Wan the same things and ways, just as he is teaching Anakin now. A sentient mindful of the living force let go of their conscious self and relied on their instincts, living in the present and feeling instead of thinking, thus becoming attuned to life around them and enacting the will of the cosmic force. You should be aware of the midi-chlorians I have told you about before, right, my young Padawan? Qui-Gon questions. Yes, Master. Midi-chlorians are intelligent, microscopic life forms that lived symbiotically inside the cells of all living things. Anakin answers. Correct, but there is more to them. Qui-Gon then continues. When present in sufficient numbers, they could allow their host to detect the pervasive energy field known as the Force. Midi-chlorian counts were linked to potential in the Force, ranging from normal human levels of 2,500 per cell to the much higher levels of Jedi. At least this is as much as modern-day science can tell. The Jedi Order does use scouting equipment to test people. This is the very same test I had done to you on Tatooine long ago. Life is sustained by the midi-chlorians, which served as the biological vector between living beings and the will of the Force, and the greater quantity of which allowed a life form to have a greater connection to the Force to the extent of actively using the energy as a power. The living Force contained the duality of the light and the dark sides of the Force, the latter of which tempted Force users, who must reject it by being mindful of their emotions. This concept is not widely accepted within the Order, if at all, so what I am teaching you is of my own opinion that I have cultivated over the years. Master, I have a question. If this is not taught across the Jedi, then why do you think this is the correct way of thinking when it comes to the Force? Well, that is from one of the journeys I had gone on to the supposed birthplace of midi-chlorians. This was about the time I was discovering the secrets to manifesting one's consciousness after death. Interesting. Would you tell me this story? Sure. Qui-Gon traveled to a planet strong with the Force, a world that legend said was the birthplace of life and the origin of midi-chlorians. He learned from 5 Force priestesses who had retained their consciousness after death. He learned that when a living thing died, its life passed through the living Force and into the cosmic Force to become one with the Force. As the living Force and cosmic Force existed in tandem, it became possible for one to retain consciousness and physically manifest themselves after death. Jin was considered worthy of the knowledge of eternal life, and secretly began his training to unlock its mysteries fully. He also learned from a shaman of the wills that achieving eternal consciousness required absolute selflessness. So the only way to achieve life after death is to maintain that you become selfless to a fault. Yes and no. The meaning of selflessness itself is that a being would be more concerned with the needs and wishes of others than with one's own. That is nice and all, but how are you to help others if you are unwilling to help yourself first? You couldn't possibly everywhere at once, or be able to give yourself for safety and peace of every other being. While that may be true, I believe that all one needs to do is make sure you do more for others than what you do for yourself, as this is truly the way to spiritual immortality. Qui-Gon then continues with another story of something he had experienced when it comes to the Force. I had once told Master Yoda that being called a coward was not of great concern to me, but that being called a great warrior was. After a mission, I had been given a vision through the Force, and it had communicated to me many great things. Qui-Gon then begins to share his experience. In his vision, his skin in Jedi robes covered in marks, and was surrounded by red humanoid beings who grew out of dark tendrils. Though at least one of these beings tried to attack him as he fought, Jin quickly ignited his lightsaber and cut the beings down, only for the red coloration to vanish from those he had killed. Jin saw he had murdered Jedi, and the same darkness that he had seen on their bodies began to consume him. By choosing violence, the dark side had gained power over him. As the darkness wrapped across his face, Jin awoke from his vision horrified, only to see the light side had entered into the monument. He realized the Force had taught him he could find balance that could be achieved without conflict, as unchecked violence would make the Jedi turn into what they sought to confront. In fact, he found that some of the planet's dark corruption had instead formed into flowers, existing in harmony with the light. And that, my young apprentice, is why I believe that undue violence is unnecessary in a lot of situations. That is why being called a great warrior disturbs me so much. Captured by a bunch of droids. How stupid. Professor Renala, sometimes known as Prefect Renala, was the current captive of Anakin and Grievous and had basically been kept for a few weeks now. The only reason they had done so was to see the reaction if anyone would come looking for her. "Let me out of here, you cyborg scum," Renala called out towards the dimly lit hallways. Laughing, the voice of Grievous could be heard as he approaches. "Why, look what he have here." Grievous continues before she can speak some more. "Unfortunately for you, no one has even come to look for you. It seems that you're not that well known, or there are not a lot of people that care for you." To their surprise, it seems that not a lot of people cared for her, but that is what someone deep in the dark side of the Force can do. Practicing the dark arts without due diligence can lead to a lot of negative consequences, and sometimes those who are in too deep can neglect others around them. One could push those closest to them away from themselves unintentionally. You are quite lucky that the Master has plans in store for you. Master? So you're not even the leader of the faction this is. If you're trying to get under my skin, it is not working. See where your ambition has gotten you. You should be humbled that the Master has deemed you of any worth at all. Grievous had started to accept that Anakin may very well be much more than a mere human. Even more so, his capabilities to be able to control all of these droids and to even create life to such an extent was amazing. Once Grievous had gotten used to his new form, he had practiced a lot to increase his power within the Force, and though limited, he could tell the vast difference between himself and Anakin. He will be arriving soon to discuss with you the direction of your future. Grievous turned and left after speaking to the professor. "Hey, wait, come back here." Her shouts could be heard echoing within the facility she had been trapped in, with the cold, unliving droids patrolling and guarding her from escape. Renala was a very vicious woman, quite cruel as well in her disregard for life. Her ambitions would have originally put a lot of lives at danger. She hired 24 Tatooinian soldiers and went to Larator in her bulk freighter, with her 2 PTR-3 Vedette snub fighters in tow. On arrival, Renala found the Sith starship half-buried in the local mountain range known as the Bleaks. She quickly organized a dig site using prefabricated buildings. Noticing 2 main groups in the planet, the human settlers who farmed the inland prairies and the native Savaks living the coast, she decided to capture strong individuals from each group and use them as slave miners to uncover the ship. But her plans were thwarted before they could even truly begin. An entire droid army that was extremely powerful above the standards of what she knew had invaded and knocked out and disabled everyone and everything she had brought with her. Defenseless with only the limited Force knowledge and abilities at her disposal, she did not stand a chance. In a small twist of fate, if you would have it, her own Tatooinian soldiers she hired had easily betrayed her when the chance was given. I knew I shouldn't have trusted those lowly beings. Renala saw those below her weaker than her, but she did not torture people for fun. She would have created slave camps, though, and had them against their will die for her in her search for the Sith artifact and treasure, the Bracers of Nagus. She had records of the immense power and potential it held when it came to users of the dark side of the Force. Even with her limited knowledge, she knew it would be immensely valuable to others and not just herself. Heavy footsteps were heard coming from down the hallway, a presence within the Force that seemingly distorted the energy field present on Dathomir. Anakin had come in the guise of Vader to talk with Renala. Who are you?" Renala said, while starting to rapidly breath in and out at the being's very presence. "What the hell is this monster?" Her very instincts, both physical and within the Force, told her that her current opponent in front of her was much more powerful than her. The gap so large that she wouldn't stand a chance of survival if she were to try and go against him. Vader then speaks through the mask, keeping his face hidden, standing at 1.8 meters tall. "Hello, Professor." Keeping it short and drawing out his words, Vader decides to intimidate the girl first, so she is susceptible to his will. Ominously, Vader stands at a mighty 1.8 meters tall in height. This was a combination of his own physical growth and the suit he is wearing. "I have come here to judge you. If your crimes are those that cannot be forgiven, you best say your prayers." Rennala gulps at that. "If you have not done anything too serious, then you may be released," Vader states. Re-released? Rennala is confused. Playing some mind games, Vader decides to try and build some trust to lower her defenses. "Yes, I have no more use for you after I've gotten what I wanted. You're simply too weak with abilities within the Force." "Weak?" Rennala doesn't want to be told of her insecurities. "Yes, with little to no training from anyone, how did you think you were doing?" Vader continued. "Did you think you were all-powerful, all-knowing, better than others around you?" "Yes. No, you were just like everyone else. A mortal who does not understand the nature of the dark side and its true potential. I have studied for years. I most certainly know a thing or two, especially about the history of Force-sensitive groups." Rennala lets something slip, not knowing this is what Vader is looking for. "You have information, then? On the locations of potential places with Sith and Jedi temples abandoned?" "Of course I do. I'm not a genius for nothing." "How moronic. I have come to understand that stupid is not having a low level of intelligence. No, it is behavior that shows a lack of good sense or judgment." Vader then continues. "Your intelligence may help you out in the college you are associated with, but here it means nothing." Rennala, being brought back to the reality of her situation, is once again reminded on the presence that towers over her, both physically and within the Force. "I am willing to make a deal with you for your release. I want you to work for me, and in exchange I can give you much more of what you desire." "Desire? You are ambitious, and when your ambition was left unchecked it has gotten you into trouble, but I believe we can temper your behavior to be more suitable for society at large. Tell me what you can do for me." Rennala says, thinking she may be able to escape the clutches of Vader. "Very well." Vader then thinks, does this girl never learn? Mace Windu was originally from the planet Harrowing Cow, where he was born into the gauche Windu 42 years prior. Jedi anthropologists, who were studying the fact that all the Coroni could touch the Force, asked the Windu clan if they might take a child back to the Jedi Order to regain the Coroni's connection to the Force. Padawan Skywalker, today we will start the lesson with your progress with Form 7. "Yes, Master," Anakin replied. "Begin." Since his parents had already died in the jungles, Windu was given to the Jedi when he was 6 standard months old. Having not been old enough for his naming day within the tribe, the Order bestowed upon him a name as he entered the academy. Like all in the Order, the young Corran boy was taught by Grandmaster Yoda when he was a learner and eventually went on to become a Padawan to another Jedi. At one point during his apprenticeship, Windu trained under Master Trias AA. What truly surprised Windu when he had started to teach the boy known as Anakin was that his talent was extremely potent. So much so it surpassed all others he had seen, and at first it had scared him. With time he had settled down, but that did not mean it did not amaze him any less. Skywalker had gone so far as to even recreate his unusual ability to see shatter points in the Force and how they would affect all of his future actions, as well as the vulnerabilities of his opponents. With these unique abilities, he had glimpses of parts of his future, such as the lightsaber he would eventually build. No doubt Skywalker had been using these powers as well, probably to an even greater extent. What was truly weird about his new apprentice was that he could not properly see the boy's future, like he had none at all. "Good. You're just about ready to move on to the next stage on your training and may in fact receive your first mission. I do not know who you would go on this mission with, so you should be prepared." "Thank you, Master." The two continued to clash their training sabers against each other. Even though we both are using the same form, and he has only had a small amount of time compared to me to learn the form, it is amazing how fast he has progressed. As they continue to exchange blows, Windu start to lose some of his breath. This kid has got a lot of energy. I created Vapad to answer my weakness. It channels my own darkness into a weapon of the light. Mace then continues, and it seems that I have successfully taught you how to use this form. But be careful, Skywalker, I sense that you feel very strongly. It would be best if you didn't so easily become emboldened by your passion. Mace continues, it would be best if you tempered that passionate nature of yours. I have seen you have grown quite attached to things. Anakin then questions in a joking manner, as he knows Windu is quite no nonsense. But Master, without possessions of anything, how am I to survive? No clothing to give me warmth. No shelter to house me from the elements. What am I supposed to do? I think that is enough of that for today. Okay. There wasn't much more for Anakin to learn from Mace, and he is ready for a lot of things, and is in fact much more powerful than most Jedi Knights. And sometimes Mace can't help but feel that he may be more powerful than some of the Masters. But Master, don't those whom are Masters on the Council have a specialized precious hilt made out of electrum? Still deciding to be cheeky, Anakin continues where he left off. Yes, young Skywalker, there are many things that the Council gains, the electrum grip attachment being one of them. Mace sighs, knowing that Anakin wouldn't change his ways. He has been quite the amusing student over the years, and had even the courage to ask him for his allowance to learn Form 7. Mace started to respect Anakin, as he had the true makings of a Jedi, if not a little unorthodox. Mace sighs within his head. He has been influenced by Kagan and his stubbornness, but his playfulness should slowly start to recede once he experiences a real mission. Just remember, young Skywalker, that with great power comes great responsibility. A lot within the temple sees you in a prodigious light and would like to see you rise to a position even greater than Master Yoda. People had seen Anakin's potential, and rumors had been starting to fly around. As one of the teachers in the know about Anakin's midichlorian records let it slip, he had great potential. Even more so, problems were created from this incident, leading to Anakin's would-be connection to the Jedi prophecy as the supposed chosen one. Before you head off, why don't you also inform me of your progress with the shatter points? Sure, I can do that. For now, I have learned how to see the shatter points in situations, beings, and circumstances. Good, you've come a long way. Remember, these shatter points revealed points upon which other things were reliant. Shatter points could form links between beings, creatures, planets, or other vessels, and if destroyed or utilized, these shatter points could hold the key to averting disaster, sealing fate, winning battles, and fulfilling the very will of the Force itself. I will see you in another 2 days. Mace left with those finishing words, but whilst turning around and leaving the room, he could hear Anakin call back to him. Master, don't forget your promise. Mace just shakes his head as he leaves with a small, amused tug of his lips, pointing upwards while sighing within his mind. What have I gotten myself into? Coruscant, the midichlorian counter used by the Jedi, at least to Anakin, is outdated and is incapable of fully testing his true potential. The only readings on record was that his midichlorian count is above 20,000, but the approximate amount is still unknown. He knows the ritual should have enhanced it from what it was originally, and he would be able to use mathematics to reverse calculate his original count per cell. Getting his hands on the technology and the theory behind midichlorians was not that hard, especially after coming to the temple. There was a veritable treasure trove of knowledge in regards to the Force, of course skewered on to the light side of the Force. That is beside the point. The point is he had access to everything he needed to create his very own counter. To create one for himself, simply because nothing could possibly detect his no matter their equipment. But Anakin didn't only want to create something for himself, he was curious about other things as well. He had captured one of the using gong, and it was true, when trying to sense them within the Force, they are not present at all. Anakin was extremely powerful, especially when it came to mind and sense-based powers related to the Force. He had ideas to get around this disadvantage of only being human with powerful Force abilities, but what was truly fascinating was he wanted to test the Yuuzhan Vong he had captured. He wanted to discover whether or not they had any midichlorians at all. From what Anakin remembered about the history of the species, little was known about their early history, but the Yuuzhan Vong had apparently once lived as symbiotes with their homeworld and were Force sensitive. Their technology was also largely organic. At some point in their history, the Yuuzhan Vong were caught in the midst of a devastating galactic conflict between two droid civilizations believed to be the Silentium and the Abominator, which solidified their hatred of mechanical technology and xenophobia towards other sentient life forms. Anakin had transferred the device he had created to Grievous, so he could get a blood test done to confirm whether or not they too also had access to the all-encompassing energy field of the Force. While he waited, he was currently tagging along with Barriss, as she has yet again come to him for some help. Ani, what do you think? Have I progressed? Anakin looks at her handiwork. It seems good, but I believe you could use less energy and shorten the amount of time it takes to heal someone's wounds. Anakin had created a cut on his finger using a specialized knife, knowing that not a lot of weapons could hurt him anymore. Barriss definitely has talent when it comes to the healing arts. Barriss had become much more proficient in the various ways of the Force. Her potential in areas that include medicine are really good, and she has an interest within them as well. All Anakin had to do was point her in the right direction, and most of the time, she had gotten to where she needed to be. Of course, it helps when he has even greater ability to predict the future. The many futures that is with Mace's special power he recreated for himself. Anakin, it would be soon that I get a chance to have a master of my own. Do you think I could do it? Do you believe I can get a master? That one would accept me? Anakin replies with a sure tone. I know for sure that you will become a Padawan. Many Jedi younglings don't manage to have a master accept them as their students. Even more are only capable enough to join the various Jedi Corps. And you will have a great master. I am sure of it. Anakin says with certainty. Well, at least you will have a master if everything goes the same as canon. I shouldn't have really changed all too much except accelerate her progress ahead of time. Have you been practicing your form and style with lightsaber combat much? Yes, I have. Thank you for letting me borrow your droids. It has really helped me. At this point, Barriss continuously finds ways to be around me. I do not mind the affections from her, but currently she is still a child, yet to be fully grown, and I have practically accelerated my own growth as well. It is good to know that she seems to be shy around the topic of emotions, as I have been slowly changing her mind about the ways of the Jedi. I mean, we want to give up on a lot of their emotions. We are beings that practically thrive on our emotions, especially Force-sensitive people, as out emotions can empower our abilities. Rather silly to just disregard it. I am glad that I was able to help. Anakin smiles at Barriss. I think you should get going back to your classes. Again, thank you for the help. No problem. Barriss left Anakin alone. I think it is time to meet back up with the Night Sisters and my allied corporation, Cinar Technologies' current CEO. I should also keep visiting Renala. She seems to be coming along nicely, and I should really get to work on that gift I promised Grievous. I do like keeping my promises. What Anakin had been doing was a lot of research into what Force-based artifacts he may be able to start producing on his own. He has a few things that he has already created, like the specialized necklace meant to block a Force-sensitive person from being able to read your thoughts or emotions. He had given one to Padme, as he couldn't trust the people around her to keep his secret safe. At least keep the things he told her safe, as he had gotten into a trade agreement with her. Anakin would not want the Sith Lord Sidious to get his hands on Padme, or on her thoughts, as it could let Palpatine in on some interesting information. Even though he had only acted like a genius, and that would surely raise some flags, but what was the biggest danger was if Palpatine realizes or connects the dots between himself and the ruining of his plans. He does not have to worry too much about others like Grievous or his droids, whether living or not, as his mental protection extends to them via his connection to them. Mechidaru, or at least his version of it, doesn't only confer benefits to the user through control. He was able to confer benefits to the living droids as well. It even works for Grievous, as his mind is protected through his Mechidaru control. He is, after all, a cyborg. Anakin has other plans as well. With there being no more reason to keep his mother on Tatooine, he could move her to another planet like Alderaan, as it is seemingly very peaceful. He is unsure if she would want to go and leave the place she had been living him in. But Tatooine is going nowhere. At least Anakin doesn't believe it is anyway. Employees there can handle the operations well enough, and if they're understaffed, which would be an underestimation of how many people he had freed alongside his mother, then droids could fill in the blanks. They've been doing so for many years now. I think it is time I should visit her then and set up a meeting of some leaders from the planet of Alderaan to be let in on the know that she should be respected greatly. The leaders of Alderaan have been notified of his more dark persona, Vader. He used this to help him leverage himself into getting his own mafia-like organization on the planet, because he planned for his mother to go there to be safe. I mean, why wouldn't he want his own mother to be safe? Despite all the precautions he took, Anakin knows that Tatooine is in a very unstable political climate, and strife is going to hit just around the corner. The slaves he had saved, the slaves that were runaways, were all getting impatient and wanted to take over Tatooine. He could trust a few of the people over there, as he had also given them mind-blocking necklaces, but he doubts they are still ready. Well, soon. The slave rebellion will happen soon. I do have everything I need, so there's no point wasting time. Kitster Shan Chani Benai used to be a human slave boy on Tatooine, and the supposed best friend of Anakin Skywalker before he left for Coruscant to become a Jedi. After not seeing his smuggler father, Racker Benai, in many years, Kitster gave up hopes of being rescued from Tatooine and instead hoped to one day be a major domo for a wealthy Mos Espan estate. At least that was at first, but then he grew to admire Anakin greatly. So much so he began to imitate everything he did. From the way he talked to his walk. Everything. Kitster had of course heard of the slave resistance that was very underground. There were rumors that Skywalker Industries was working with the slaves. It was kind of an infamous thing that they helped slaves out, freeing them and all, but those were just rumors, at least on the surface. Kitster can say for sure that Skywalker Industries was helping the freed slaves, runaways, and other people break their chains. The person at the head of this group? Anakin himself. At that end, Kitster had joined as young as he could to make sure he could help out, as he has great emotional investment, not only because of his deep admiration of Anakin, but also because this subject hit him hard. He didn't enjoy the life of a slave and was born into it, just like Anakin was. Kitster had watched as the slave quarters, the district itself, had gone through a total renovation, upgrading the lifestyle of those who had decided to stay. A lot did decide to stay on Tatooine, if only to help the rest of the slaves here on Tatooine. Hey, Skywalker's fan, come over here, your help is needed. Most within the Resistance had taken to calling him a fan of Anakin. They weren't wrong, but he was both embarrassed and proud of this fact. That he had been widely regarded enough to be known as such is certainly something. Most people did use his actual name, but sometimes the adults just liked to tease him, just like all the other kids his age they had decided they wanted to help. A lot had taken inspiration from Anakin, while others were brought into this situation because of their circumstances. But one thing is for sure, is that things are starting to heat up. Anakin would be coming back to Tatooine, and he was one of the only ones to know it among the other important higher-ups. So, Skywalker's coming here to Tatooine. Don't tell the others anything yet. It could cause a commotion. I think it is great he is coming back. He did say and promise to continuously help us. Of course he would. He is our de facto leader. Many adults were talking about various things, specifically the people who had the largest roles to play in the upcoming uprising. Hey, Kitster, you feel ready to see Anakin again? With the rate that he was growing, I wouldn't expect him to come back any less grown. One of Kitster's adult friends asked him. Well, yes. It would be interesting to see the changes he has gone through, but from what I understand is that he is going to come in a disguise. That is true. He said something about keeping his identity secret from the Republic. The woman continues. Remind me again, what was Anakin's code name? Vader. His code name is Vader. I believe he is also bringing over some droids to assist us in our takeover. Me too, but I can't really confirm that. Despite such good communications, the people here have only had limited training when it comes to military operations. Hopefully Skywalker is bringing those droids. The woman continues. They would help in the preservation of life. That is true. Looking back over to the table of important people, they start to continue their discussions with the plan. Look, does anyone know when Skywalker is coming? Shmi had informed people that her son was coming, and I don't think the boy would be cruel enough to tell his mother he is coming and then not show up. Yes, of course that is true, but can we be sure that he is to stay with us till the end? Even though Anakin had done a lot, he can't help it if not everyone likes him. He could be, for all intents and purposes, just taking his mother away from the planet, then he would abandon us all here, left to die or be recaptured as slaves. That is not true. Kitster decides to speak up in this moment. He had gone through a growth spurt of his own and is currently 13 years of age, giving him some height and having enough common sense to make logical judgments. Kitster may have been a slave and is now only a simple free child, but that didn't mean he was stupid, but it did mean he had very strong emotions to display to the group of adults arguing over what is to happen. One had gone so far to disparage his friend and slander his good name. Just thinking about the many things Anakin had done for him, Kitster should be mad, very mad in fact. Anakin is a good person, the best person and in fact a much better person than you. The man that disdained the boy and had no respect for Anakin interjects. What's it to you, boy? What is a kid doing here at the adults' table anyway? Bob, calm down, it's just a kid. Calm down. Calm down. We are about to go to war with the Hutts, and you expect me to be lenient with a kid who's barely gotten off of his mother's milk. The man named Bob went a bit too far as Kitster's mother had died while he was a young boy, and in fact had died because of the slavers they were under at the time. Eyes going red. Kitster was enraged, and in a surprising quick dash, he manages to tackle the man to the ground with a surprising amount of strength. No one had noticed the flash of blue light that was emitted from Kitster's small necklace that hung around his neck. The necklaces that Anakin had gifted to many people did more than just protect their minds. And just like the blue stones that he had crafted them from it could give a non-force sensitive individual the ability to use the force, these basic artifacts could in a moment of passion empower someone physically. Whoa there. Calm down, kid. No need to get violent with a man. We have all had it rough the past few days. Kitster, having claimed down, lets out a deep breath before saying, yes, sorry about that. It was just the lack of disrespect, and to even go so far as to taint Anakin's name with his pathetic views, it really got to me. While I respect your guts, kid, you should always take in the situation as there is near always a reason for someone's behavior. I guess. A few people have grown in discontent as they now live lives of luxury, and now that their peaceful times are coming to an end, because of the upcoming war, people can get upset. The man that pulled Kitster off of Bob continued. I know Anakin and his mother. Shmi has done a lot for us as they are, or were slaves themselves at one point, but sometimes people grow resentment for those who help them. People within the background drag Bob off to get some treatment as the meeting resumes as normal with no more heated tones, but with cold calculations. Why is this so? Why can people not see that Anakin has given us much? I would go so far to say that he has given us a part of himself just to help us out. Kitster argues his point. Not everyone see it that way. In fact, the few that complain also look at Anakin as he were another slave master himself. That is ridiculous. Kitster exclaims out loud. Quiet down, kid. The man says to calm Kitster back down. I know your point, but the reason for this is that Anakin and his mother also benefit from our labor by working for them. We are paid well enough and are in fact given many choices to where we can leave the planet with a small sum of Republic credits to start up somewhere else. Kitster then continues. If not, and we choose to stay or go to one of the branches off of Tatooine, we are given good, no great accommodations. That doesn't matter to some. They would still try to find blame with Anakin. Not every slave is a good person themselves. Even if people don't deserve to suffer slavery, some slaves still deserve some punishment for what they have done or are willing to do. Well, Kitster hesitates as a topic had been brought up that hits close to home. That is true. My mother had died because another slave within our group had killed her off. No one cared. The life of a slave is hard, near impossible to live in any good conditions, and that is why I get it. Your anger over Anakin being called out, as if he has done something wrong. After a while, the meeting had finished, and everyone had gone in their separate directions getting ready, preparing themselves, their family and friends. Everyone around each other is scared, for they do not know what is about to happen. What is about to come, and there is no telling if they would be successful. There is one thing on Kitster's mind, though, at this moment. Ani, where are you? Right, everything should be ready, and from all reports, most of Tatooine has gone on a silent lockdown. Anakin had smuggled some droids onto Tatooine to prepare for his arrival. He doesn't know what situation could happen, and there is no telling if the Hutts had caught on to what was about to go down. It would be better to get my mother off planet first. Anakin had prepared everything for his mother to live a comfortable life, and in fact knew to include the people closest to her like Jira to come along with her. If she were to go to completely different surroundings with nobody, she knew Anakin would fear for her mental state. It's okay. She's a strong woman. She has been through a lot and would go through a whole lot more before I can really give her peace of mind. Grievous, you have gotten everything prepared. Anakin communicates to Grievous through his nanosuit that he had hooked up with a special network that allows him to communicate with any and everyone he is also connected. Yes, Master Skywalker. Great. Now it is time for the two of us to meet up again in real life. I will be meeting you on Tatooine. I will be on my way, Grievous out. Anakin has some more things to do before he can meet up with everyone on Tatooine, and that includes getting permission from the Jedi Order to have a little trip off planet. Anakin would have to confront either of his masters, probably both, into allowing him off planet for an extended amount of time. Of course, he must try and redirect their attention somewhere else, as to make sure they are distracted and deal with something else. He had set up something specifically for the Council to be on alert about, something that would put not only them, but at the same time, simultaneously Sidious as well. Even if the Jedi find out why he is going to Tatooine, they would not be able to connect the dots that he is Vader. But if Sidious finds out, he would want to investigate in depth what had happened, and this could go badly for him despite the preparations he had made in the event something like that was to happen. Anakin had sent not just any type of droid under his control to Tatooine, he had sent his elite droids, the living droids capable of using the Force as a front line to stall the inevitable while he makes his way over. If everything is going according to plan, he should be able to leave the temple unnoticed. If not, he has backup plans in store in case his absence is noted. Day cycle, Coruscant. Anakin had steadily made his way out of the Jedi Temple and had gotten a ship for himself to take him to Tatooine. Which ship? The one he had originally stole from Maul. I do not know the specifics of what happened to him. All I know is he has survived and didn't have his entire body cut in half. He is still probably mad, and his hate will fuel his power, just as the dark side always does. Boarding the ship he now controls before anyone would notice his absence, he takes off into the atmosphere, getting ready to use hyperspace. Let's set coordinates for Tatooine. Back within the Temple, the Jedi were none the wiser about what was to happen or commence. Kagan was having a relaxing day, so far that he had some free time to catch up with his old apprentice Obi-Wan. Hey, my not-so-young former apprentice. Master, Obi-Wan exclaimed, surprised at the visit from his master. It wasn't often he had gotten to see him. Obi-Wan had missions of his own to go on after the Jedi High Council had decided he could officially become a knight. I just thought I would check up on you. How you have been? What have you been doing? These types of things. Not much, Obi-Wan says, but Kagan was expecting a different answer. Okay, maybe I've been doing a lot, but now I have the freedom to do things on my own to prove myself. You do not have to prove yourself to anyone anymore, Obi-Wan. I know, I just feel like I had gotten the promotion simply because I did a mission I felt I barely did anything in. That is not true, and you know it. You succeeded where I failed. I would go so far as to say before Kagan could finish, a disturbance could be felt throughout the temple. Well, I guess there is some trouble to get to. Set coordinates for Tatooine. Enter hyperspace. Anakin says out loud towards the ship. It activates its hyperdrives and zooms past the lots of other ships entering Coruscant. Anakin speeds towards Tatooine as fast as he can. Let the games begin. Opening up his mental connection to the droids on Coruscant meant to act as a distraction. He commands them to start the attack on the Jedi Temple. What Anakin is doing is ensuring that the Jedi are on the lookout for droids that have gone rogue. He wouldn't be doing anything dangerous, but he needed some type of distraction to take away from the fact he had left. He knows Kagan and Mace would not be too worried about him, especially since he had shown the capabilities of the nanosuit that has achieved symbiosis with is capable of. It is able to resist a full-on blow from a lightsaber. Of course, the material used to have this effect is Beskar, the very rare material the Mandalorians are obsessed about. I would be too if I needed more of the stuff, but for now, there is no need. Anakin had his Vader suit ready within the ship, so he could change at any time, but when he arrives on Tatooine, he would come as Anakin Skywalker, visiting his mother before leaving to Alderaan. Supposedly, this will be the official story, but he will in actuality stay behind to help the slaves and the droids take over the planet. Grievous would be tagging along as well, as he has a desire to spill some blood. Sometimes the loss of life is necessary. I chose the lesser of two evils in this instance. One droid in particular he did not include in the fight against the Hutts was his very first living droid, negative 47 Hong Kong dollars, because its task was to protect his mother, and protect his mother it would. For all intents and purposes, negative 47 Hong Kong dollars had grown attached to the woman and started to see her as its grandmother. A little jarring to Anakin, but he guessed it made sense considering HK thinks itself his child. It isn't really wrong to think like that either. He had created HK, so he would take on that mantle and hope to become a good figure for HK to follow his footsteps in. Anakin hoped to do that with his future biological children as well. Anakin didn't plan for the uprising to be a long siege. He had planned for it to be over rather quickly. That is if everything goes to plan. Opening up his communications device, Anakin calls Grievous. Master? You call? Yes. I was wondering if you had made it to Tatooine yet. Yes. The locals have a bit of an eye problem, but other than that, everything has been going to plan. There has been some movement, though, from the Hutts. That's not a good sign. Tell me exactly what they are doing. For now, they have just bolstered up their forces. It is steadily increasing, though, and I fear we may need to bring in more droids to handle the situation. The elite are pretty good, but I don't think they would be capable of making it to Jabba the Hutt. That is a good point. For now, we will monitor the situation, and if it gets any worse, I will have to call in for some backup when the situation worsens. Has there been any other movements? Not really. I haven't made my way over to the district your mother lives in and gone to the Slave Rebellion's main headquarters here, so I'm unsure on their end other than the sparse communications given the day prior. Right. You best be on your way then, and make sure not to cause too much trouble and draw unnecessary attention to yourself. You got it. Grievous cyborg laughter could be heard before the call was cut. Mentally sighing, Anakin thinks to himself, Grievous will get me in trouble one of these days. I just hope it is not today. Exiting hyperspace, Anakin within Maul stolen. He means commandeered ship arrives just outside of the Tatooine system. I am surprised that they have not started monitoring space, yet if they have caught on, or it is that they believe they are safe to stay thinking I did not come prepared. That could be their downfall. Landing once again on the sandy, desolate planet of Tatooine, Anakin thinks to himself in this moment, home sweet home, then continues. I think it is time to surprise my mother, but before that get someone to transport my Vader suit elsewhere before I leave with my mother to Alderaan. Walking around the streets of Mos Espa, Anakin reminisces about his time here on Tatooine, as it had felt so long ago he had come to this planet. Nostalgia. Ain't it great? Delving into the Force, Anakin starts to send out a pulse through the Force to locate where his mother may be. In the store? Of course. Smiling, Anakin heads to the direction of the storefront. Skywalker Technologies. Entering, he could hear his mother's voice call out from the counter. Anakin looks over to see she has her head done, concentrated on something, probably one of her projects meant to help others. Welcome to Skywalker Technologies. How can I dash? Shmi pauses as she looks up with surprise, clearly seen on her face. Anakin, Mayani, you have come. Excited, she drops what she is doing and rushes over to her child, whom now towers over her at a staggering 1.8 meters tall, and his physical growth is yet to stop. Anakin opens his arms wide, knowing she is rushing him with the intent to hug him. She wraps her arms around him, and Anakin can't help but get a little emotional. Damn, I've been hit by the feels. Hello, Mother. I am back. His mother starts to spitfire question at him, one after the other, with no time to consider her own breath. So much to say and talk about, but so little time to do so. Yes. Calm down, Mother. I have something to tell you. What is it, Ani? You have to leave Tatooine for a little while, and I have set up a place on Alderaan for you, in Jira, to move into. Obviously, Shmi knows more about the Slave Rebellion. Then she lets on. Is that why I have come? To fight with the others? How do you know that? Now look here, I may not be as smart as you, but I can do some investigating on my own. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the extent to which she knows of my shenanigans. Mothers sure are scary. It is true. I am to be the face of the uprising here, to lead them to freedom. It's dangerous. I can't allow it. Within the Republic you are safe, but out here anything could happen. And that is why I'm insisting that you go with Jira to Alderaan. By now the two are not hugging anymore, and simply a few centimeters apart from each other. But Anakin Dash, I am sorry, Mother, for interrupting you, but for your safety, I think that I will have to forcefully remove you from Tatooine. Anakin states, as Shmi looks confused. See, 3PO, come out and escort my mother to the ship and get her to Alderaan. Yes, Master. I can most certainly help you out with this, and I assume I'll be needing to get Lady Jira as well. Correct. I assume you know the way. I am the protocol droid my master has made. See, 3PO responds in a snarky tone. Okay. Get on with it then. Before Anakin forgets, he also mentally tells -47 Hong Kong dollars to be on the ship along with C, 3PO, and Jira. I am sorry, Mother. Just know that I love you and that everything will be all right. You just have to trust in me. Shmi stares into her son's eyes looking for something, but in her heart, she knows he will be fine just as he was all those years ago, going off who knows where. She had accepted that her child could make his own decisions at that point, even if she did not like it. Fine, I will go. Just promise me you won't get hurt. I promise. Anakin replies. Shmi leave along with C, 3PO with reluctance, and before she goes she also says, I love you as well. Now that everything had been taken care of, he needs to make his way to the slave resistance headquarters hidden away within the former slave district turned Skywalker district. That is right, the district that used to be called the slave district is now called by Anakin's last name in memory of his actions, what he represents, and in the fact he owns the land. Back with the Jedi on Coruscant, they are currently experiencing a disturbance to their day-to-day normal lives. A lot of people are rushing back and forth through the hallways of the Grand Jedi Temple. Younglings, Padawans, knights, and all sorts were moving around, going to areas that were either safe or heading in the direction of the trouble. Well, I guess there's some trouble to get to. Obi-Wan says where he left off last. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Kagan and Obi-Wan start dashing through the hallways, infusing themselves with the Force to accelerate their approach towards the trouble. Why would anyone be brave enough to attack the temple? Obi-Wan questions out loud. That is not the questions you should be asking. It is how is good enough to get past many of the security measures put in place to cause this trouble in the first place. Kagan says, coming across several people, Kagan and Obi-Wan happen to chance upon a scene where Jedi Master Mace Windu had cut down a droid. Master Windu, what is going on here? Kagan questions. Well, from what I can tell, some droids have started to attack throughout the temple in many different areas. People have been dispatched or been sent to areas that are considered safe. Droids? Road droids here. Obi-Wan continues. Why would droids attack here? They must have someone commanding them. That is the thing. We can't seem to trace the signal, even though we have the home base advantage here. Windu replies. Have you already tried to establish why the attack is happening? No one would attack the Jedi without a reason. I don't know, but I fear that this could be connected to the mysterious warrior you two faced on Naboo. We weren't able to uncover the identity of the person who attacked then it was a Sith. Windu continues. We just didn't know which one, whether that be the master you two had taken care of or the apprentice. They always come in twos. Kagan states. True. Now I need to make sure to take care of all the droids. In fact, the situation right now cannot be considered dire, as for some reason the droids are not aiming to kill anyone. There has been no deaths. Yes, only minor injuries to adults, mostly while the younglings were left alone. That is interesting. Obi-Wan says, yes, but for now we got no time to waste, we should get to other areas. Mace leads a group. The now 3 Jedi run through the Jedi Temple, going to multiple locations, but the droids never end. If they are dispatched to one location and take care of them, they are then sent to another. Well, this is not a fun experience. Obi-Wan thought to himself. They have no end, Surely by now, we should have cut down their number for now. Maybe, but whoever is behind this attack doesn't seek to truly hurt anyone and could very well be a distraction. May says. Kagan then questions. A distraction it may be, but for what? Obi-Wan strikes down another droid, and he has started to get annoyed by this point. Everyone is safe. It just seems like these things don't pose a threat at all. That is the thing, Obi-Wan. We don't know where the real threat could come from, so taking care of all the droids is our only option at this moment. Within another area of the temple, a youngling was thinking of her friend. Ani, where are you? Barriss had been evacuated along with the rest of the other younglings, separated into their clan areas, being kept safe by Jedi who had been keeping guard over them. Hello. It was at this moment Barriss notices a little girl talk to her. Why, hello. Bending down, she gets a closer look at her. My name is Ahsoka Tano. Who are you? The inquisitive little Togruta asks Barriss. Deciding to entertain the girl and keep her mind off of things humors her. Well, my name is Barriss. Barriss Afi. Will you be my friend? Friend? Sure, I can be your friend. As Barriss replies, Ahsoka's face lights up at her declaration. Are you a Padawan? You seem powerful. Not yet, I am not. I have yet to take the trials and gain the recognition of a master. I'm hoping to have one, though. Really? But you already have a master, do you not? No. What are you talking about? That other boy. His name is... The name stuck on her tongue, Ahsoka tries to remember. Are you talking about Anakin? Yes, doesn't he teach you? Well, that may be true, but he is not my master simply because he helps me out. Her mind switching fast. Ahsoka then asks another question. Can Anakin be my friend too? I'm sure he wouldn't mind being friends with you. Cool. He is cool. Ahsoka exclaims in childlike excitement, while Barriss thinks to herself. Great, another fan of Anakin's. Grievous had landed on the home planet of his master and was walking through the streets of Mos Espa, trying to be as low profile as possible. But considering his height, stature, and cyborg looks in general, that was pretty hard to do on a planet like this where there are hardly any other people who were somewhat like him. He could hear some whispers coming from some people. Grievous could also see various species native to Tatooine scuttering around. If I remember correctly, those are the Jawas, and the others are referred to as Tusken Raiders. These creatures would come in handy when locking down on the Hutts, and in fact played a large role in Anakin's information network here on Tatooine. Who would care for unimposing creatures such as them? Especially the Jawa, with them having set up shop on some of Anakin's territories, allowing him to the ins and outs of the criminals here. A lot of the time, he is able to get pretty benign information, but sometimes it helps. With the rebellion about to start, they would be key as he had them infiltrate Jabba's palace. Jabba was immensely satisfied with their jester-like nature. Grievous comes into the now-named Skywalker district as sees the people that were a part of the public company known as Skywalker Industries. Many faces that had once been impoverished, many people whom had a chip implanted inside their body now removed. Their chains removed, free people. Free beings that can live their lives any way they wanted. Grievous had come to appreciate freedom and liberty himself as he had seen the atrocities committed, and some he had done himself. Skywalker really does good. Spending all that time on Dathomir must have made my perspective on life quite bleak. Grievous spent most of his time on Dathomir around the dark side and its energy. It does slowly warp one's sense of being, but one does not truly lose themselves to the dark side. It is just that another part of them comes out from the embrace, and Grievous was a wiser man than he once was before. Coming to another planet like Tatooine that is seeped in a large amount of dark side energy because of the residual hate, anger, and desperation of the people that lives here certainly makes itself known. Being Force-sensitive does have its UPS, but Grievous had also come to learn the negatives as well. In general, the areas where Skywalker's touch has influenced, there is a sort of balance. This balance is something forming a bond between the light and the dark, as if one could not be separated without the other. Anakin had once told him some wise words of his own. The code of the Jedi is flawed, but that does not mean the Sith code is any better as well. Both will lead to the extremes of either side, and I believe there is a balance to be struck between the two. There is both chaos and harmony. both peace and war, because within chaos there is order, and within order there is chaos. Anakin then continued, "For every action, there is an equal reaction. It is simple laws of physics, whether they be applied to the physical world or otherwise be applied to the mind or the spirit. Everything has some connection despite the total randomness of everything." What Anakin had said to him had struck an accord, as many things that had happened and can happen has consequences. His own actions have led him to this point, but so has the actions of others indirectly moved him. Truly, I have become enlightened. I may just start calling myself a Jedi now. Grievous has now come across the secret entrance to enter the base. He enters the special code by first knocking on the door. Yes. Someone answers from the other side. With his gruff voice aided by the systems to vocalize his voice, Grievous replies, "How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? As much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood." Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. The voice from the other side answers back. Grievous sighs within his mind before continuing with the silly code sequence. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Good. The voice goes quiet for a bit before the door opens, where the person from behind the door reveals themselves. A female Twi'lek, who seemed to be around 15 years of age, started to gesture towards Grievous. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come in. The name's Trella, by the way. Right, if you would excuse me." Grievous had learnt and adapted, so he had proper manners. Walking in, Grievous was then guided down to the basement of the house, but where they were really going was the true entrance to the underground facilities that has housed the Resistance. Trella asks Grievous because he was mostly silent and did not reply to her. "So, what is your name?" "Just call me Grievous." "Grievous, huh? Okay, sure, I can do that. So are you here to help out? I haven't seen you around here before." "Yes, you could say I have come to Tatooine to help with the rebellion." Trella raises her eyebrows. "So, you're an outlander then?" "You could say that." "Know anyone around these parts?" "Not really. I only know of a couple of people, and it is mainly because of them that I am here." "That is fine, as long as you're willing to help out." Trella smiles before saying, "I'm needed elsewhere right now, but you can interact with anyone here and see what you could do to help." Grievous pauses before saying in an unsure tone, "Sure. Bye-bye. I gotta go back and man the door. Wouldn't want anyone else not affiliated with us to get in." Grievous looks around, contemplating his situation. What am I to do now? Back with Anakin, he had gone back to the Skywalker residence within the Skywalker district, going unnoticed because of the invisibility feature that came from his nanosuit. Looking around the home he had helped to build, he becomes nostalgic once again. Truly, I guess I had missed this place. Anakin enters making no sound whatsoever and begins to move towards the package left behind. A large crate had been placed within Anakin's childhood home. It is time to become Vader. Using the Force to open the crate from the outside, what is revealed is the infamous dark black suit of Vader. Anakin connects with his droids on Coruscant, creating a distraction for him, and decides he may want to troll a certain individual. It would not pose much risk to try something against Palpatine. Seeing through the visual perception of the droid, Anakin could see that the temple had been evacuated to the innermost, safest areas. There were hardly anyone present, and through the sound-based perceptors on the droid, he could just hear off into the distance the firing of blasters and the hum of a lightsaber. I guess they had started to respond properly to the attack. Maybe this would serve as some sort of wake-up call, but I doubt it, as not even the incident with Geonosis had changed the Jedi. Simultaneously, Anakin puts on his suit as he becomes a spectator of what is happening in the temple. Hopefully I have not caused much distress. I only need a distraction. As Anakin is putting on Vader's mask and helmet, multiple figures rush over from another direction. Are those? Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Mesa come into his view, allowing him to see that they had not been roughed up, but were disheveled and heavily breathing due to exhaustion. "Master Qui-Gon, Master Windu, there are some droids over there." Obi-Wan calls out, "I got this." Mace ignites his saber into action and dashes across the room towards the droid Anakin is in control of. Deciding to test his skills out on the 3 Jedi, Anakin controls the droid to move away from the attack. Mace misses and confusion could be seen across his face. What? How did you do that? Getting old now, Master Windu. Mace harumphs, then states. Not that old, but this droid in particular is weird. I think we should destroy it together, Knight Kagan. Obi-Wan, you shall take care of the rest of the droids, then join us. On it. Obi-Wan dashes towards the other droids within the area. Okay. Kagan and Mace jump into action, swinging their sabers in the hopes of destroying the droid Anakin is in control of. This is my chance to distract the Supreme Chancellor as well. Anakin enhances the droid from all the way over on Tatooine to increase its capabilities, but most importantly, its speed. Quick, get after it! Kagan yells out and starts to chase along with Mace behind him. The special droid Kagan and Mace chase after starts to gain ground as it is running towards the exit of the Jedi Temple, and the same thought passes through their minds. What the hell is this thing? Anakin, controlling the droid, decides to see if he can make it to where the Chancellor may be to give him a surprise and take his attention from whatever he is doing to the current predicament. By now, he should have noticed or been informed about what is happening within the temple. This should be interesting. Anakin now, within his Vader persona, begins to cloud his presence and to chance the essence of his aura, making it much darker in alignment with the dark side. His pure blue eyes have now turned to deep, glowing yellow eyes that give off negative emotions. This is never that fun to do. Anakin has been experimenting with Force alignment and has been switching back and forth between the two. As Anakin, he represents the light side of the Force, while as Vader, he has the passion of the dark side seeping through his being. Quickly, it is moving towards the Senate building. Mace calls out from behind Kagan. Anakin continuously has his mind at two places at once and can split his consciousness within multiple directions, would be unhindered, and can still work at full capacity as his mind-based Force training has paid off the more time passes. With the droid, Anakin moves its mechanical parts as fast as he can, zooming towards where he can somewhat sense Sidious's Force presence. Calling Group 2 of droids on Coruscant now is the time to make your way towards Sidious. Anakin mentally calls out and activates the other droids in place. What the dash? Mace stops himself from saying more. There is more of them. Where do they keep coming from? And why are they headed towards the Senate building? Is it an attempt at causing chaos? Kagan says just out of the droid Anakin is controlling hearing range. I thought we had established the reason already. Mace then continues. It is meant to work as a distraction, but for who or what, I do not know. At least that is what I believe now. Maybe we shouldn't be following this droid around. It sure beats doing nothing, as this droid is the only one acting differently. That is true. Let's continue. Kagan then says out loud, so the droid's hearing sensors can pick up what he is saying. Whoever is controlling the droids, I suggest you stop what you are doing and peacefully hand yourself over. The droid's mechanical, synthesized voice is heard. Peace was never an option. So be it. Mace says as he speeds up trying to get the droid. Back on Tatooine, Anakin has become fully suited within and is now making his way to the Uprising hideout. This time he is not invisible, but tries to discreetly exit the Skywalker residence without being seen. Despite the heavy suit weighing him down, Anakin is easily able to maneuver himself within it. After getting to a safe distance to finally reveal himself, he starts to walk the street of Mos Espa as the suns of Tatooine are finally setting and nighttime rolls around. His humongous frame causes a lot of people still out and about step away from him. His very presence scaring those closest with an invisible barrier no one wishes to cross into. To overcome evil, sometimes you must become evil yourself. Fortunately, the only people out at nighttime were either children living off of the streets looking to make a quick buck or criminal scum doing the same, but are willing to do things that are much more worse. Move. A simple statement is said from behind the mask Anakin speaks through, and it scares the person who had been brave enough to approach him. You think you fool me, don't you? All big and tough hiding behind that armor of yours. I bet you can't even take a hit. Deciding to give a last warning before making his way, Anakin states again, while increasing the pressure he exerts on the drunken man. Move, or you'll be dealt with. The breathing behind Anakin's mask starts to terrify the man as he feels that somehow he is heavier. Before much else can happen, though, someone makes their way towards him. "What is this?" "I am sorry, sir, but my father has had too much to drink for the night. Please forgive him." A young lad comes out to aid his drunken father. "He should lay off the drinks. He could hurt someone." Pausing for dramatic effect, Vader then continues. "Or he could be hurt himself." The young lad gulps. "Yes, sir. I will keep that in mind, and will make sure my father does too." With a flick of his wrist, Anakin decides to make his exit more dramatic by controlling his cape to billow with the wind. Vader had entered the secret underground base with no one to stop his descent, making sure that he keeps his presence subdued and not outright scare the people below. Looking around, Vader tries to see if he could find Grievous, knowing he had arrived ahead of him. After a few minutes of looking around, while no one really questioned his being here, as they were all busy doing something else, Vader managed to find Grievous. Funnily enough, he had been entertaining some small children whose parents had left them stay within the safest area of the base. "Stop that," Grievous declares while being dogpiled by the children who were laughing and having a good time, whilst their surroundings were chaotic. "Let's see here." Delving into the Force, Anakin starts to locate the more important people to his plan, if they are present or not within the underground base. Most of everyone is here, that is good. Now it is time to make my grand appearance. Anakin had become the founder of the Resistance all those years ago and helped keep the funding for them alive with all sorts of other things to help them passively and defensively, while he built up an attack force capable of taking on the entirety of the Hutts. Today he had come as Vader, the supposed mysterious co-creator of the Slave Rebellion. All those years ago, he had created a plan to further disguise himself so that the Jedi would not investigate this rebellion much. They may question his involvement, but he could play it off as him being compassionate for his fellow slaves and former slaves. With Vader, he would just say this persona was the person whom had helped his mother and himself to free themselves from slavery. A quote-unquote mysterious figure who was very powerful. The Jedi may want to investigate this person, given he would have an entire force, an entire army of droids at his disposal, but anything they investigate would lead to dead ends. The same would happen if Palpatine tried to investigate as well. "Grievous," Vader says. Startled, Grievous jumps from his annoyed state to battle-ready within an instant, which also startles the children. "Boo, calm down, Grievous. It is I, Vader." On cue, Grievous looks at the disguised Anakin and lowers his guard. Right. Sorry about that. You had startled me. Now that I am here, I have something to tell everyone about what is to happen. How we are to free the slaves here on Tatooine, and how we are to get Jabba to hand over his rights as ruler of this planet to us. Vader's modulated voice doesn't outright terrify the children, but they do seem intimidated. I believe we should take this conversation elsewhere. Vader looks around at the small children. "Come, Grievous, we start tonight." Everyone had been gathered around, the most important to the least within the upcoming battle. Vader stood at the forefront with Grievous by his side. Here, as you can see, is the special device that was created for the sole purpose of disabling any and all enslavement-based equipment throughout Tatooine. Vader's presence unnerves quite a few individuals. Specifically, it would target everyone within every settlement here on Tatooine. All slaves with an implanted chip will not have to worry about their escape, as they would live and not be blown to bits and pieces. Vader continues. "Sir, I have a question." Someone speaks up from the crowd. "You may ask, where is Anakin? Did he not say he was to come?" There was a mistake in the communications. Anakin Skywalker was only to come here to pick up his mother and do a few more other things before leaving for Alderaan. Some are confused, but accept the answer while someone stands up enraged. "No, I refuse to believe that. It was none other than Bob, the man that had been beaten down by Kitster earlier. Injured, angry and frustrated due to a factor of situations, but the man in a bad place, and he acts out on his anger. Skywalker said he would help us, be here with us when we went to war." Bob then continues. "Where is our savior now?" Deciding to further cover his own tracks, Vader redirects the man's outrage by stating something that would blow their minds, even if it was a half-truth. I'm the one who saved Anakin and Shmi Skywalker all those years ago." The room goes silent at that declaration. That is right. All those years ago, it was me that had decided to intervene, believing that enough was enough. Vader then continues. "For a long time the people had suffered here on Tatooine, and I saw to it that I should make a change. Far too long had I sit back and did nothing when I had the power to change something. The day has come, and that day is today." The crowd resonates with his statements and begin to nod their heads along with him. Vader continues his speech. "Anakin Skywalker is an intelligent boy capable of many things, but he was just a child and still is. For many of you here, to put the burden of a resistance, the burden of hundreds of thousands, no millions to billions of people on him is wrong. You all now must stand up and reclaim your freedom." Even Grievous had been affected by Vader's words, not knowing the power of persuasion Anakin had cultivated over the years. "Tonight, I will go in with my droids to confront the Hutts, and in doing so will declare that this criminal empire will be no more and another shall rise in its place, far greater than any other, allowing all people, all races protection, a stable economy, and above all else your freedom. This will be a day long remembered. It will see the end of slavery here on Tatooine. It will soon see the end to the restriction of your freedom and those all over the galaxy." At the epitome of his speech, Vader finishes. "If you do not see the benefits to regaining your freedom and only see yourselves helpless in the situation to come, I will be here." The crowd erupts into a chant of his name, and within the chaos, Grievous manages to say something to Vader. "Are you sure everything is going to go all right?" Vader, using one of his signature catchphrases, replies, "I find your lack of faith disturbing." Out on the dune seas of Tatooine, at the gates of Jabba's palace, a figure clad in deep and dark black armor within the dark night makes its way towards the palace. Beside this figure, many droids could be seen walking around it, surrounding it like a shield as the group advances to the palace. The black figure within its suit approaches the gates where there are no guards outside. With a wave of the figure's hand, the doors automatically open. It is best that I keep my Force abilities hidden throughout the entirety of the takeover. Anakin thought within his head as he slowly walked down the hallways leading deeper inside to Jabba's throne room. Along the way, some droids behind at the entrance while within his Vader suit. Anakin travels down the long corridors, but is interrupted by the guards stationed all throughout. Gamorreans were everywhere, from Vader's left, right, and center. They continuously came at him. After finishing off all of the Gamorreans, where of course he had only stunned them, not outright killing them, as he deemed it unnecessary, because they were just employed guards. Grievous comes from behind Vader and sees the many unconscious bodies just laying on the floor piled up. I guess they did not want to talk then. When I got to them, we got into aggressive negotiations. Aggressive negotiations? I'm guessing it is not peaceful. Sure it is. I just negotiate through some physical force as peacefully as possible. Grievous falls a step behind Vader as they both enter the metaphorical tiger's den, while leaving the droids outside to deal with any other intrusions. Some other droids went throughout Jabba's palace to look for imprisoned slaves or others who might be in need of some rescuing. Within Jabba's throne room, there was a variety of people and things on display. Jabba would entertain guests in his throne room, which also had a live band led by the infamous Max Rebo. The style of the music currently being played was done by a band called the Max Rebo Band, which was currently displaying their skills in the arts, performing jizz-style music. Quite a strange name for a music genre, but maybe that is just me. Vader thought to himself. Most of the people within didn't even notice Vader walk in and continued with whatever they were doing. Most of the people present within the throne room were criminal scum, some with the worst of the worst records, but Jabba doesn't care for that. Gamorreans surround the exits and entrances, but don't do anything much except identify threats and try to subdue them. Unfortunately, they aren't the best in keeping a Force-sensitive who has the ability to alter their minds through a mind trick and allow passage. The Jedi mind trick may be a bit dangerous, but I cannot deny its usefulness. A huge subterranean complex existed under the palace. The complex included Jabba's throne room, workshops, animal pens, Jabba's sail barge, and spice farms. While Anakin and Grievous were making themselves at home, the droids sent below were exploring and discovering the various things Jabba likes to collect. His animals, spice farms, and most important, at least to Anakin, were the workshops. Slaves were probably sent down to these areas to work laboriously. Jabba's palace was a monastery that belonged to the Bomar Order, a religious community who believe in isolating themselves from all physical stimuli to enhance their mental powers. The earliest parts of the monastery were underground and included a mine. Anakin could tell from the left of pieces of the past that this place used to not be as ugly as it was now. After taking over the monastery, Jabba had it further fortified by master armorers. After presenting the Hutt with the bill for their services, the said armorers became the first prisoners of the crime lord. Despite having designed them all, they were never able to escape the thick walls and cruel traps of the palace. Anakin had deemed that these master armorers were to be made to atone for their sins by becoming free with some restrictions, specifically by helping the people here have enough homes constructed. After that had been done, they were free to leave. He would obviously pay them for their services, time and effort, but if they didn't work, then they should be held accountable for working with a criminal empire specifically run by Jabba. From what he understood, they had done everything of their own free will, and by that standard their actions should have consequences, which is why the punishment was not as severe as it could have been. In fact, now that I think about it, they have basically already suffered and been punished for whatever had happened when they chose to help Jabba. Karma to the Force in this instance seems to work in mysterious ways. Anakin changes his mind and would just let the workers get off scot-free, as they had already no doubt paid the time for their crimes. I would like to request an audience with the great Jabba the Hutt. Vader's modulated voice echoes throughout the room as he makes himself known. Grievous stays in the back watching on to intervene in case anything happens. I most humbly wish for an audience with one so great such as yourself. I have come to you with a proposition you must not refuse. A few Gamorreans here and there start to encircle Vader as the crowd watches in anticipation about what is to happen. It would be most wise of you to heed my words. Vader starts to increase the feel of his presence within the Force, making everyone within the room feel uneasy. Achu Apenki? Who are you? Jabba speaks in his native tongue. The master has asked you a question. Who are you? Jabba's servant, Bib Fortuna, helps translate for Vader. Vader breaths in and out, which creates a resonating sound throughout the room. I am Vader, and I have come here with a humble request. Jabba starts to laugh in a deep, gruff tone. Chupawa key bargain? Some kind of bargain. The master asks, what is this deal you have come here for? I want you to free all of the slaves you own, to change the laws under your rule, to better the society and people who come under you. Jabba starts to laugh again, this time in amusement. Ba Apanachi Wumpa Resistance? You are a part of the resistance. Jabba points to Vader. Sunto and kill P. Capture and kill him. The Gamorreans that were surrounding him started to move in as the crowd now starts to go wild at the entertainment. That didn't last very long. At least Jabba doesn't have his special pit created yet. Grievous behind jumps into action and speaks into a communication device. It's a go. Negotiations have failed, and the Hutt can now be either chased away or, if his capture, can be ransomed. The reason Vader had decided that if he is able to capture Jabba, it would be best to just sell him off back to somewhere else, because the Hutts will just keep on coming. They're like a hydra. If one were to die, 10 more would take its place. We copy. Is everything ready and set for the EMP? Vader joins in on the conversation using his inbuilt nanosuit communications network. Roger. Everything is set. We are now only waiting on the go. Vader dodges the Gamorreans, knocking most of them out in the process of now leaving the palace. It is a go. It is a go. And with that allowance, a massive shift is felt by everyone as the air feels like static. Everyone pauses as the power goes down for a second before it is restored, and with confused expressions look around to what would have happened. Time to free some slaves. Anakin then says out loud within his Vader persona, everyone who you had enslaved and had allowed to be enslaved have now been freed. Start broadcast. Anakin had set up not only the special device meant to target the slave implants, but also a grand projector over everywhere possible, so that everyone would be informed of what had just happened. This was done to ensure that the people who were enslaved and those who wanted to help come stand up and or escape, because now would be the time. Vader, being uninterrupted while running outside of Jabba's palace, started up the broadcast system set in place. Residents of Tatooine, the slaves, the locals, the criminals, the scum, and villainy. I have come here today to set a precedent among the Outer Rims. Vader, in his modulated voice, continues. For a long time, many have been plagued by famine, by conflict, and economic downturn. You freedoms and liberties stripped from your being, or you're being extorted because of the crime allowed here in the Outer Rims. Allowed here on Tatooine are things that should not be allowed. The restriction of your individuality. I say no more. Break your chains and rise up. Rise up and no more have to be ordered, to be used as amusement or entertainment for your masters, because they are no more than the same as you. As every other being that is living, everyone here shall know freedom, and those who are the tormentors, the oppressors, shall be exiled from this planet, from this system. Vader cut the transmission after saying one more thing. I have declared that Jabba the Hutt is incompetent, so he shall be overthrown. Chaos erupted within the various settlements across Tatooine, with the capital of the planet being this most perilous. People that had slaves were now having to fight them of, or trying to calm them down over what was just said. Not all slaves were as brave and obediently follow their master's orders even after the broadcast was shown. To reassure the more passive of the bunch, Anakin had miniature broadcasts running throughout displaying how and when others were rescued or freed. Grievous and Vader did not have to deal with much attention after everything had begun with Jabba leaving through an escape spaceship that he could have held back but didn't. There were no slaves on board with them, abandoning near everything and everyone after the realization hit that they had no chance. Within the atmosphere, Vader had called on his droid army to create a blockade around the planet, but instead of stopping those who are leaving, he only intends to stop those who would like to enter. I think our time would be best used to help calm down the chaos within Mos Espa. Grievous states, that sounds like a great idea. Vader agrees. The two head off and jump onto their own speeders to make their way back to the capital of Tatooine. Out within the streets of Mos Espa, Vader had made his way there. War never changes. A lot of criminals have been starting to band together to start factions to start to gain control within the streets of Mos Espa. Unfortunately for them, most, if not all of the buildings and land have been owned by either Anakin overtly or secretly. Criminal scum would not be able to hold up in much places, but there was an area everyone, at least those who were in on the action, gravitated towards. Droids were seen evacuating people, specifically those considered defenseless and were only recently freed. Confident slaves had made a break for it, but there were some held back, and that was what the droids were there for. To access and eliminate any threat that could harm innocents, and thankfully within their programming, they are able to identify who are what would be considered enemies from allies and neutral people. A large amount of records have been kept through Anakin's network that every droid was able to connect to, allowing them to be efficient in the capture and seizure of individuals that were in the wrong. Vader was not after everyone who had done wrong on this planet, especially since it would take too long to get all of them in one swoop. So he had specifically set his droids on a path to hunt down slavers. They were his primary target, after all. A few people are shot down as Vader uses his powers to subdue people, creating even more chaos, but that is only natural. He cannot save everyone. It was foolish for the original to think he could. Sufferings happens every minute, every second, and people die. Lots of people, and what Anakin wants to do is try to create an empire free from the sufferings people experience. But he isn't perfect, and mistakes can happen just as it does for everyone else. Vader notices a small commotion happening a distance away from him. Father, no. Don't be stupid. Put the gun away, or you'll get us killed. Shut it, boy. These slaves need helping. I may be a drunkard, but even I know what is right from wrong, and I have had enough. But father, enough, boy. I didn't tell you this, but your mother was a slave. Specifically, she was a runaway that was fortunate enough to not have that damnable implant stuck in her, and when she died, giving birth to you, I promised to raise you right. The drunken man Vader had encountered the night prior was speaking towards his son. As she was a slave? The lad asked, confused. Yes, and I think it is time I avenged her. She was so broken and beat down that it was a miracle she gave you to me. The man tears up, and then his expression morphs into anger. I will help these people, for they are like my own, and are in fact a part of my life and yours. You stay at home, boy. Don't go getting hurt now. Well, that was an interesting piece of information, but I should probably get everything settled and round up all of the slavers first. Other criminals will probably go into hiding or leave the planet. Both are good enough for me, for now at least. Anakin thought to himself. Mos Eisley Cantina, Kalman's Spaceport Cantina. While all the chaos was going on, a ragtag band of criminal scum had banded together to defeat the rebellious slaves. Not all criminals were stupid enough to group together like that, since they had seen the carnage brought down upon villains would resisted arrest. Hanging around a group of rowdy individuals would not do them any good and most certainly prolong the inevitable. Kalman's Spaceport Cantina, also known as Kalman's Cantina, CC by the city militia, the Mos Eisley Cantina, or simply the Cantina, was a popular drinking and dining establishment located in the city of Mos Eisley on the desert world of Tatooine. Now it had become overrun with slavers with their hired mercenaries, combat droids, or the like helping them defend themselves against the incoming slaughter. The owners of the bar had promptly left, not wanting to deal with what happens next. Hey, help out over here. There are more droids coming from the front. Coming from the front, what the dash, the person was cut off from the sound of an explosion that rocked the building. Great, just great. Stupid lowlife slaves rising up against us, their betters. I was just in the middle of enjoying myself with one of my own before being interrupted. Shut up, no one cares. Right now we have hell to pay, and the devil has come knocking. The rowdy bunch were frightened while the intelligent had tried to leave, but were captured and rounded up elsewhere, while the stupid holdouts were able to hold off for a bit longer. They very well might not live to see another day. After a while, things seemed to calm down. Hours passed by with not a sound, but the distant echoes of screams and cries from men and a few women. What did you think all slavers were men? Slowly, the people within the cantina had held out long enough, had destroyed enough droids that had come after them to take a long-needed respite. The wind starts to pick up from the outside. The howls started to become unbearably loud, and a deep breath could be heard. Modulated, synthesized, computerized, and unnatural in its sound, did it slowly make its way forward. What is that? Someone shouts. Quiet, you idiot. Another snaps at the idiot that made noise. From within, everyone slowly starts to see a figure step out of the howling winds that brought up a cloud of dust. Cloaked in black, barely able to see anything or make out any features, but as it approaches, they start to feel something. Something deep inside themselves telling them to run, to hide. To make sure the devil doesn't see them, doesn't hear then. The wind starts to become much more bearable and quiet. The dust and sand starts to settle. What is that monster? One of the slavers' eyes go wide open, shocked at the huge figure just outside their holdout. Electricity or lightning creeps around the being, starting to emit a bright light, illuminating the features of what they would only describe as terrible, horrific as despite the humanoid cyborg made itself known was frightening. Slowly it walks towards them. Fire! Shoot at the fucker! At the slaver's command, everyone starts shooting, the slavers and the mercenaries that hired them. But the shots are either absorbed by the figure, deflected, or outright miss, as if the shots were guided in another direction. Fuck, pass me a drink. Most within have had a long day and have become drunk in the process, but not to the point of being unable to fight back. While everyone was occupied, all but one noticed that their droids were not attacking the person that can be seen. Hey you, stupid droid, junk for parts, can't even listen to simple directives. This person kicks the droid, but what he doesn't expect is for the droid to stop the kick. The droid looks directly into the man's eyes and says something that completely terrifies him. Die. No one was none the wiser as they continued to shoot at the distraction. Why isn't it dying? What kind of monster is it? It is immortal, invulnerable. There is no being that cannot die. Keep firing until we got nothing left, and that should finish him. More and more they fired at the dark figure, and as they do so, a cloud of dust, dirt, grime, and sand obscure their view, and the figure's lightning electric show of lights dimmed. Did we get him? Huh. See, I told you. There was no way someone could survive an onslaught such as that. Everyone starts to get into a cheery mood, raising their spirits, but before they could have a mini celebration, they noticed the air was clearing. The moons of Tatooine shine brightly, and shine a light onto the figure, revealing Vader in his full glory, standing tall and floating above the air. Oh my, someone lets out. Vader's voice was projected to the people within the cantina. I am amused by your efforts and praise your resilience, as despite your terrible characters and lack of judgment, you at least tried. I can say that is more than what a few had done before they had some terrible accidents. Now, feeling the pressure, everyone within is unsure of how to continue. And for your efforts, I am willing to award you. Award you all, I shall. You will let us go? One asks in a hopeful voice. Vader says nothing, but lets a silence befall them all as the moonlight shines upon him and upon them all. Execute Order 69. Comes the chilling reply of Vader. The droids within along beside everything else, as if a flick had switched, pick up their weapons and point it towards everyone. Their supposed masters, allies of their masters, and mercenaries that had decided to stay along with the slavers and worst of the worst criminals still left on Tatooine, unchecked. Blaster shots are fired, and then chaos is once again ensued as from within the droids perfectly dealt with the nuisances inside. The droids from within start a chant that further terrifies those inside. Blood for the master. Over and over the chant continues. Punishment shall be given. None shall go unbent, unbroken, unjudged by the hand of our master. Blood for the master. They continuously chant as they slaughter the survivors of the initial backstab. After the deed had been done, the droids one by one got into formation and marched outside from within, creating a resonating sound with their metal appendages tapping the ground below them. All of them line up in front of their Lord Vader. Saluting, they stand tall and straight, which it seems impossible that they wouldn't, but nonetheless this was meant as a show of obedience and absolute loyalty. Lord Vader, the mission has been completed. All inside have been eliminated, exterminated, and the survivors were put out of their misery. Good. There is no need for unnecessary suffering, even if they had deserved what had been done to them. Vader had a plan all those years ago when setting up Skywalker Industries, and it wasn't only to make his life and the life of his mother comfortable. It was for other goals and aspirations as well, this one in particular. The infiltration and cultivation of trust these slavers would have for their droids was meant to be used as a way that, if need be, would execute them when ordered. Vader had not needed them for a while now, as it had practically become useless up till this point. At least my miniature plan came to fruition, I guess. Jabba the Hutt had impressively escaped from the situation happening on Tatooine, or at least he thought he did. His swift retreat had not gone unnoticed by a lot of people, given his stature and the stature of his people. How could he possibly be camouflaged or even get around the flaws of his form? What Jabba doesn't realize about his situation is what some would call fucked. Jabba is forced to leave what has amounted to the total accumulation of his life, the riches he had obtained, whether that be legal or otherwise. The palace he had built for himself to enjoy the rest of his life until the end of his days. The planet he had come into possession of, all of it was his, and he had people under him, under what he would say as his mighty and benevolent rule. He had basically lived the entirety of his life here on Tatooine and had enjoyed the benefits of being such a prominent crime overlord, with a criminal empire of his own. Everyone asking him for favors, money, slaves, all sorts of things that he had in droves. Gone. Gone like the wind and dissolved into the sandy dunes of Tatooine. No, my things have not been thrown away by me. They have been taken. Stolen. I will get my revenge. The Bomar Order built a monastery on the planet in 670 years prior, which the bandit Alcara, who worked for the Bureau of Ethnicity and Socialization, used as a hideout in 520 years prior to current times. Shortly thereafter, 34 years after the bandit had been here, or 486 years prior. The notorious Jabba, the Hutt chased Al-Kara out of his citadel of operations and claimed the Bomar Monastery for his personal palace and made it the center of his empire. 400 years I've spent here building my empire. I cannot simply give up on it. I will come back. Jabba's then stewed some more in his thoughts about the situation. The audacity of these stupid slaves of which I own, for them to go against me, blaming the slaves for the rebellion. He is not wrong, but the main cause for concern, or the person who had started this all, did not seem to be the target of Jabba's building hatred. No, Jabba could only fear the monstrous being that had come before him. Once made known that he was special in some way, Jabba had decided that he would just put a bounty out on the monster's head. Of course, after he had dealt with his current anger, Jabba moved over to a device within his personal bedroom on board his escaped ship. This shall teach those lowlifes, slaves, a lesson. Pressing the button, Jabba laughs in glee, not realizing that what he had done had amounted to nothing. It was completely useless, but how would he know? Vader, having changed his mind about Jabba fleeing from the planet, intercepted Jabba before he could leave. "My lord, it seems that we are surrounded." Jabba looks towards his attendant that had stuck with him with a disgruntled expression resting on his face. "Chistaka, Bas Bunki Hoha, Ubachachis Biagala and Duhai Tupi. Just go. Get around them. You don't be stupid and do what I say." Jabba insults the man in his native tongue. "But my lord, surely you see that our situation is dire, and we must find a way out of this other than avoiding them altogether. I am afraid it wouldn't work." Jabba then decides that enough is enough, just has his most favored right-hand man and servant killed. "Kayasu, Yuba Chu Kuchu. Enough. You die now." Bib Fortuna's face pales even more than what his skin complexion would be able to do because of his alien heritage. "No, my lord. Please forgive him." Before Bib Fortuna could finish off his sentence, he was gunned down by the combat droids Jabba had control over. Jabba does not, in fact, laugh at the death of his subordinate and starts to regret that he had killed one of his supporters. "It doesn't matter to me anyway. There will be more in the future." But just like that, his guilt was absolved. "My lord," a droid came over to Jabba. "A communication request has come through. Chabata Batu, Chista Bas Pushiwam Kuda. Don't bother, just get out of here. Right away." The droid walks off while Jabba goes back to playing with the device within his hand, laughing internally at what he thought he had done. While Jabba was occupied, Vader had already taken over the ship and was now trying to infiltrate the droids on board. "Once I have Jabba captured, I am sure he could be held for ransom, but if no one is willing to pay up, I guess he will just be executed for his crimes. No more little Rada, or maybe there might be. Who knows, Jabba may have had the chance to get laid before everything had begun." Vader had now taken not only Jabba's escape ship, but had also gotten control of the droids on board. All of them. Board them. Yes, sir. Some resistance fighters had joined him knowing he was going after Jabba, practically jumping at the chance of capturing the big bad crime lord. How bloodthirsty. Vader on another ship is the first to approach and enter the connection point between both ships, and while doing so, a droid rushes towards him with its weapon drawn. "Watch out, sir. The droid's going to hurt you." Someone yells out, ready to retaliate. Before anyone could shoot the droid down, Vader raises his hand, signaling them to stop. "It is okay. This droid, and in fact all the droids, are a plant created by me." Someone calls out from behind. Amazing forethought. Vader moves towards the droid. "Report." The droid responds. "Master, Jabba, the Hutt, has been confined to his sleeping quarters and is not aware of his current predicament." "Good. I will confront the beast myself." Vader moves past the droid with a few people looking confused behind him, joining his march towards the Hutt's quarters. "Everyone else must stay outside while I discuss some things with the Hutt." Vader turns back to everyone and states his command. The people seem hesitant, but still go along with his plan. Entering, those from outside cannot see what is going on, but do have a limited ability to hear what could be going on. There was some talking, and then Jabba's loud voice exclaiming from within with a somewhat startled cry before things go silent. Vader walks out of the room completely unharmed. No one can exactly tell what had happened, but know that Jabba should at the very least be beaten up. "We're good here. Secure the ship, and let's get back down to Tatooine. We will deal with Jabba there. Back down on Tatooine, daybreak was happening, and situation was now not as chaotic. With order being restored by the plethora of droids patrolling the streets of the various outposts, settlements, and towns. Most of the people walking everywhere now were either the commoner folk that had nothing to do with the resistance, and the people whom had fought with or were a part of said slave resistance. Many families were properly reunited with loved ones, and the only deaths to occur were from criminals or slavers that resisted arrest. Friends were now starting to clean up the mess that had occurred, and many other things were happening to symbolize the start of a new civilization. The slavers that were successfully held captive were thrown into the jail cells specifically constructed on some of the ships from Anakin. "Boy, did you see me? I think I did your mother proud." The drunken man, that was now sober, said to his kid. "No, father, I did not. You told me to hide, remember, so I did." The father had forgotten what he said, and within the heat of the moment at that time, did not pay too much attention to himself or most of his surroundings. He was quite drunk himself at the time. The ship Vader was on started to land on the outskirts of Mos Espa, and upon arrival, near everyone disembarked to rejoin with everyone else. Now what? Vader had a lot of experience when it came to leadership in militaristic situations, but had little in the areas of politics, and now this would be the time for such a thing to start. The beginning of a new civilization, hopefully ruled by him, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. He still needs to take care of Jabba. Vader had gone deep into Jabba's mind, scouring and devouring every memory of use to him while disregarding the rest. This had inadvertently caused Jabba to shut down, making him unconscious. This gave Vader even more of an easier time bisecting the mind of a being practically around 600 years of age. It was no easy task or small feat to accomplish considering the many memories that would be benign or totally useless for him. What Vader wanted was the really special people he interacted with, the ones who were high up within whatever place they came from, the people who participated in and traded slaves. These are the people Vader had decided were to be put on his hit list. There were other criminals of minor significance that participated in and did things that were damaging to the lives of others. Of course, within every situation, there is nuance, but Anakin cannot see any situation in which the depravity of another being's free will being right. Actions have consequences, after all. Today we have fought, and we have become victorious, but now we must discuss what happens next. What happens to the slavers we have now locked away, and what must be done with Jabba the Hutt. There are other things to approach with the situation here on Tatooine, and that is the situation we are in with our economy, the population, and the other problems still present. First, and most important, would be the leaders to help guide everyone in the right direction. So people will be put into office with which their position stands. The culture and religion of our people is quite sparse, but varied because of our upbringings, no doubt. I would hereby like to nominate people. Vader starts to list off people and to which departments of the new government would go to. Some leaders that come from the natives of the planet were chosen. Tuskens and Jawas were not discriminated against and would get at least one seat. They have been rather well behaved. Some people seem to have other things on their minds right now and would like to just go home and rest up, but Vader has to force his hand here to make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible. The rest of the meeting goes quite boring, but by the end of it all, everyone has come to their supposed positions. Those who were excluded were done, so, because of a combination of factors. Vader had taken into account people's personalities, characters, skills, and background like culture or religion into account when selecting them for the right jobs. He had become the de facto leader of a new empire for now, but there was no true leader. Not one selected or voted into office anyway. There had been talks, though, that happened right after the confirmation, celebrations that led to some very wild ideas to appear given precedence to a new idea. A sort of royal family that everyone could agree on. The Skywalker royal family, to be exact. That was what everyone had started to call it, but Anakin was extremely confused as to how this came about. On one hand, it made sense that his mother or himself would be rewarded in some fashion, but not to outright become the ruling house of Tatooine. This does work out in his favor, though, and could be used to his advantage, but he can't be here to oversee the entire process. He has other things planned and cannot be ruling over one planet when he would be doing so much more at a grander scale. He wouldn't mind the whole royal thing, but he as Anakin would not be able to keep the title because he is a Jedi. Technically, in the future, he can come back and plans to do so, but for now, it would be of little use except to increase his influence. Not that I don't already control the people and beings of Tatooine. Anakin had also decided that he would be moving all of his droids, well, nearly all of them from Dathomir over to here, where they could help him make this place a utopia. It would not leave Dathomir defenseless, but he would also fulfill the agreement he has with Talzin to let her gain full control of Dathomir, at least nearly full, as he would still be in control of many things over there, but that doesn't matter. What are we going to do with the Hutt? Grievous asks next to him. We're either going to sell him off or execute him publicly. Vader says rather cruelly. The people would most likely want the second option, but I don't think you care either way. Not really. What happens next then? Well, Jabba now being deposed, it would only mean that we'd have to elect a leader, someone who will represent the people, and what better person dash. Then you, Grievous cuts off. Not necessarily. Someone who could be cultivated into a good leader, but someone who at the same time would be subordinate to me. I have a few candidates, but to really nail this choice of mine down, a thorough screening process is needed. Makes sense? Then what about me? You can stay here for now. Your militaristic leadership skills will come in handy, depending on who will think Tatooine is now an easy target. Vader says, but then continues. But I doubt anyone would want to take Tatooine. Unless the other Hutts want to do so themselves, no one else should come knocking. I have ideas on how to make the planet thrive, but for now, I should deal with the aftermath. Anakin thinks to himself. Actions do have consequences. Strange. A strange occurrence had happened, one that could have changed the way the Jedi see themselves, but it did not. The way they move about in the world, their interactions, and their thoughts, but this small incursion wouldn't change their ways. Not when many other things that had happened before did not, and things in the future won't do so as well. Padawan Sakura, come this way. Aayla Secura had been brought into the Jedi Order a long time ago. Well, at least long for her, considering she had been within the Order since near the beginning of her life. She was safely progressing and fully coming into her own abilities as a Padawan. Pay attention, Padawan. An attack has just occurred on our temple, and you have time to be in your thoughts? Quinlan Voss, Ayla's master, then says, focus. Born 18 years prior to now, she had been living quite the strange life as a Jedi. Many a times had she been arduously pushed to achieve her limits, as she was not the most talented or outstanding of the Jedi, but was very hardworking. She had an empathetic nature combined with intelligence, and as she grew and kept those traits, but had developed a streak for impulsive and mischievous behavior. Confident, though not arrogant, in her abilities, she was becoming a good leader and a skilled tactician. She had also been progressing rather rapidly in becoming a Jedi Knight, and from what she had been told, within a year or two, she would be promoted. We may have some respite, but I would urge you to not be reckless. We don't know when those droid could come again. Yes, Master, I will pay attention. A day had gone and passed by with no sound or any other interference coming to take place. No more droids relentlessly, but sparsely attacking. Ayla had been practicing to further improve herself and had nearly been angered because of the interruption. That same anger had gone away, though, as she had been tasked with her master to deal with some droids in another area. She did happen to overhear that some droids had also gone to the Senate building, which was an interesting fact. Supposedly, a special droid had been destroyed in the process after Kagan, Obi-Wan, and Master Windu had gone after. Master, I don't believe any more droids are coming. Stay alert. You don't know what could happen. The droids that had attacked the temple had just vanished, up and left, leaving not a clue as to why it had happened. No connection could be traced. Nothing. They sporadically appeared, all over, causing very minimal damage, and no one had been harmed. At least no one had died or been wounded or injured and would be able to heal within a few days. After a full day and a half, everything had stopped. It had been a few hours since, and not much had happened, which was starting to get boring to her, because despite the training of a Jedi, she was always impulsive. Quinlan Voss spoke over the communicator. Right, we have to go now. It seems everything is settled down with no other movements. Some people will be invited to a meeting that will take place, It won't be a grand event, but just to address the situation. Do we have to go as well? Depends, you may go if you like, but it isn't required. Quinlan then continues. I'm going to go see what everyone had discovered about this attack, as it is quite the scale, and the confidence the person would have will be troublesome. I think I will skip. I'm not too interested right now. In spite of her impulsive nature, she had calmed down enough ever since her incident to not get involved in something that she not be involved with. I will go there now. See you some other time when we go on our next mission. Yes, Master. As Quinlan walks off, Ayla decides that she needed some training and had heard that there were some pretty good training droids that could be used to polish her lightsaber combat. What was it? That Skywalker kid. What's his name again? While walking, she happens upon two individuals who are younger than her. They appear to be younglings. What are you two doing here? It was Barriss and her new small friend Ahsoka. We were just heading to training room. Ahsoka answered. Training, huh? Yeah, training. Barriss confirmed. Which room, and why are you guys out so suddenly? Aren't all of you younglings meant to be within the bunker area? Yes, but that's over now, or so we've been told. Barriss replies, deciding to ask the question on her mind on the off chance these younglings know where the Skywalker kids' training droids are at. Do you guys know where I can find Skywalker, or his training droids? Why? Barriss responds defensively, but it is hidden by her control over her emotions. Raising an eyebrow, Ayla then explains. I wish to use his droids as I have heard they are top of the line and are capable of being used for intense saber training. Barriss, lowering her guard because she now knows the very attractive-looking Twi'lek is not looking for Anakin for other reasons. Well, we are heading there just now. Not many people have the honor of using them. I am, of course, Anakin's friend, so he allows me to use the droids whenever I want. Barriss says in a subdued by prideful tone, thinking she had one-upped the older girl. Right? Ayla responds confused, but now knowing that these two are going to the droids, she could just tag along. Do you mean dash? Ayla is interrupted by Ahsoka, who had now decided to speak up. Yes, Anakin is my friend as well, and he will let me use the droids. The childish reply comes out. Ayla, having been interrupted, doesn't mind the child's ramblings and continues. As I was saying, do you mind if I can use the droids as well? Hesitantly, Barriss responds. I don't know. I am unsure, as you seem to not know Anakin, and he doesn't like people touching his stuff without permission. Really? What's up Skywalker's ass? Ayla then says, well, I'm sure that he would be okay with letting a fellow Padawan, right? Well, I guess he would be kind enough to help, but for just anyone. Barriss' voice slowly starts to fade into the end as she continues talking. Great. Lead on then. Yeah, let's go. Ahsoka also peaks in excitement. Barriss decides to just go with the flow and would pass on all the responsibility if something goes wrong to the eldest here. Specifically Ayla, because Barriss was not against using deceptive tactics and had in fact been trying to train in this area as well. She would take this ability to see if she could pull off a lie against Anakin, who is the greatest lie detector ever. And what, pray tell, gave you the impression it was fine for you to just leave the temple? May straight out of the gate questions. Well, dash. Anakin begins only to be interrupted by another. Kagan then speaks up. No matter the reason, as long as it's proper and is not something silly, then we could make this pass with not too much punishment. You see, dash. Anakin gets interrupted again. There is no excuse for your absence in this great time of need. We could have used your help here, Padawan Skywalker. Mace continues in a strict tone. Are these two really playing good cop, bad cop with me right now? Anakin, it is okay if you were out and about as long as it was something to do with the Jedi, I would be okay with it. Kagan states. I think not, Kagan. I think the boy needs to be punished, and what better punishment than being confined to the temple? Anakin had not been confined to the temple despite his status, and was allowed to enjoy everything that was Coruscant as long as he kept up with the trainings, physical and mental tests they had him do. This was the only way he was able to start preparing for everything that had happened, and the only way for him to do more things in the future, if he was allowed some freedom and was not monitored from dawn to dusk, dusk to dawn. Master Kagan, Master Windu, I went off planet dash. Off planet? So you were not even on Coruscant? Mace lifts an eyebrow. Yes, I went off planet because I wanted to see my mother and dash. See your mother? Anakin, remember attachments are forbidden within the Jedi and are not a part of the code. Kagan states, if you two would let me finish. Anakin says with some heat. Silence ensues as Kagan and Mace decide to stop messing around with him. Now if you two are done being trolls, I would like to properly explain myself. Go on. Mace gestures for Anakin to continue. I was going to my mother to get her off of the planet she was on for her safety, but it is not only for that reason I went back to my origin. Anakin stops for dramatic effect. I went back to help the slaves. Help the slaves? Yes, I had promised. Made a promise to people that I would help them overcome their terrible situation. Anakin says, explaining the suffering of the slaves. Not only had I promised to help them, I was full of intent to fulfill that promise. That was reckless of you, and you should not have done so without informing anyone. Kagan says, that may be true, but I had the feeling no one would let me go there. That is true, but now tell us the results of your actions. Mace asks, both him and Kagan forgetting about the other reason Anakin had gone to Tatooine for. I did nothing much, but helped set up some technology that would send out a pulse to destroy and deactivate the slave chips implanted into the slaves. Anakin then continues. After that I just sat back, or, to be more specific, left knowing that I should not stay any longer. Mace hums to himself as he contemplates what shall be done about how Anakin had disobeyed the simple rules put in place by those superior to him. For now, I think some confinement to only the temple for the next month will do. Kagan speaks up about his decision, starting the punishment off as low as possible because he is currently the metaphorical good cop. No, I believe it should be longer than that. Maybe we should extend the amount of time Anakin has to spend before he can become an official Padawan. No missions and no opportunities to advance until we decide otherwise. Mace says in a teasing tone different from his usual demeanor. That does seem like a good decision, but to restrict him that much may hinder his progress. You have noticed that we are nearing the amount of things we can teach him just by staying here on Coruscant. Kagan interjects. As they continue talking, Anakin has to listen to their spiel over what should be done, the permissions that must be granted, the Jedi Code, the what to do and what not to do's. After a while, his punishment is that he would be confined to the Jedi Temple for 3 months. Other things were added on as well, that he would need to interact more with those his age and join in on some of the lessons for younglings. He would have to go so far as become a sort of teaching assistant within those classes. I have to look after some kids. After we have decided that you have done a good job as an assistant, you will then be given the duties of a teacher. Mace says, that is right, young one. You will have to be an assistant teacher and in the future teach younglings within certain lessons. Kagan continues. Anakin thinks over the punishment and decides to accept, as other options will simply hinder his path, and it would not be bad to be able to influence the next few generations of Jedi. This will give him an in with the development of them. To slowly change their ways, as with children education, is important in shaping their beliefs. By becoming a teacher at least until he starts to do his first missions would it enable Anakin to sway the younglings. So when they're inevitably saved after the fall of the Jedi, it would be easier undoing the brainwashing they do. Thank you, my masters, for this golden opportunity. Anakin thinks to himself before saying, I think I will accept. Good. You will be given information later on about your assignment and the students you will be teaching in the future. Mace leaves the room, but Kagan stays behind. I will have to inform the council of your actions. Although the punishment was left to Master Windu, and that doesn't change the fact your actions will go unrecognized. I know, but I had felt it was right. Anakin pauses for dramatic effect. For the people on Tatooine, for myself, and for the betterment of everyone. Like you have said, Master, the living force is present within everything that is alive. It is what connects us to the greater cosmic force. And through this was I able to see that without me going there, the people would suffer more. I am proud of you, but at the same time your actions have consequences. The light side of the Force is absolute selflessness, and to embody this you have done just that. Give yourself to others without a forethought for yourself. Not that true, but I did do this for more than myself. Because of this, the punishment was not as severe, and Master Windu will smooth things over with the others. For now you should go. Yes, master. Thank you again. It is no problem. Go on now. I am sure you will be curious about what has happened in your absence. Something has happened. Anakin questions, knowing full well what had occurred. Yes, some interesting events have taken place. Dathomir. So, you're leaving this planet then? It is to be left to me and my sisters. Talzin questioned to the holographic figure of Grievous. Yes, Master Skywalker said that he was to fulfill his promise to you now and give complete diplomatic control over to you. We are taking all of the droids to Tatooine. Finally, what about the alliance between us? That is fine. Everything will be kept the same. The only things is that now you will have to deal with anything that comes your way without our protection. At least it will take time for us to come and help you out. Talzin had been planning a lot of things throughout the years and had been wanting to get the boy under her control, but it only seemed that his power and growth was becoming something she could not interfere with. Internally, she wants to somehow make sure the boy doesn't betray her, just as Sidious had. He is becoming much more powerful. I have not had the chance to see him since he was but a small child, but I doubt he stopped progressing himself. Anakin was determined to make sure he was powerful. Not because he wanted to rule over everything through force, but to be so strong that naught would be able to take away his freedoms or the freedoms of the people he cares about. We want something more. Talzin said, because of course you don't keep the same deal throughout without any change, because both parties would change themselves. Whether this be for the better or for the worst, a new agreement would have to be made. Grievous replies with a curious tone. More? What more could you want from Master Skywalker? What more do you have to offer? Because it had long since been that Anakin had surpassed them within a lot of things. He would not need their monetary support, and Grievous really doubts they could provide military support they would need considering their current assets, but it is always better to listen for their offer first. I request that the boy speak to me himself. Talzin knew, of course, that Anakin could not speak to her right now, but was just being a Karen. If Grievous had eyebrows, they would surely be raised by now. Master Skywalker had to go back to the Jedi Temple. Jedi Temple. What does that boy have to gain for going to those blasted Jedi? Talzin did not like it that she is now allied with a Jedi, even if he had helped her sisters tremendously, and the only reason she continued to be alliance with him was exactly because of that. But the main reason for herself was that he had helped save her favorite child, Maul, from a fate that would be cruel. Incredibly selfish Talzin had learned that not everything will go her way, but was immensely grateful, at least at that time, to the boy, but now she tolerates him because of his decision to enter the Jedi. No matter the reasoning, she still has this hatred that had been imbued into her and various other Night Sisters since the start of their culture, their ideologies. I am aware, but that does not excuse him because he would now be the leader of Tatooine, is he not? The leaders of both sides should talk. Talzin was bluffing, as there was no way she would be able to contend with Anakin's military and economic might. It was simply impossible for her or the Night Sisters to do so, and that gap will only grow as more time passes. I will try to see what I can do. Grievous finally responds. The relationship between Grievous and Talzin was very professional, but the two had grown rather close, and the two had been having somewhat friendly conversations. If people would look from the outside in when these two were in private and were not walking about important topics, it would surprise people. The serious Grievous and the manipulative Talzin were an unlikely duo. Their closeness to each other did not go unnoticed, though, as Anakin had been keeping an eye out on both Grievous and Talzin over the years to make sure their loyalties are kept in check. So far, so great, but it seems something more was starting to develop between the two. By the way, are you to leave Dathomir as well? Talzin says in a somewhat vulnerable tone, but it is so subdued that one would not be able to notice. Grievous, hesitant to answer, finally decides to reply after some uncomfortable silence. I do not know if or when I will be returning to Dathomir, but it seems for now that I am to stay here on Tatooine. The two go silent again before Talzin decides to break it. Right. It seems that I have something else to do. I am quite busy after all. Yes. Contact me when the boy is ready to speak to me directly. Oh, dash. Before Grievous could finish what he was about to say, Talzin dramatically cuts off communication between the two. Mentally sighing, Talzin begins to ask herself internally. Why did I do that? Even if she were not a fair maiden and knows the ins and outs of relationships, that does not mean she would instantaneously recognize her feelings. She would vehemently deny them if asked, especially because of the way the dark side of the Force corrupts its user's mental state. Things have been changing, and in fact a lot of the new Night Sisters and brothers indoctrinated were of new opinions that ruffled the feathers of the old. Out with the old and in with the new. Anakin had told her, as she was still against the re-education of her people. But sometimes things are actually much better than it seemed, as she was benefiting, and so too were her people, and those she ruled over, meaning his thoughts had encouraged growth, change in a positive direction. She could not deny the results, so she too had accepted that what he had said. Out with the old and in with the new. She whispered to herself, mentally recording the words. Interrupted from her internal musings, a member of the Night Sisters enters. Mother Talzin, are we now the only ones here? The ones to rule over the entirety of Dathomir? Yes. I think it will be hard considering a lot of the droid army that was stationed here is now gone, but what we have here should be sufficient enough. Talzin did not have to worry too much about security, given the amount of droids she herself had been given by Anakin. What she actually worries about is their growth. Despite its progress, they did not have as much people or population to sustain the increase in the amount of things they cover over Dathomir. We need to increase the population somehow. The usual Night Sister tactics related to only replenishing the numbers of their people, not the growth, so they could thrive and prosper. For now we are fine, but we will need a solution, so I do not have to worry about things. Droids may be useful, but they aren't living. At least not like the living droids that worship the boy. Coruscant. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, otherwise known as Darth Sidious, was not having a good day. Why? Because he had been assaulted, attacked. Someone had come at him with the intent to harm him, probably kill him if possible, but of course he was not going to allow some lousy droid to destroy him. That would be extremely pathetic and weak of him, even if he was to play the role of a wise, old, but not physically capable person. Just thinking back to it, it angered him, fueling his energies within the dark side of the Force. Calm down, Sidious. You do not want your plans to go to waste now. The stupid and idiotic Jedi may sense your presence. 6 years now had it been since the great resynchronization for the Republic to keep a better standard for their calendars, and he had been using this system as well to measure the time till his success. It had also been 2 years since his election into office, and it would seem someone has it out for him. Interesting, he had thought at the time, but had become quick to anger remembering that the Jedi had nearly caught him in the act. His senses had been dulled enough to nearly allow such a huge slip-up. Stupid droid. When I find your master, I will kill them. Remembering the Jedi barging into his office because of the droid and also fueled his hate, but he wouldn't let some momentary act of disrespect ruin him. Supreme Chancellor, sir, you have someone that would like to meet you. One of the Red Guards Palpatine had made for himself. Who is it? Janus Gree-Jadis. Yes, let him in. He and I have much to talk about. Palpatine's ascension to the position of Chancellor left a small problem. Someone had to assume the now vacant position of representative for Kamal Sector in the Senate. He used his influence to promote the election of Janus Gree-Jadis from Kamal Minor, one of his political allies. Gree-Jadis had long since demonstrated that he had a keen political mind, and though he could not be seen embracing it openly, Gree-Jadis' anti-alien isolationism served his purposes. Still, the election did not long stand. His isolationism was at odds with Naboo's newfound multicultural stance, and prominent political voices on Naboo cleared their proverbial throats almost immediately. Eventually, Gree-Jadis was replaced just this year by Horace Vansel of Naboo, but Palpatine continued to keep him close, making Gree-Jadis one of his advisors. Yes, the people of my origins were quite adamant in not accepting my new advisor Gree-Jadis. In fact, Gree-Jadis was not only an advisor of Sidious, but also a person he had been training as a dark side adept. Nothing too serious. Certainly he was not material to be his apprentice, as he had plenty of others to take up that role. A role that Sidious sees as important. He currently had Dooku within his grasp, but he could see it would not last long. Not the way Dooku has been going, as despite his own darkness, it seems he is so resistant to its sway, to its corruption, that he would not crumble. Supreme Chancellor. Yes, please come, my advisor, agreed Jadis. We have much to discuss. Sidious continues on discussing various things before calling it a day. But he is not done yet, as when night comes he will relieve himself as Palpatine and once again take up the mantle of Darth Sidious, because he is now in full control of the Sith. He had killed his master after all. A few hours after the nightly proceedings, Sidious moves over to a communication device used for things not related to the Senate, or even a personal device he keeps for himself. It is another device used for other types of business. He doesn't use the same device simply because of the dangers of doing so. Things could be traced back to him, so most of the ones he uses have to be clean, safe from transmission interference, and hidden. Speaking into the device, he begins to speak. Darth Tyrannus. Palpatine, why have you called me? It would seem that despite becoming his apprentice, Tyrannus still does not want to answer to him as such, and it would not be any time soon he would begin saying so. Sidious very well knew he was being used by his apprentice, but that is the way of the Sith. Selfishness at its finest. Darth Tyrannus, my apprentice, I have come to inform you on an amusing attack on my life, and would like to investigate further into who it was that tried to go after me. Is this to be my job? No, that would be impossible for you, as you are a well-known public figure, especially known to the Jedi. No, you are to continue with what I have set upon you to do. Yes, my lord. Good. After discussing things for a while yet, as he would not mind satisfying his current apprentice's curiosity, it would come to an end with know where to start what he does next. Sidious had come across a few roadblocks, if you will, when it came to advancing his plans. It would take a while yet longer to form his droid army, as the person meant to be under his control was unsuccessful in gaining complete control. This puts Sidious in a tight spot, considering he has a war to plan and continue with. Not only that, but he had heard complaints from Tyrannus that he did not have any capable people to help him direct or lead the droid army they are constructing. Unfortunately, Sidious had no one at his disposal, despite having a large amount of people willing to work under him. Sidious does not see anyone capable enough to handle such a big responsibility. Only time will tell. My excuses were bought out. After Anakin had successfully managed to smooth talk and get a punishment much more lenient, he had nothing much else to do than check up on his training droids here. It was currently quite late at night, and the Jedi, whether they be younglings, Padawans, knights, everyone seemed to be awake. No rest for the wicked. No rest for the wicked indeed, because Anakin had plans, big plans for his droids, for himself, and the future. He will not stop at helping people regain their freedom, to live as they want with only the laws to restrict people from doing anything too crazy. Droids that could look after and keep the peace, while he had others be used in areas that the population could be harmed from. He would not use the living droids for this, as it would surely taint his image within their minds. He continued to walk down the halls, coming across many people who were tired or heading off into another direction. I wonder how Bear's held up. Anakin thinks to himself, going toward the training room. He leaves his training droids. Coming towards the room, he is not surprised at Bear's presence, but he is surprised by two unfamiliar Force signatures also within the room. Sure, he had every so often let some people use his droids, but it was of acquaintances. An example being Ferrus Olin. While originally Anakin would have had a rivalry with the said individual, it was more one-sided. Ferrus would try to beat him at everything he did, and for fun Anakin would use Ferrus as a test subject to test his abilities. Anakin starts to open the door. Well now, let's see who we have here. Within the room, Barriss would be seen side by side with a little Togruta girl known as Ahsoka, watching a young adult currently engaging in combat against his droids. Anakin's entrance causes a distraction, knocking Ayla off her feet and onto the ground. Anakin begins to enter. Ayla awkwardly begins to stand up, and the droid that was in combat with Ayla had disengaged. Barriss speaks up, seeing Anakin arrive. Anakin! She runs towards him. Where were you? I did not see you in the temple during that droid attack. Barriss says with subdued concern. That is because I was not within the temple. I was doing something else, but what really should be asked here is why are there two unknown individuals here? Anakin says with a strict tone. Barriss seems to fail miserly at coming up with an explanation. Ayla decides to save Barriss from embarrassment and steps forward. It was my fault. I wanted to use your training droids here, and have been doing so for only a small amount of time. Anakin turned towards the miserable Ayla, who was just defeated by said droid in lightsaber combat. It seems that my droids are getting better and better as I upgrade them, but to fail against one? She must not be that good with a lightsaber. And who might you be? Anakin asks, knowing full well who the Ruttian Twi'lek is. Me? My name is Ayla Secura, and I am a Padawan. A Padawan? Who is your master? Ayla responds. My master is Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos. She says rather proudly, and considering the bond between the two, Anakin knows why. Well, fellow Padawan Secura, I would suggest that you ask permission from the person who owns these things before using them. Ayla raises her eyebrows. Own? I thought the Jedi didn't like having possessions. It seems the so-called talented Skywalker was actually breaking the code. Before Anakin could respond, the little Togruta girl makes herself known quite loudly. Are you Anakin? Are you my new friend? New friend. Anakin looks between Ahsoka and the other two to get some answers. Varys is the one to respond. I kind of promised the little one that you would be her friend. Friend. Anakin looks towards what would have been the original's apprentice. Deciding that becoming friends with the girl wouldn't hurt much, he ignored Ayla's looks and directed towards Ahsoka. Sure, we can be friends. Yay. Anakin is so cool. Ahsoka continues. Now that you're my friend, we can do things together. Together? Bears questions. Yeah, Ani is meant to be friends with me. I saw it. Ahsoka says something that catches everyone's attention. I was meant to be your friend? Where did you see something like that? Anakin decides to ask Ahsoka the question on everyone's mind whilst thinking to himself. Did she see an alternative timeline or something? The original, where she is taken as the apprentice? This is not something that was a part of the original. Events are already starting to spiral out of Anakin's control, but it starts with the little things, where he would still be able to rely on his knowledge to help himself and others, but it seems that his presence has started to change a lot of things. Is it for the better or for the worst? Only time would tell. I dreamt about it many times. Deciding that it may be time to change the subject, Ayla decides that the attention should shift back over to her. Anyway, I'm a bit confused about everything. For starters, if I remember correctly, aren't you supposed to be only 11 years old? Ayla directs to Anakin. That is true, I am currently only 11, says Anakin as his height reaches 1.8 meters and his overall being makes him look like an older teenager, somewhere around Ayla's age in fact. Ayla looks Anakin up and down. Are you sure? She says with a doubtful tone. Very. Whatever you say then. Ayla pauses before continuing. I wanted to use your droids, and I'm guessing your friend here, Barriss, helped guide me here along with the little youngling there. You couldn't come to me? I didn't know where you were, and I most certainly would not be able to talk with any of your masters given the situation that had just happened. That is a correct assumption, but remember I was not in the temple. I had said this a few minutes before, did I not? That just means that I wouldn't have been able to use the room. You know what, let's just forget about this matter and move on to other subjects like telling me what had happened while I was gone. Anakin decides to end any potential argument. Barriss interjects before they start. You have to tell me what happened with you as well. Sure. Anakin then proceeds to listen to what they experienced and what had happened when he was away, but Anakin didn't really need to know the event itself, just what they had went through so he could better determine how well his control over the droids were. It seems I did pretty good. Very little damage was done to anyone, and any damage done to belongings or other miscellaneous objects was also minimal. Not that the Jedi would care all too much about these things considering their code. I think that is enough. Don't you guys think you should be heading elsewhere? Barriss speaks. Well, the lessons us younglings have to take are not going on right now, but some resume after a day or two. At least that was what I heard. Ahsoka nods in agreement. I was bored and had nothing to do. This was true, but she had very recently come out of a mission that had her come close to the dark side of the Force. Right now, she was just looking for anything to help her mind clam down after the events that took place. Losing her memories was traumatic. Regaining some of them was also an experience she did not like, so she was looking for the thing she felt was missing. She herself feared she was still lost after what had happened to her. That only advice she had gotten was from Master Yoda, and even then it had not been too helpful. Patient, you must be. A Jedi you are. Yoda had told her the Force does not lead people to things they always want, but to things they need. Believe, trust in the Force you must. Guide you it will. Help you it must. It had seemed that the Force had guided her to here, where the very strange individual of Anakin Skywalker was made known to her and the strange occurrences around him. Things had been going swimmingly on Tatooine after Anakin had left them and had Grievous become his representative there. Moving all of the droids over from Dathomir had been a hassle, but it was worth it considering he would need defenses in place. The Hutts wouldn't take too kindly to what had been done, especially when they have one of their own trapped within a cage, imprisoned by the people who have now taken over a system from them. A seat of power that was extremely beneficial. Tatooine itself was not of much importance, only becoming something of a seat of power. Nothing more, nothing less, because they did not have much to help propel the planet's economy or the growth overall in anything. It would take a while to become a superpower great enough to start their own conquest, but Anakin does not plan to do anything like that. Not so soon after his most recent acquisition. Shmi had moved back to Tatooine as well, and had been treated like a queen. Anakin did not mind this, but if everyone there started to see him as a prince, he may need to start answering even more questions, and this time it would not be from his masters. It would be by the Jedi High Council itself. He could only imagine their outrage. They would of course get over themselves after any explanation he gives them, but it would certainly be something to see. In fact, I now am quite looking forward to everyone's reactions. Currently Anakin, like always, was training, but instead of any intensive physical workout, he was working on the spiritual aspects of the Force. Meditation. Not that fun, but relaxing nonetheless. Thinking over everything that had happened so far, he could only lament at the fact that no matter what he does, the Republic would fall and Sidious would probably rise to power and still create his own empire. Vader was both instrumental to Sidious in the originals, but also not needed. The events leading up, though, to Sidious uprising would happen, and he could only delay the inevitable, but that does not mean he would be unable to change anything. The Jedi don't deserve to die. Thinking his statement and projecting this outwards towards the Force, it responds in a negative. You still want the Jedi to die, huh? Midi-chlorians allowed for communication with the Force. The energy field gives people insane abilities. Anakin used this to his advantage to see if it would respond, and his experiments were successful. So far, he had only been able to get possible yes or no answers from it. What wanted what it desired. Things like that were hard to decipher, but it still wanted the Jedi to come to an end. Negative 47 Hong Kong dollars, the first living droid. The first one to be giving life by his master, by his lord that goes by Anakin Skywalker. HK sees Anakin as his father. He had, after all, created him. He was sent to protect Anakin's mother, whom he has started to consider as his own grandmother of the sorts, because even though he is not of the flesh and blood of Anakin, he was made through the energy field known as the Force. He had lived the longest out of all of the elite droids Anakin had created. This put him up on a pretty high position. Protecting Shmi was not that hard. Sometimes attempts would be made on her life, but he would quickly dispatch of them. It wasn't all too often, but a lot of people believed that could harm her or use her in some way to gain a fortune, especially since she lives on a planet like Tatooine. Speaking of Tatooine, he had been commanding the other living droids around to help out after the rebellion took place. HK, so we have come across no problems with the locals here, but would like to make an assessment of the area. Statement, go ahead. Most of the living droids listened to him and in fact respected him, but there were a few that didn't really listen, but HK supposed that was the result of being reborn as a living being. He was worried at first that the others may want to betray his father, but none had even had the thought. What they were doing now was analyzing the environmental condition of Tatooine and looking at various geographical locations to best determine where they could start their plans of terraforming the planet. This would take time, so for now, they would have to settle on creating a utopian-based cities across Tatooine as they get to work on stabilizing the atmosphere to make it more comfortable for flora to grow and prosper. What they would have to do is bring over water from another planet, and the planet they have in mind was Dathomir. They did not need much else, but water, as the water levels measured on Tatooine was not equivalent to the rumors or legends equating it to luscious trees and grand wide oceans. There was no indication of the planet having any of these things. The moisture levels were not high enough for that type of terrain, so there must have been a grand event which made the planet like the way it is now. Thinking, maybe this planet does not even have accurate historic records, albeit the records were legends or myths passed down orally. It was not best to trust something, the words told by another, so they conducted tests, and the tests said these stories must be false, or they didn't tell the full story. Command: begin the reconstruction effort. Roger, Roger. Eternal life. Qui-Gon and Anakin were currently holding a lesson between the two, teacher and student. The ultimate goal of the Sith, yet they can never achieve it. It comes only through the release of self, not the exaltation of self. It comes through compassion, not greed. Love is the answer to the darkness. Qui-Gon continued. In fact, the very words I have just spoken, I had also explained to Master Yoda. According to the Jedi tradition, death was a part of life, and it meant becoming one with the Force. In death, sentients lost their ability to communicate with the living, but mastery of certain obscure paths of learning could avert it. An example being the method to preserve one's consciousness after physical death. Qui-Gon then continues. Today I'm going to teach you this method, this technique. Now, I do not believe you would need this technique anytime soon, but to know it is of the utmost importance for those who wish to live on after physical death. Where was this technique created? Its origins. Its history. I don't know that, and no one else knows the origins of it as well, but we know it exists. I have told no one else about this technique, not Obi-Wan and not Master Yoda. Qui-Gon then continues. Strangely enough, I also have some type of phantom pain in relation to that in particular. Like at one point, I had told Obi-Wan and Master Yoda. So the origins of that knowledge, as well as its history, are not known. Anakin states, with a questioning undertone, redirecting the conversation that nearly went off topic. Oh yes. Well, I was the first of the recent Jedi who rediscovered this secret with the assistance of a shaman of the wills. Qui-Gon states, today I will reveal to you the secret to keeping your individuality after becoming one with the cosmic force. I have a question. Why is the desire to have eternal life frowned upon? If it is possible through the method you have discovered, even though it is only after death, why should we not desire to do so? Good question, but first I will tell you why, or at least the explanation of why it is a method that is not as eternal as it seems. It is only meant to be temporary. This state was temporary, as Force ghosts were an intermediate state between life and afterlife. After a certain amount of time, they would then have to move on to the netherworld of the Force, another realm of existence. You were told of this other realm by the ones who had assisted you. Yes. Is it possible to extend your time as a ghost indefinitely? That is also possible, but I am unsure as to how one would do that other than becoming the embodiment of absolute selflessness. Absolute selflessness is the key to becoming a Force ghost then. It is one of the many factors, but I have very little research on this topic, and even though I know the method, I have yet to try it out myself. Qui-Gon then continues jokingly. I am still alive, but did you want me to die to test it out? No, Master. I would never imply such a thing. Anakin states in mock seriousness. That is a relief. For a second, you had me believe that you were willing to have me die just to see me as a ghost. It would be interesting, wouldn't it? Qui-Gon chuckles, a little already used to the antics his young apprentice gets up to. Come now, I believe it is enough talk, and we should enter meditation, so I would properly guide you. Yes, Master. Anakin and Qui-Gon then spend some time in meditation. While Mace Windu is a teacher of great methods, his style is more oriented towards combat or things to do with militaristic action. That is just the way he teaches the physical side and aspects. Don't get him wrong. Kagan can also teach physical-based things when it comes to the Jedi. It is just not his strong suit when comparing himself with Master Windu. But he does have something up on the purple-wielding lightsaber Jedi. Theoretical teaching capabilities. Anakin has learned a lot of things to do with the Force from him, including most of his Force-based abilities, as Kagan has quite the varied skill set. He may not be as powerful, but there was a reason he was offered a seat on the council. It was most unfortunate that he had declined, at least what others would have said. There's more for me to do, and I believe if I joined the council, something bad would happen. Something wrong. Kagan had sensed many things, and somehow had a feeling, at least at the time, that if he joined the council, he would not have meet with his new apprentice. Meditating is cool and all, but I don't think I will get anywhere if you don't help me here. Anakin speaks up at the silence and lack of teaching from Kagan. This wakes him up. Oh, I apologize. That is my mistake. I was just reminiscing about a few things. Quite distracted you are. Teacher Padawan, you should. Anakin furthers his joking attitude in a mock impression of Master Yoda. Very funny. I suggest we begin. Truly this time. Anakin sighs while his eyes are closed while in a meditative position. I guess is where the fun stops. Anakin and Kagan then spend the rest of their time together for the day in meditation and in training. Kagan teaching and guiding Anakin when it comes to the special technique he had learned, and Anakin thinking of uses for such an ability. Coruscant. At the turn of the new year, a lot of things were starting to pick up. Specifically things that had been happening over with Cinar Technologies, the corporation that Anakin had slowly been taking over from the inside. It started with the son-father duo that he had saved, and then started to expand to the rest of their clan. They had, after all, been a part of an even larger group, larger clan, with even larger backing within politic governments all across the Galactic Republic's worlds. Wraith, the current CEO, was thinking and all of a sudden had gotten an idea or concept so grand but shouldn't really be put to use. He had discussed this idea and concept with one of his personal acquaintances, specifically one that he would call a friend, but not in a proper sense. Just in the sense that it's beneficial to remain in casual contact with the man. Wilhuff Tarkin. Wilhuff Tarkin was born into the Tarkin family, an old, wealthy, and powerful clan that had originally been granted the world of Ariadu and still remained dominant in the politics and business of Ariadu and the Seswena sector, as well as carrying strong influence in galactic politics. Wraith and Wilhuff had met around 10 years prior. He befriended Wraith Cinar, and they had come to an understanding of each other. Wilhuff had tried to convince his friend before about helping in and participating in the fiasco that was the Naboo invasion. Wraith remembered his words. I hope you understand what could be at stake here. At the moment, we are merely useful lackeys. We are below the level of awareness of those who will command the galaxy. If this planet and its ships are as useful as they appear to be, we will be richly rewarded. Wilhuff continued. We will be noticed. Some already share my belief that this could be very big. But Wraith had matters to take into his own hands, things that he couldn't control, at least not now. Not with the way things had been developing, as their corporation and the people within the clan had capitulated to Skywalker Industries. It all started on Danton. Getting over his thoughts, he started to begin talking to his friend about the concept he had come up with. I have to tell you about something of epic proportions, at least in the terms of what I envision. Envision, do you? What is it that you come to me with some excitement? I wish to bring into being an expeditionary battle planetoid. I remember you had told me that even though you have control, there are some things that can't be done if you wanted to. Yes, the person who is now controlling us must have some relation to that Skywalker Industries. And in fact, I had heard that there was a rebellion there that had put the very same people related to the corporation in power. I have heard of that too, but from what I understand, even though they have come to power, there seems to be another power at play. Tarkin then continues. There may be more to it than what meets the eye. That is true, but I think we should stay on topic. I was just talking about my designs for this expeditionary battle planetoid. I think you would be most interested in something that the one above would be interested in as well. Tarkin was fascinated by the design of such a grand contraption. Unbelievable. With this you would be able to, in theory, destroy a planet. Yes, I have taken to calling this project the Death Star. What a fitting name considering its capabilities. Tarkin pauses before his mind runs a million miles a minute trying to think up of ways to use this to his advantage. Say, do you think I could have these schematics? Unfortunately, even though we have become friends and have an alliance to help gather important information, I cannot give this away. Why not? Tarkin would be lying if he was not disappointed. A massive space station designed to control star systems, which featured a giant turbolaser powered directly by the station's core. Tarkin saw tremendous potential in the concept, especially if the defensively potent design's weapon was upgraded to provide sufficient power to ruin a world. Fear of such a weapon's visitation, he believed, would solve the ancient problem of how to keep order in a galaxy too large for any fleet to patrol effectively and deny support to guerrilla movements. What would happen next over the sequence of a few days would inevitably ruin Tarkin's plans. Thankfully, the security for his friend's failed research lab was not at the top of his priorities. He would unfortunately fail, in the end, to get anything of use, which will further set back Darth Sidious as one of his most loyal supporters to be had failed miserably with no recourse. The plans for the Death Star would never reach Sidious' ears, but who is to say that engineering at this level would go unnoticed? Especially when Anakin knows the immense potential of such a product. Why wouldn't he come and swoop in to take what he needs while leaving anything else as leftovers? When it comes to the ability Kagan had taught him, Anakin knows that he would have to keep this secret from other Jedi, as it would seem Kagan did not want to pass it down to anyone. Not yet. Not even to his used-to-be student Obi-Wan. Now that I think about, I'm pretty sure Kagan thinks of me as more than just a normal apprentice, and may even see me as a son. That is also quite possible with how he views Obi-Wan. The youngest is always spoiled, I guess. The technique taught was not the only version, and was most certainly not only related to the relinquishment of selfish desires, as many people who are not Jedi and were not aligned to the light come use similar techniques. Some Sith Lords learned similar techniques, which in some cases allowed them to physically interact with their environment. This ability also allowed the Force user to interact with both living beings and other Force ghosts. An interesting fact to take away was how there was a mention of another realm, so to speak. That even within the Force itself, there existed a place that parallels the idea of a place to go to after death, somewhere your spirit resides after becoming one with the Force. An afterlife. This opened up many possibilities, and to Anakin, how could he miss out on potentially creating something that was his own personal dimension? And one such idea coincides with another thing he had to consider. The droids had been seeing him as their creator, their god, and had indicated as such within the beginnings of their culture. If he could somehow create an afterlife of his own, connected to him, where he could access and pull upon the combined might of other souls to aid him, the potential would be unbelievably powerful. The idea he has is to create a matrix of sorts, a heaven for the living droids that died, but instead of becoming one with the Force, they conglomerate and create a matrix that combines various droid base souls into a massive machine that would work for him. The concept itself is great, and he has ideas and workarounds on how to start such a massive project, but he is unwilling to just tell the droids to sacrifice themselves for him, even when he knows they are willing to. So he would just have to wait. First, he would have to create the dimension connected to solely himself and make sure that only droid souls connected to him would go into it. Second would be that he has to teach the droids the ability in case something unfortunate happens to them. One might be thinking how Anakin would be able to tell when a droid passes. It is when the non-organic midichlorians start to dissipate, leading to the death of a droid. He had already started to see things like this happen, but only at a slow rate. As he learns more and more about the Force, about himself and midichlorians, he knows that even if he created life, it is imperfect. They cannot be immortal or have an eternal existence. But if he is successful, they could get their very own droid heaven. She had capitulated, submitted. Loath she was to admit her fear, but the dark side of the Force particularly enhances negative emotions, further increasing their sway and power over a user. She was now working under the Dark Lord known as Vader, and she would admit his power was far greater than hers. So much greater that she had no desire to leave him. She would never admit her obsession because she was drawn to the mysterious man behind a mask. If only I could see just what is behind it. Drawn to the lull and pull of his power. His presence within the Force was attractive to her at an instinctual level, not only because of some spiritual connection, but in her own desires as well. She was ambitious and craved power and was not weary of looking to places that were dangerous. Despite working for the mysterious man for a few months now, she had come to know that he was not a cyborg. But she could tell by his movements, she wasn't an academic for nothing. Tell me then. Rennala mustered up her courage when the masked man had come to her again. Tell me what the deal you wanted to purpose to me was. Rennala's resistance had been whittled down until her chances of recruitment were at an all-time high. She would do anything for Vader, whether Vader knew this or not did not comment on it. I want you to become a part of my research division. There are, of course, terms and conditions to taking on such a prestigious job, but in essence what you will be doing is studying the Force. Rennala's eyes start to gain interest other than the fact she is curious about her captor. Studying the Force, as in the abilities, powers, traits, and other things like that. Yes, but you would be doing so much more. What more could you have for me to study? You will come to learn about that once you join. For now, I would suggest you take the offer, as even before you have the chance to join, you would need to go through a very intense training process. Her anger starts to flare at the insinuation that she would not be up to his standards. I am fully capable and should not need to participate in anything of the sort. I refuse to do it. You should just give me this position straight away. This terms of the agreement between the both of us is non-negotiable. Vader stated, simply leaving no room for renegotiation or a simple refusal. You leave me no choice. You are going to do something drastic? Vader questioned. No, why would I? What I mean is that you leave me no choice, as in I have no other option. Right, that did not sound ominous at all. Vader pauses before he continued. First we will start with. The conversation continued between the two before Rennala eventually gave up not wanting to go to mental warfare with a mysterious monster and tire herself out mentally. She needed her mind as it was her greatest asset, and it would seem Vader knew it too. Certainly joining him in whatever venture she has come into was interesting. She believed that she would stay on Dathomir for a while, considering that this planet had been taken over by Vader and his allies, the Night Sisters. It would seem that she was wrong. The new base of operations was constructed on Tatooine, supposedly a planet that Vader himself had some connection to. Rennala was not blind or incapable of putting together the dots to get a picture for herself, the situations, events, the basic 5 W's and hows. Vader was connected to the Skywalkers and by extension the Skywalker Industries, and the slave rebellion Vader had helped to orchestrate. She wasn't there herself, something about still not being up to Vader's standards, but she knows that is just an excuse to keep her from getting too deeply involved. He doesn't trust her fully, at least not yet. Fortunately, she had been making progress when it came to training with the dark side, but it was slow, not to her liking. Vader seemingly was powerful. Yes, she could admit, but that did not mean he had the means or methods to reproduce a lot of Sith-based or dark side-based Force abilities. For what she had seen, he was only slightly better than her when it comes to knowledge, letting her know that he is not as powerful as he seems. I could take advantage of this fact by trying to lure him into some sort of trap to free myself. Vader had been kind, but that did not mean she did not see some of his flaws. The flaw of kindness is one, but there were others that could be taken advantage of. His greed, most in particular. With the short amount of time she had spent with him, Rennala could see his interest in anything and the overwhelming desire to have things. Whether this be things like knowledge, which she can attribute with herself, to material and other things. She also could tell of his strange connection with the droids and the strangeness of the droids themselves. Albeit it was a very small group among the millions he has. She was curious at one point and had asked the question, were these droids exactly? Only Grievous was there to talk to her, or at least she had thought so until she had discovered or stumbled upon why the droids were so weird. Those droids? They live. Live. Yes, they're alive. They were given life and have the ability to use the Force, and all of this was granted by Vader. Grievous obviously knows to not reveal Vader's true identity in front of her. Ow! Confused and baffled, Rennala couldn't help the disbelief cross her face. How am I to know all of the details? I am no intellectual, but a simple military man, and my area of expertise is in that area. Grievous then asked her a question. Aren't you the one to know things in this area? I'm sure you have studied things to do with the Force more than me. A bit stumped, she replied. That is true, but from what I understand, this shouldn't be possible. Well, that must mean your understanding of things is not up to par with even mine. Vader was right. You do need to be brought up to standards. After that conversation, she had redoubled her efforts in absorbing as much theoretical, practical information and training as much as she could, if only to catch up with the insufferable cyborg. I must surpass him. Rennala would surpass Grievous simply because she had more potential than Grievous. Grievous was also given the capacity to use the Force like a Force-sensitive could. She did have an interesting conversation with Vader, and it had been the very last communication between the two that had happened a little after the events that took place on Tatooine. He had asked her on her opinion on how to teach. A surprising piece of information, but she was nonetheless happy to oblige with his request. She now had a way to prove herself and her usefulness, and if she did it right, she may be able to become much more integrated into the confidence of Vader. Only time will tell how far I could go. Her actions certainly displayed her determination and stubborn willpower to do what she sets out to do, willing to risk it all for a Sith artifact that may not have been at the location she went to. Of course she would be like this. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations. Vader had said once, but she would not fully agree to this statement directed toward her. Why? Because there is no way I fail. Arrogance, though, had become what would be her fall, and that is the pride before the fall. Again, Vader had mocked her. I did submit, didn't I? Rennala then continued with what she was doing before, making sure that she could impress the towering figure to give her more. When it comes to teaching children, there are many ways and styles to do so, and a teacher would have to adapt their methods as such for each student. Often thought of as one of the most traditional teaching methods, the teacher-centered methodology, attention is concentrated on the teacher. Teachers are in charge of the lesson and direct all activities. This teacher-centered methodology would not really suit Anakin's needs because this strategy for teaching is seen to favor passive students. Ideally, he would rather have his students participate actively in the learning process. There are many other methods, but he would have to adjust for each and every student. There are things he wants to teach and things he wants to pass down to other Force-sensitive children, no matter their age. As long as they are not indoctrinated fully, there is always leeway. Many things about the Jedi are unsatisfactory and could be improved upon, but Anakin doubts that the Council, or anyone else for that matter, would change. Anakin being a complete newbie to teaching others, especially children, he had to come up with reasonable ways to be productive and not waste his own time. The time for the children is important, but so is his, so he would need to come up with plans in relation to what students he has. So far, he had been doing well as an assistant and had gotten help from a variety of sources, one being his own Jedi masters, Qui-Gon Jinn and Mace Windu. Given that these two had to teach him, they may have insights into what he could do. I do have my own plans and methodology, but it would be best to ask from someone else with experience. Ask away he did. The first person he had discussed things with was Qui-Gon. Well, my young apprentice, it would seem that you have come to me for some wisdom. Qui-Gon stroked his beard like some ancient Chinese cultivating ancestor. Yes, master, I have come for your guidance, as I have little to no experience in helping children learn. Well, from my understanding, most children would dislike the way I approach the lessons. Why? Because they are active, always seeking excitement, even if they have been somewhat adjusted to the lifestyle of a Jedi. That is true, I get bored sometimes. Qui-Gon raised his eyebrows as Anakin said that out loud. Well, then I guess we should stop our lessons together. There is not much to learn from me. What about me? Is there similarities? No, you are actually quite the unique case, not only because of your own potential, but because of the level of maturity you have over your peers and those younger. Makes sense. So, does that mean a teaching style similar to Master Windu is what I should do? That is also a no-go, because you don't even know what you're going to teach yet, so it would be best to wait for that. Master Windu is more physically oriented when it comes to his teaching methods. Would this not be appropriate for children? Sure, if you want to tire them out. You have a point. Kagan pauses before he continued. If you're looking for some guidance, there may be someone who can help you in these trying times. Who? Why? Master Yoda, of course. He does, after all, teach younglings himself, and quite often at that. I see. Then I thank you, Master, for your time. No problem. Anakin had then gone off to see the enigmatic Master Yoda. Yoda is a cool enough dude, but is an extremely flawed individual, and he may not admit it, but I could see through him. Yoda and Anakin had a standard relationship between the two, but Yoda was weary of him despite Mace Windu speaking up for him given enough time. Well, I could see why Yoda would be concerned. Out of everyone, Yoda was the most concerned, only second to Mace. They knew of each other and had interacted even within lessons, but it wasn't anything amazing or insightful. Just that Anakin could see that Yoda was fearful himself a lot of the time, but was unwilling to admit it. Stubborn old geezer, but it makes sense when I remember the characteristics of other old geezers unwilling to change and stubborn to their last breath. Adaptability was never really taught within the Jedi, or more specifically the adaptability of themselves to the motions and currents of time. Change is inevitable after all. Master Yoda. Anakin greeted the diminutive being. Young Padawan Skywalker, come to see me you have. Yes, Master. I have concerns regarding my ability to teach younglings. Insecurities, I sense. No, Master. It is not fear like you're thinking or suggesting, but the desire to improve my ability to encourage and improve others. Punishment, I am aware, but the Council agrees. Given to you, this duty you will fulfill. Yes, Master. Yoda then begins to explain his own methods and styles of practice to Anakin when he teaches younglings, especially when it comes to lightsaber practice. Patience, young Skywalker. The key patience is, students must be diligent in practice. Yoda says before he continued. Kept attention should be. After a lengthy discussion between the two, the learning session comes to an end. Enjoy our chat, I did. Thank you, Master Yoda, for your time. Today we will be learning about. Anakin was currently teaching to some students who were actually the same age as himself, and in fact this lesson was done within the same session Barris is to attend. Excuse me, sir, but how old are you? One of the prepubescent teens asked Anakin. I am of the same age as the rest of you. Not everyone within the temple knew exactly what Anakin looked like, so of course there would be some people who do not know about him. You are the same age as us. Yes, it's true. Anakin is my friend and is currently a Padawan. Barris speaks up at this moment, deciding to back up and validate Anakin's claims. The classroom explodes at the confirmation and simultaneously surprised that their teacher is a Padawan while being their age. Well, I'm 1 year older than this group, but it doesn't matter. That is enough. I think we should get back to the lesson. Throughout the rest of the day, Anakin went around going to his newly assigned classes, and ones he has gone to before to continue where he had left off or is going to begin. You would think children would be discontent with those who do better than them. It is true that when very young people are more prone to being very emotional, whether they know it or not, they would act on their emotions. The Jedi, or in particular younglings, are very capable in withholding their emotions, making it all the more easier for an individual to teach. Today I will tell you guys about what midi-chlorians are exactly. We know there's some kind of symbiotic thing that lives with us, inside of all of us. Yes, but there's much more to them than that aren't as simple as they seem. Anakin then continued. A simple way to look at them is through the lens of communication. For example, if I have 10 devices and Barris over there only has 5, my voice within through the devices is stronger. I have more leeway and will be more easily heard compared to her. Anakin walks around the classroom pacing here and there as he continues. Now, just because I have more, that does not mean I am necessarily more powerful, because it also means I need more control over the devices. I need to make sure they're synchronized together, otherwise what I'm trying to communicate won't be as clear, and I would say the same thing over and over without it being clear within the transmission. On the other hand, with 5 devices, it would be twice as easier Even if she does not have the power advantage, it would be quicker for her to take control and may even overpower my voice with her own. So you are telling us that midi-chlorians is like communication? Someone asked. Yes, midi-chlorians do act like that, where they transmit your will, your desires to the energy field that makes up the Force. Anakin then said, that is why not everyone is Force-sensitive, because they do not have enough midi-chlorians to be able to use the energy field. Their voices are just not loud enough because they lack the necessary tools. He pauses before he continued. But there are ways for even someone without an abundance of midi-chlorians to use the Force, even though limited. Some of the children become interested at this subject. But I don't think I will go into these details for now, but what you should know is that no matter the amount of midi-chlorians you have, you don't have to worry about it. Others may have more talent than you, but you could always beat them simply because of that very difference in synchronization, the control of oneself, and their manipulation of the energy field of the Force. Barris, ever the curious girl, decided to ask a question she had on her mind as soon as the topic of the lesson came up. Raising her voice, she calls out loud, "How many midi-chlorians do you have?" The others within the class get curious, as well, eagerly awaiting the answer. Well, I'm not sure of the amount, because no device that we have access to can count the amount. Is it that low? Someone in the class jests, and the rest laugh at the joke. No, it is not, but in fact, when tested by one of my own masters at the time, my results came over 20,000 per cell. Another exclaims, "That is higher than Master Yoda." Barris, of course, already knows that his record states he has over 20,000, but she does not know the exact amount and feels that Anakin does know, but was unwilling to tell. How did she know this? Her womanly intuition was starting to kick in. Settle down now. Anakin started to calm down the class. For the rest of the lesson, nothing much else had happened, and most of the students he had throughout the day, he had taught the same. The reason for his introduction on what exactly midi-chlorians were because he wanted to test the waters, as he would like to spread the ideology based on separating the living and cosmic Force. Kagan was quite right when it came to there being two versions of the Force, not just when it comes to the energy types like darkness and light, but also based on the aspects and states of form. Anakin went on to explain, after getting confirmation, that everyone within his lessons were willing to listen to his information that he would like to pass down. He also here and there started to make sure that they were not as against their feelings, especially since they were still mentally children and the suppression of such things can be explosive. He knows, as it had happened to the original and many other Force sensitives before him. A few years teaching would not be enough to completely change the order, but it would be enough time for me to plant the seeds of doubt further, increasing the likelihood that these people survive. To join my own order, they would need to be unprogrammed from their brainwashing done by the Jedi. I do not want mindless subordinates in the future, because they would be limited, and I, in fact, already have droids to complete that check. Okay, now that everyone knows about how midi-chlorians work, I can introduce to you the concepts of the living and cosmic Force. Anakin paused to create a dramatic effect. This will change the very way you view yourself and your view on the Force. The Jamon coup. Let the record show that Anakin had a vested interest in what the Yuuzhan Vong were doing, and so had created a way for him to view what they were doing. The in and outs of their species, their biological technologies that had stemmed from their very culture and religious belief that metals were evil in some way. Their special biology that makes it impossible to truly sense them using the energy field known as the Force, even when some historical records were kept that their species were at one point very Force-sensitive. Now, they had become as they are. A civil war had started within this grand group, large, massive in population species. This led to the ascension of Shimra. The Jamon coup was a coup against Supreme Overlord Quareel by Domain Jamon, which made Shimra Jamon the Supreme Overlord of the Yuuzhan Vong. Shimra, Domain Jamon's leader and a candidate for the overlordship, insisted that the Yuuzhan Vong invade the galaxy immediately, believing they could win a war easily. He had come to realize that Vong society was falling apart, and that a unifying cause was needed for them to rally behind. Shimra, gathering loyal warrior domains, including domains Choka, La, Shai, and the Preterite Vong, along with the warriors of Domain Jamon, launched a sudden attack on Coriel's warriors. Coriel was then killed, along with priests loyal to him and any other so-called Corielists. Shimura thus became supreme overlord of the Yuuzhan Vong and ordered the warriors to prepare for the invasion. When Grievous had captured one of their species, Anakin had created a device not only for himself, but for them to see exactly how many midichlorians they have. For himself, as well, to determine the amount he actually had. Testing out the new device on the being, Anakin had discovered the presence of midichlorians, just that they were in such small amount per cell. So few that it surprised him that there were any Force-sensitive Yuuzhan Vong at all, but there were. If an average human had about 2,500 per cell, then this one in particular, if taken as the average, has 250 per cell. A very stark difference in their connection in the Force. But that in on itself would not be enough to mask their presence within the Force. No, there was something special about them, and Anakin intended to take this ability for himself, but this would require him to create or recreate something he remembers. Another thing he had taken account of was his own count. His current count per cell is 36,900 per cell, and if he were to reverse the process, it would mean he was born with 27,700 midichlorians per cell. That water of life was one hell of a drug. He remarked to himself, mentally referring to one of the core ingredients used for the Night Sisters ritual. Ahsoka was a happy little girl. Well, as happy as a small child could be. A Togruta from the planet Shirley, Ahsoka Tano was discovered by Jedi Master PLO Kun at the age of 3 while he was on a mission to Shirley and was raised in the Jedi Temple. She was 3 years of age, and it had been 3 years since she had come to the Jedi Temple, where she had made her new home. At first she was scared, just as any child would be, but had grand dreams and desires, and emboldened by what the future could bring, she had set off from Shirley. Not that she would remember much of her home planet anyway. Youngling Ahsoka Tano, are you paying attention? Someone had asked out to her. She was currently sitting in class and was supposed to pay attention to her teacher as the lesson was about to start, but she wasn't. She had been prone to things like this, distracted a lot about many things, in fact. Yes, I am listening, she replied. That is good, as today we have a very important guest that will be taking over today's lesson for as long as required of him. Someone else is going to teach us today? One of the younglings asked the current teacher. Yes, someone else will not only do so for today, but for a long while after today as well. The teacher replied. Sounds of surprise are echoed around the room as Anakin makes his appearance. Most of the children here should not know much about Anakin, but it would seem that Ahsoka had been bragging a bit, and if it was any indication, she did seem embarrassed when looked at by Anakin. Children know no shame, they say. Anakin thought to himself. Today, I would like to introduce to you all Anakin Skywalker, the current Padawan, to Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and Jedi Master Mace Windu. Again, awes could be heard echoed throughout at the teacher's declaration and introduction, as this is quite the stunning list of masters to have, considering just how infamous both Qui-Gon and Mace are within the order. Qui-Gon being a very wise man that was widely known for disagreeing with the Jedi High Council. Some of the more rebellious students looked up to. There were, of course, other Jedi who had disagreed with the Council before, but none more so prominent than Qui-Gon. This was especially after taking Anakin as his apprentice. Next up was the other master, Jedi Master Mace Windu, who is also widely known and looked up to because of his outstanding talent and contributions to the Order. Who could ignore his accomplishments? All right, younglings, settle down, settle down. From now on, you will have to listen to Padawan Skywalker from now on. Yes, teacher. All the younglings reply in turn. After everything had relatively settled down, the teacher had left all responsibilities to Anakin and promptly got the hell out of Dodge. Who would want to look after some snot-nosed kids anyway? The teacher, probably. Right. As you all know, my name is Anakin Skywalker. Most of you here can just refer to me as Anakin, as we are all not that far from the same age as each other. I am only 5 years older than most of you. If the children were surprised or even cared about that, no one had let it shown. What a reaction! Anakin thought to himself. After pausing because of the lack of reaction, he continued. Today we will be discussing the Jedi Code. The Jedi Code? Ahsoka, the ever-curious, spoke up at this moment, especially excited that her new and most favorite person in the entirety of her world at the moment was here. The other students also seemed curious despite their very low attention spans due to their rather young age. Yes, we will be going into the Jedi Code, its strengths, its weaknesses, and everything in between. As Jedi perspective, we are Force users united in our quest to understand the mysteries of the Force and to serve as guardians of peace and justice throughout the galaxy. We ground ourselves in a spiritual existence and give up individual attachments in order to focus entirely on greater concerns. Of course, being children, most don't fully understand or comprehend what exactly becoming a Jedi entails. All they know is that it is hard work. Ahsoka, within her head, was trying her hardest to mentally catalog any and all information that came from out of Anakin's mouth. She had really could to idolize him in most of what he did. Unfortunately, for Anakin, she had been showing some rather suspicious tendencies. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. Anakin paused before continuing. Many things could go wrong if you were all to follow this indiscriminately, with no critical thinking. Again, unfortunately, most had not been paying any proper attention, which would not keep their attention to focusing on what he is saying. Not that they would understand, this was pointless. I should do something else. I guess since no one is really paying attention, I could change this into a practical session. Anakin pulls out a practice lightsaber and directs the children to bring out their very own. Where the fun begins, this is. Anakin, then, said in a mock voice to make sure they were entertained. Are you not entertained? Anakin mentally thinks to himself. Well, it was for my own amusement more than anything. Ahsoka pulled out her training lightsaber and began the attack. The rest of the class followed her lead. Oh, you're approaching me? Instead of running away, you're coming right to me? I can't beat you without getting closer. Ahsoka exclaimed as everyone that was part of her class, her clan, was motivated to join her in her approach towards Anakin. The Outbound Flight Project. There were many things to keep an eye out for while the galaxy goes to shite, but there were some things that were more important to Anakin than what others may go for. Anakin needed to divide his attention and concentration spread throughout a multitude of things, many in number, and thankfully he was starting to increase the potential of the Force techniques he had created. When it came to the mind, Anakin was always searching for ways to increase the mental fortitude, intelligence, and other mental faculties to increase his strength. 3 things he had identified that would be useful in attributes related to the mind. The first was the mental capacity, memories, emotions, organization, and perfect memorization of everything he senses through every capacity, physical or otherwise. The second to keep a close eye on was the increase in the thoughts he could have. Parallel thinking came into play, increased the amount of things he could split his mind on, and have been slowly increasing over the years. Now he would be able to split his mind 3 ways, and with every major increase, it was getting harder and harder. Capacity, recall, and the quantity weren't the only things that mattered, as there was the problem of increasing the speed of such thought processes. The faster his cognitive functions were, the slower he would perceive the world, and the faster he could do things because he could process things faster. All of these things together helped to create what he would call the perfect mental force technique to encompass all facilities of a creature that has a brain. He knows that it would only work for those with a mind and not for the droids, given they're limited to their physical functions. They're protected either way. Anakin mentally connected to one of his elite droids he had sent along with some others on an expeditionary project. How was the progress coming along on that next great adventure you're taking? My Emperor, so far nothing major has occurred to report. The droid replied. Another weird thing was how Anakin had to start adapting to the way the droids were going back and forth between how they addressed him, and currently, they had taken a liking to the title Emperor. Outbound Flight was an expeditionary project, led mainly by Jedi Master Jorsk Bayoth, that sent a mission of 6 Jedi Masters, 12 Jedi Knights, and 50,000 men women, and children beyond the borders of the Galactic Republic into the unknown regions, where they hoped to pierce the edge of the galaxy and seek out extragalactic life. Still connected, Anakin decides to question. Anything new with Jedi Master Joruus? No. For now, he has not done anything that would require a report. Outbound Flight was the brainchild of famed Jedi Master Joruus C'baoth. Conceived this year, it was planned as a massive expedition into the unknown regions and eventually beyond the galactic rim to another galaxy. Families would be brought along in hopes of colonizing worlds in the unknown regions and beyond, extending the Galactic Republic's reach. Officially, Outbound Flight was a proposal by the Jedi Council, but the forceful C'baoth assumed control over the project, becoming its main champion. It was C'baoth who convinced the Senate to support and fund the mission. Though hyperspace travel to other galaxies was long thought impossible due to a hyperspace disturbance beyond the edge of the galaxy, C'baoth believed that the Jedi could use the Force to smooth it and allow the vessel to pass. He demonstrated this technique in a turbulent area of space at the edge of the unknown regions, and then recommended that 18 Jedi, including himself, be included in the mission. Anakin had taken a liking to this technique himself and had usurped it, unknowingly, so he would teach his living droids in the future when he decides to extend his small but growing empire beyond. Remember to be careful, as I expect an ambush to occur. Anakin told the living droid on the other side of his mental connection. Yes, Emperor. The droid near shouts mentally. Other than everything that was just recapped, there were other things to keep an eye out for that would require Anakin's attention on board, as he does not want people to die due to a very stupid Jedi Master. Before breaking the connection, the droid speaks up, informing him that it does have something to report. Emperor, before I forget, with your permission. Go on. During the expedition, Joruus C'baoth took over the ship from Captain Pakmilu. Currently, he is extremely strict and unfair to every non-Force-sensitive people. He stole children in the night to train, would not permit decoration, and punish people severely for accidents. The droid finishes. Not all Jedi were as great as they would seem, and some took the Jedi teachings too far. Not that the teachers were not far enough already. Extremes are not healthy or good for either side or point of contention. They would both in the end inevitably become each other, blinded that their respective side is in the right. There are also talks of a rebellion brewing from within. The elite droid continued telepathically communicating. C'baoth's former Padawan, Lorana Jinsler, who disagreed with her master's efforts, tried to appease the disgruntled passengers. Interesting, I could use her in the future. I have become acquainted with her, and I hope to safely get everyone there back to Coruscant alive. Another thing, my Emperor. Again, the droid awaits permission to speak. You may continue. Anakin mentally sighed at how the living droids had been treating him. He was not a prideful person after all, and did not feel great from the chosen title. Obi-Wan Kenobi, your Jedi Master's former apprentice, came aboard the expedition. He had advocated leniency and the ability for parents to choose whether or not to join the aboard training facility, but C'baoth would not listen. The droid paused, collecting its own thoughts before continuing. Kenobi departed at Roxalai, and it would seem C'baoth was very much pleased at Obi-Wan's decision. Makes sense to me. For now, just make sure everyone survives. Anakin had sent more than one living droid before its departure, and had even stealthily escaped the temple to use Mechidaru on the ships everyone was traveling on. Can't leave everything to chance, and I would like to not leave anything to chance at all. Anakin knew it wouldn't be long before Sidious had decided enough was enough and sent someone to deal with a matter that was interfering with his plans. The creation of droids for the Separatist droid armies to be led by Dooku, to be known at this point as Darth Tyrannus. There was not much he could do to put a stop to the full takeover of the droid factories on Geonosis, but Anakin had hoped he had delayed Sidious to prevent any further deaths in the future. He knows of the great catastrophe on Geonosis, and it would be prudent to make sure he could do something about it. Knowing the Jedi, he may not be able to convince them or change their minds, but with less droids there could be less deaths by the time events start to kick off. A battle cry pierces the air as a saber swing is swung down, aiming to land on Anakin's head. He narrowly dodges out of the way as his attacker comes to light. Stop your thinking and fight me. Your distracted state is only making me upset. Upset? I thought the Jedi are meant to control their emotions, Ayla. Anakin replies in a mocking but joking tone. Ayla responds to his tone by aggressively attacking him once again as they both engage in a lightsaber duel, of course using training sabers. She swings downwards, but Anakin parries. Who does that work anyway? How does a blade made of light have the physical capacity to parry? Anakin mentally thinks to himself as Ayla goes in for another swing to his side. Easily dodging, he moves out of the way as yet another saber comes from behind him at the same time, this saber coming from one of his training droids that was now helping Ayla. Swiftly moving around the training room, many other training droids make themselves known and start attacking Anakin as Ayla also resumes her own pursuit after him. Getting tired, are we? Anakin continuously taunts as everything is incapable of touching him, including the now much more skilled Ayla after practicing with Anakin. Nearly out of breath, Ayla leaps one last time, trying something new to catch him off guard, only to fail at the last second as Anakin spins around, disarms, and catches her within his arms. The droids deactivate and retreat after the success of Anakin overcoming Ayla has occurred. You really are not that good at handling a saber, now are you? Blushing quite a bit, Anakin sees it is quite visible to the eye, but decides to not mention anything about it. I thought I had you there, but it seems your talent in replicating what Master Windu has given you the ability to see any and all of my actions. Ayla replies, sounding a little but hurt considering she had been at this for an entire month now. True, Anakin states simply. Ayla and Anakin had grown close, very close, but due to many things, nothing had really happened between the two. Considering that Ayla doesn't seem to take into account Anakin's actual age, he would say this is progress. I have a few flaws I need to work on, don't I? Ayla questions in a knowing tone. Yes, feedback is important for growth after all. Stagnation will hinder your progress into becoming better or improving. Ayla sighs. Great. After the events that had happened the year prior, Ayla had been trying to recuperate and recover from the events that took place on a mission she had gotten passionate about. This led to her brief influence under the dark side of the Force, and she had come back to the Jedi not long after. She had gotten all the guidance she could, but had been inevitably drawn to someone special. At least, someone special to her, but she knows he was special to others as well. She could see it in the eyes of her master, Quinlan Vos, whenever she mentioned Anakin. Lost for a while now, she had been stuck within the Jedi Temple doing nothing and lazing around then. That crazy but inconsequential droid attack happened, which led to her meeting with Skywalker. You should have some rest for now before we continue. It would seem I have exhausted you. Anakin said to Ayla, whom was in her thoughts. What? Ayla says before registering what he said. Oh, well, yes. I think I will. She had felt something weird growing from within, a feeling she had not had before, and it was exhilarating, anxiety-inducing, and strangely warm. This all happened when she was near Anakin. These feelings only increased, but she tried to suppress it despite Anakin influencing her to not follow the Jedi Code blindly. She was still quite blinded, but had been only recently opened up to the dangers of the world. She did not want to go to anyone about this, as for some reason she had felt embarrassed, but that did not mean she didn't want to identify these emotions. What was even stranger still was the weird occurrences that would happen every so often. A special connection had been unknowingly made between the two all by accident, and she had been subject to the effects. But because of the specialness of Anakin, it was taken to an even stranger degree. She was able to see and feel what many people were feeling, well, at least to her what she considered many beings. First was Anakin. She could view through his eyes, hear through his ears, feel what he touched. Everything. When nearby to each other, she could distinctly feel his thoughts and emotions, but it was strange, as if there was some sort of barrier erected that was keeping her out. As time progressed, it got stronger until eventually she was able to know what Anakin felt, his emotions and all. It was a strange experience, and she had considered going to someone for this, but as for now, she would take some time to see more before wanting some guidance. Especially since the guidance Master Yoda gave me was so helpful. She rolled her eyes at the thought. Strangely enough, she could sense what Anakin was going to do as well. Instinctively, she had strong desire to be protective of him, and had noticed their synergy together was extremely powerful. That was not the only experiences she had, as she also saw through the eyes of another droids, as if she was in control of the droids, directing their actions. She wasn't able to glean any information by doing this, though. It was chaotic, and she unable to gain any from this strange perspective. Again, unknowingly another effect of being unknowingly bonded to Anakin. All of these symptoms she was experiencing was the result of a special bond, a special connection that is so rare and unheard of but just so happened to appear here. Anakin had noticed these effects on himself, but had not had the intense reactions Ayla had. And if he were to connect the dots, if Ayla told him what she was experiencing, he would know what it was. A Force dyad. A Force dyad, also known as a dyad in the Force, was a rare type of Force bond that paired two Force-sensitive beings and made them one in the Force. The power of a dyad was as strong as life itself, and the individuals who formed a dyad shared a connection that spanned across space and time. The only thing was, how did this happen? For now, Anakin would not find out about this and about how a dyad had formed between himself and Ayla until the future, which would lead to some interesting results. I think it may be best to keep this to myself for a while, at least until I figure this thing out some more. Ayla thought to herself before some more selfish thoughts entered her mind. Maybe I should just keep this to myself. It is something between Anakin and I after all. The Shrine in the Depths. An ancient Sith shrine situated at a Force Vergence on the planet Coruscant, constructed before the rise of the modern Galactic Republic. However, the residual power of the dark side inherent in the shrine seeped out over the intervening millennia, weakening the precognitive abilities of the Order. This weakening would result in the Supreme Chancellor, otherwise known as Darth Sidious, to rule supreme. The Sith constructed the shrine on the planet Coruscant on top of a sacred spire, a powerful light side vergence, hoping to corrupt it with the dark side of the Force, which eventually succeeded. The enormous black edifice stood against the Coruscant sky as a symbol of Sith dominance until it was razed by the Jedi at the end of a great war. In a symbolic attempt to bury the legacy of the Sith that had been left behind on the galactic capital, following the Sith Order's defeat, eventually the Four Masters erected the Jedi Temple over the shrine's foundations. That was until Anakin Skywalker, the prophesied Chosen One, had secretly been hard at work uncovering the shrine, looking for information about the techniques available to someone practicing the dark side of the Force. Anakin, along with some droids, the droids that had flown under the radar as just some simple training droids meant to help him, were now accompanying Anakin into the depths. These droids were not living and did not have access to the Force, but were good enough to help him in this venture. Symbols covered the walls. A deep dark red hue illuminated the shrine, centered at the middle, along with nothing sitting in its place but a simple-looking holocron. Broken pillars that were quite high up off the ground were just about ready to crumble. What is this? Anakin knew that coming down here the energies of the dark side would be prominent, and was most certainly going to find only the shrine. It would seem he was incorrect, as there was something conveniently placed right at the center. A pyramid-shaped object that gave off a red light of its own. A Sith holocron located beneath that shouldn't be. Anakin thought to himself, then commanded his droids. Spread throughout the area, and make sure to check for other corridors that may lead to other areas. Do not enter them just yet, and be alert just in case. The various droids fanned outwards and helped to secure the area. Moving towards the shrine, Anakin walks up while feeling his own connection to the Force surge. Controlling the energies here is hard because it is a convergence point that was corrupted. If it was originally of the dark, Anakin would not have any problems, but because it was of the light and then corrupted, it was especially malicious. Walking up the steps, getting closer and closer, Anakin feels his natural instincts tell him to not go towards the Sith holocron. Why? Because of the inherent darkness that lay within. The droids had now safely assumed their positions, reporting that there was no other corridors or hallways connecting to a larger infrastructure. Only the entrance created by Anakin leading towards the shrine that is contained within a large room. No hesitation could be seen on Anakin's face as he advanced towards the unknown. Yes, yes, yes. Anakin could start to hear voices. Voices of a time long past, trying so desperately to be heard. The cries and distant surges of angry screams kept tearing through his mind, but his mental shields helped prevent any further damage once he caught on to the mental manipulation being down. Come to me, come to me. A disembodied voice speaks to him telepathically. Anakin keeps getting closer. Closer, yes, closer still. Power, unfathomable power. None the likes of what you have seen. The disembodied voice continues trying to agitate Anakin. Take it. It is your destiny to become so much more. So much more. Peace is a lie. There's only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. The voice started to chant over and over, overlapping many times. The tenets of the Sith are more than just words to be memorized. Learn them, understand them. They will lead you to the true power of the Force, the power of the dark side. Conflict forces one to better oneself. It forces change, growth, adaptation, evolution, or death. It is our goal to be stronger, to achieve our potential, and not rest upon our laurels. We are the seekers, not the shepherds. Without strife, the victory has no meaning. Without strife, one does not advance. Without strife, there is only stagnation. Unless the victory is achieved by demonstrating that your power is superior, it is only an illusion. Temporary at best. We seek more. One who has freed themselves from all restrictions has reached perfection, their potential fulfilled. Perfect strength, perfect power, perfect destiny. The Force is our servant and our master, our teacher and our companion, a weapon and a tool. Know it, and you know the universe. Master it, and you master the universe. Strive for perfection, and the Force shall reward you. The same disembodied voice kept repeating all of these words, the chant of the Sith code, and so much more, all overlapping, creating a dissonant effect. Anakin, as if immune to the headache the voice was trying to create, continued his jaunt up the steps of the altar. Upon reaching the top, the voice stops its insistent and annoying mad rambling. The top of the altar, the shrine, was huge enough to fit a few of himself, and it formed a circular pattern alternating along the edges. Anakin got closer to the middle, as an uneasy silence had now filled the room, and reached down to pick up the Sith holocron placed at the center. Immediately after, Anakin was assaulted with visions that disoriented him a bit before he regained control of his mind. The vision entails a conversation between two people. Why did you have to try and search for that? A female voice said. What? Did you not believe I could achieve what I was looking for? Perfection. Absolute perfection in human form. A result of the Sith abilities within the dark side. The masculine voice said, Perfection? What you're trying to create are nothing but monsters. The feminine voice then continued, I don't think you understand the scale of your operation just yet. The things these beings would be capable of would cause destruction of untold scale. A paltry price that I am willing to pay. The male continued, For all shall know me, or of me within the future to come. My legacy shall be spread throughout the galaxy. It is wrong of you to try something like this. Dangerous, and quite possibly will turn against you in the end. No matter what you do, it would inevitably come back to bite you in the ass. Rubbish. Do you think the Jedi are strong enough to topple me? The dark side of the Force is much more powerful. Your arrogance will be your downfall. Enough of this. I need to get back to creating my masterpiece. You shall see. In the future I will be known. I will be feared, my very name echoed across time and space. Nearing the end now of the flashback, the male figure finished off. All shall know me, for I am Terra Astartes. There was not much to be found underneath, but there was a special holocron with information pertaining to the manipulation of the body. An ancient Sith had left their knowledge behind inside this holocron, but unfortunately, it was incomplete. Strangely enough, it was not a standard holocron that would have a being be imprinted onto the artifact, but was only a list of things pertaining to the manipulation of a human form. Incomplete as they may be, but was intriguing nonetheless. The creation of a specialized system to create human super soldiers. The creation germ cells and viral machines that have been genetically engineered to develop into the various organs that are implanted into a normal human adolescent male to transform him into a transhuman being. Developed during an era now bygone, this would be the start of a project that Anakin would use to his advantage. He could also see some similarities over what this could do and what the other genetic manipulations from others has done. The difference being this one was more successful, but incomplete and not as perfect as the male figure had wanted it to be. Anakin had secured the temple underneath by leaving behind some of his droids to cover the entrance, as no doubt people within the temple would be interested in this. Interested in trying to destroy it, that is. It wouldn't matter to him either way. He had come to study and discover if there was anything left behind by the ancient Sith. He had gotten what he had wanted. A vergence in the Force was located here and could be used to his advantage. A vergence, or nexus point, was a phenomenon of the Force that was centered around a place or object, and in rare instances, around an individual. A vergence was a place in the galaxy where the Force flowed the most freely, in a concentrated wellspring of energy that could be more easily harnessed by those sensitive to its power. He, of course, could count himself as one as well. No doubt others within the Order would agree, and at the top of that list would be Kagan. Vergences are locations within the galaxy where the Force is heavily concentrated around places, objects, or individuals, and easily manipulated by forceful beings. The Jedi Order created many theories on how vergences were created and why, but all theories put forward showed great flaws. Vergences could appear anywhere in the galaxy and varied in size, from entire planets to a single room. Many vergences in the Force appeared at locations with a strong history of its presence, where Force users gathered or great tragedies occurred. The laws of time and space did not confine a vergence, as they could exist outside it. Vergences could exist for a single moment in history, or be maintained for millennia. They could grow and expand, or diminish completely. Not all vergences were the same. Some encouraged certain abilities, such as giving visitors visions or strengthening psychokinetic ability. Both the Jedi Order and the Sith sought out these vergences and used them for their individual purposes. These groups often built temples around or over top of a nexus, or used the vergence as a talisman if it was centered around an object. Legends and prophecies spoke of vergences forming around individuals, a rare occurrence that had not been studied well by either order. With Anakin, he had become sort of subject to be studied himself. He did not totally dislike the way that sometimes he was treated, but that does not mean he liked it either. When it came to Coruscant and the shrine underneath, that Sith holocron had been at the center of such a vergence and had become imbued with the energies of the Force. This is likely why Anakin had experienced such weird happenings and events upon arrival and ascension upon the altar. The holocron he now has possession over would be called a talisman. Objects left in the presence of a Force nexus for extended amounts of time eventually became saturated with the Force, which imbued the object with special abilities. Examples including a blade edge that will never dull, the ability to absorb certain Force powers like Force lightning and electric judgment, or even the ability to enhance the wielder's perception of time, allowing him to think and react faster than otherwise possible. This effect allowed even a being who wasn't Force-sensitive to use the talisman to a great degree. Moreover, objects imbued with a particular aspect of the Force, be it light or dark, could actually become so saturated as to make their very presence intolerable to those of opposite alignment. Now that Anakin had come into possession of such an object, he could feel the corrupting energies of the dark side, and it was true that he would have felt repulsion if he was only in line with the light. Its energies radiated darkness, not only because of the original creator being a Sith, but the location of interest as well. I'm excited to find out the uses of this object, as there should be much more to this holocron other than the information stored within. Other than Anakin being a virgin within the Force himself, there was another that existed long ago, that took place during the Mandalorian Wars around 4,000 years prior to now. Her name being Mitras Surik. But I think that is enough of a history lesson for now. I should really start delving into the knowledge that is within my grasp. Kaminoans were a tall, thin amphibian sentient species native to the isolated extragalactic aquatic planet of Kamino, living in large, stilted, domed cities that rose high above the ocean's surface. Kaminoans were known to specialize in pioneering cloning and genetic engineering, as well as developing technologies for various clients, including the Galactic Republic. Now, their list on clientele will increase by one. Anakin, dressed in his Vader suit, had communicated with the Kaminoans because of the information he had gotten from the Sith holocron, with which it contained the secrets to becoming a superior human, transcendent above a normal human and transforming themselves into a superhuman. Kaminoans usually keep to themselves, and to get a deeper understanding of why they are heavily invested into genetic engineering is because of purpose. The Kaminoans don't create without a purpose. While Kamino remained unknown to most, the Kaminoan skill in engineering and genetic engineering was whispered of in some parts of the underworld. While Anakin had wanted to get an in with the Kaminoans, he did not need it originally, but now he would need to approach them to try and convince them of his desires. Within his Vader persona, he had gotten outside of the Jedi Temple, or to be more specific, he had renovated the Sith Shrine underneath into an appropriate base of operations here on Coruscant. It was here that he would conduct himself in his Vader persona to control and plan things out, at least while he as Anakin was on lockdown within the temple. For now, he had secured a valid and encrypted connection to the Kaminoans and was going to use it. Calling in, the Kaminoans are quick to pick up. Both sides see the respective holographic figures appear from their own ends. Greetings. It has come to our attention that you wish to use our services. Vader on the other end replies, yes. You must know by now that we Kaminoans do not just help anyone. Not without a benefit of our own, not without a purpose. I know of this fact. The Kaminoan on the other end questions Vader's intent. For which purpose is this meeting called? Do you also wish to have clones, some genetic manipulation of sorts to be applied to yourself or others? Or are you only here to waste our time? Vader's breathing on the other end starts to unnerve the Kaminoan as he pauses to create the desired effect. I have something that might be of some interest to you, to all of those who practice medicine within your people. Noting the silence on the other side as curiosity, Vader continues. I have discovered some very useful information that pertains to the manipulation of genetics. Genetics in particular to do with humans and their development from young to old. I wish to complete and perfect the source of this information. The Kaminoan at this point, interested, introduces himself. Well, before we properly begin, I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Lama Su, and I am the statesman who leads the ruling council of Kamino. Vader replies, you may simply call me Vader. I am of no particular significance, but come from the recently liberated planet of Tatooine. I am here on behalf of the people of Tatooine to help further increase our military and wish to create something incredibly powerful. I have heard about Tatooine. Supposedly your planet is under the control of some sort of criminal empire, is it not? Yes, but you are wrong because Tatooine is currently not under any criminal. It has come under the rule of a governmental body that is a combination of a democracy and monarchy together. Interesting, it would seem that I myself have missed out on some interesting news, but let's get back on topic. Tell me more about this interesting bit of information you have stumbled across. Like I said, it is based of creating germ cells and viral machines that would be used to develop into various organs. Vader then continues. More specifically, it has been developed for those who are human. That sounds interesting indeed, and we have been and still currently are in the process of experiments that include human DNA. Lama Su and Vader then continued to discuss the terms of their agreement to do things, and an interesting little tidbit did pop up that surprised and somewhat offended the Kaminoans. I wish to bring some other things into this project, or more specifically, I wish to bring in researchers and medical technicians of my own. Vader said. Not to get too angry quickly, Lama Su waited for Vader to finish. They will be of great assistance, and in fact should not get in the way of what we plan to do. Vader presented to them the concept of the droids he had under his command, and while this did not concern Lama Su too much, if at all, because of droids' imitations, he was nonetheless intrigued, but decided that his employer would not like him asking questions. The Kaminoans did not need anything of too much importance from Vader except the information he so graciously provided, and the payment was Republic credits. Something which Vader had confirmed he could provide. Being the calculative species that they were completely independent of the Republic and had no need to report about themselves, which increased their autonomy. But this limited them to relying on the Republic still. The Kaminoans performed calculations and came to believe it was less risky to work on their own, as they could have been colonized, lost resources, and undergone a change in culture. The Kaminoans also preserved the land-based species and adapted themselves, their flora, and their fauna to survive on the changed planet, again establishing why their species were such great geneticists. Maybe not as ethical as they could be, but if scientists had their way with the galaxy, everything would be put under the knife to further the survivability of the species. It just may come under a heavy price. The first thing the Kaminoans had to do was the creation of the genetic data necessary for the transformation process. They needed to use something for a basis, and what better sample than Anakin himself, provided they were to use his genetics for the process. Using his cells, they would then use viral machines to manipulate and shape what his cell samples are to become. Organs specialized for Anakin, made from Anakin. He was given a time frame within which they could complete and perfect the first few implants that he wanted, and it should be that within this very year, they would complete it, taking the first step in becoming a superhuman being. It was just the year prior she had been celebrated and re-elected to represent her people. Re-elected as the Queen of Naboo. Many things had happened over the course of 3 years. So much so, she was starting to feel the overwhelming pressure, but she did not cave. Not once did she break down, but had risen from the situations and events presented to her. With some help, she had even not needed to worry too much about their protection anymore. The boy known as Anakin had taken up a special place within her heart, and for some reason, she quite missed the boy. After the invasion, she had many responsibilities to get back to, which included looking after the well-being of her people. Her actions throughout the crisis earned her immense popularity with the people, and the Naboo and Gungans became officially unified during a celebration in Theed, attended by Supreme Chancellor Palpatine and by the Jedi whom had protected her. After the celebration, Padme was approached by the Jedi Master Kagan who, on behalf of the Jedi Council, and in agreement with the Supreme Chancellor, asked her to keep all knowledge of the Sith a secret. Padme had heard some very weird or strange rumors circulating within the Republic, and no matter how small these voices were, she had taken a keen interest once she discovered it had to do with the planet Anakin had come from. Tatooine, the planet with which she did not like all too much. The heat was not to her preference, and the outlaws that stay in that area. Quite not right. My queen, I believe it would be prudent that you stay away from coming in contact with that planet or those in power. One of her advisors had told her. From what I have heard, the people of Tatooine have freed themselves of their oppressors and have taken examples from the Republic on how to better their situation. While that may be true, Your Highness, in general, it should be taken as a rule that systems that have not been included into the Republic are dangerous, especially those in the Outer Rims. She did not disagree with that statement, as she had done some research of her own into the political situation within the Outer Rims, and there was an empire run by the Hutts, infamous in their criminal acts. I cannot just refuse to help them. Ever the compassionate woman, she was concerned with the people there. Whatever aid she could provide, she would try. Given the situation on Naboo had gone back to peace and had been prospering ever since their agreement with the Gungans. Your Highness, I still strongly disagree with anything you would like to do. Well, you'll just have to deal with it. What Padme was confused about, however, was why Tatooine and their elected officials were refusing to become a part of the Galactic Republic considering their situation. Something even more outrageous to her while not outrageous, but extremely surprising, was the object of the people on Tatooine's affections. The Skywalker family. Even though not a lot of people knew exactly of what had happened, people had come to know of the ascension from an ordinary family that only comprised of Shmi and Anakin Skywalker into a type of monarchy. Most of the power was actually given to Shmi, given that Anakin had to give up all worldly things when becoming a Jedi. But if he were to ever return, he would return a prince, a king, maybe even an emperor of his own. Now having a personal connection with the current ruling monarch of Tatooine, Padme had decided to contact Shmi Skywalker. No doubt, she would be struggling to come to terms with her sudden election into power. The people trusted her, but what was even more important was her being the mother of Anakin and her own contributions toward the common folk. She had established some messages being sent between herself and Shmi, but there was never a time that they could talk in full about what had happened. "Hello, Your Highness." Shmi, ever the humble and polite woman, had addressed her. "No. It is I that should be calling you by your title." Padme had not informed Shmi of her real identity, so she does not know that herself as Padme is in actuality the same as the queen she is now. Chuckling to herself, Shmi seems as if she was minorly stressed out from her predicament. "Your Highness, I am grateful for your call, but am confused as to why you have all of a sudden reached out to me." Padme decides that discretion will be needed because she still keeps her advisor's words in mind. "There is no need to be thankful. You have done more for me than I have done for you. That is why I am willing to repay the favor." Shmi may not be ready to adapt to a political lifestyle, but had been in the business world enough to help cultivate her leadership abilities. "Truly, I don't think we are in desperate need of anything at this moment." And Shmi was correct in saying this, as from all reports everything had been going swimmingly. "Really?" Padme says in a dubious tone before saying, "There must be something, anything really." "No." Shmi knows better than to divulge now important state secrets to others, even if they are trusted allies. The queen to her was obviously only still a stranger she has had some minor dealing with in the past. "I could help you come to terms with your new position," Padme suggests. "I could provide assistance not in terms of economic or militaristic options, but diplomatically, and even give advice on how to govern." Shmi thinks it over, thinking it is actually a good option, but decides to one-up her deal. "Your Highness is very kind, but an offer of that sort should be compensated in some way." "Nonsense. I have no need for anything monetary or of anything else you could offer. If I may suggest, I think it would be better to form an official alliance between the two of us. This way there will be a valid reason for your insistence on your providence of assistance." Padme thinks it is a good idea and berates herself for not coming up with an idea of sort herself. "Some sort of non-aggression pact. That would be best. Your Highness, given the culture of your people, it would not be a good idea for other reasons." "That is true." Padme, with no hesitation, agrees. "I believe that settles that. Now on to other subjects, just to satiate my curiosity." "What might that be, Your Highness?" Padme starting to get annoyed at how Shmi was addressing her. She first gets this out of the way. "Please, Queen Dowager, I think that is enough of the fancy terms of addressing me." Becoming much more emboldened, Shmi decides that what she had said is fine with her. "Okay, then what should I call you?" Smiling, Padme decides to drop the bomb that Shmi has not become aware of yet. "Just call me Padme." The Kaminoans sure do work fast. It had only been 3 months, and they had already perfected the first few implants using his DNA. Considering they have a much larger project to work on, in particular the clones, it makes sense that it would not take too long to complete something like this. At least it didn't take long to complete the implants because the initial concept, outline, and planning of the set of implants was already created. Today, of all days, he will be going through with them. Some alterations were made to the process to make it easier and better to go through with the process. His medical droids, the ones that had been granted a living consciousness, were now professionally trained and were fully capable of doing the surgical procedures needed. "My Emperor, we are ready to start the procedure," a living droid said to Anakin as they stood within the Sith temple located beneath the Coruscant Jedi Temple. The shrine had been redecorated and renovated to fit what Anakin desired. It would be a great place to do surgery, hidden away from the rest of the world, and he had in fact been granted some leave, some time to rest. This, combined with his own physical regenerative abilities, should give him enough time to recuperate from the insertion on implants. Anakin moving over to the specific part of the room that entails an entirely new entrance to another part of the Sith temple. Other medical droids that were not a part of Living Group also followed along, so as to assist the living medical droids. Before, Anakin could have left to go toward a shop that had a special room reserved for himself here on Coruscant, but now he had a whole building he owned. Well, his mother owned, but that is besides the point. Now, he had moved everything from there to the shrine underneath, because it provided greater security measures and, above all else, a better state of secrecy. Other things have been renovated to better uphold the infrastructure, so the place doesn't collapse on him or any of the droids working down here. Moving on to the surgery and implants, there are a total of 19 types of implants, but Anakin was only to have the first 3 introduced. There is obviously more to the lineup of implants, and Anakin had felt it was incomplete. So too did the Kaminoans. Let's begin. Anakin spoke as he had to align himself to the dark side of the Force while within the shrine. He had noticed that if he does not align his Force signature with the dark side, while being this close to the Vergence located down here, he would feel repulsed. Laying down on the surgical table, Anakin awaits for the operation to start. My Emperor, as many of these implants are neural in nature, it is important to note that for many of these implantations the subject must be awake for the surgery, and the mind cannot be dulled by the use of painkillers. The living medical droid spoke of the pitfalls of the process. I know of the consequences, and I am fine with the process. Many of these organs are cultured in vitro from his modified cells, whilst others require that his modified cells be injected into his body and then grow into a new organ using his own physiological processes. Anakin would use the modified cells' organs to unleash and control the metabolic processes that would transform him from an ordinary mortal into a superhuman. First, I believe that this should be given an official name. Before the operation begins, Anakin decides he would like to start calling the modified cells through another name. Deciding to be a bit narcissistic, he says, I will now dub this the Sky Seed. The Sky Seed itself is encoded with all the genetic information needed to reshape ordinary human cell clusters into the special organs he would possess in those instances where they are not directly implanted after being cultured outside the body. The Sky Seed contains genetically engineered viral machines, which rebuild the human body according to the biological template contained within it and originally crafted by the combined scientific acumen of the Anakin, the Kaminoans, and living medical droids. Seeing the process is about to begin, Anakin stills himself preparing for the pain of the process. Now, being put on a knife, Anakin starts to think about what these implants would do. The secondary heart is the first and least difficult of the 19 Sky Seed organ implants I would receive to transform myself. It resembles a smaller version of the human heart and is implanted in the chest cavity and connected to the rest of the neophyte's circulatory and pulmonary systems near the original heart. Its function is to enhance the performance by supplying more oxygen and nutrients to the muscles by increasing blood flow well beyond that capable for even the most fit normal human being. In the event of combat damage to or failure of the original heart, the secondary heart is usually capable of pumping enough blood through the circulatory system to maintain survival until I can be treated. The surgery was lasting a very long time and would take the entirety of the day to complete. The os modula is the second of the 19 Sky Seed organs to be implanted. This implant, surgically placed alongside the pituitary gland at the base of the brain, thus becoming a part of the endocrine system, secretes a specially engineered form of human growth hormone. When the effects of this hormone are combined with a diet laced with microscopic ceramic-based minerals, they will act to synthesize the rapid growth of the skeletal-muscular system, which results in superhuman strength and massive size compared to a baseline human male. It was projected that 2 years after the surgery to implant the os modula is completed, the myskeleton will be larger and exponentially stronger than a normal man's, with growth having topped out at around 2.1 to 2.3 meters in height, with an equivalent amount of skeletal muscular mass. During this time, the rib cage will fuse into a solid mass of bulletproof, interlaced bone plates. The resulting structure protects the organs from damage in a way the normal human skeleton never could, though at the price of producing greater difficulties for the medical professionals when they must perform surgeries on his body cavity. The Biscopia is the third of the 19 skyseed organs to be implanted into myself. This organ enhances physical combat ability and survivability to superhuman levels should I live to become a fully transformed being. This organ is implanted into the chest cavity. It is small, approximately spherical, and, like the os modula, its primary action is hormonal. The presence of the Biscopia stimulates muscle growth throughout the body, greatly increasing physical strength. It can be implanted at the same time as the first two organs, the secondary heart and the os modula, generally between the 10th and 12th standard human years of age. The nanosuit that Anakin had achieved symbiosis with had, in fact, not been a problem when the droids were hard at work operating on him. Exactly because of symbiosis. He could retract the armor. Consciously and subconsciously, he has complete control over its form over himself, and most of the time it is hidden. If Anakin were to somehow go completely unconscious, the suit would appear fully around his form. Anakin was many things. Most, if not everyone he had met would call him kind by nature, compassionate in wanting to do something, to create actions that brought about change for the better. But there is the other side of him, his possessiveness, his greed, his lust for things, people, power. Most of this ambitious nature to seek out perfection comes in line with the Sith code. His passion, his drive, everything about him radiated that there was more to the universe than what anyone could possibly hope to imagine. For Anakin, though, just because there were more darker parts of his personality did not mean he rejected these aspects and threw them away. No, he embraced it fully, which leads us to the current situation where Anakin had sent some droids into a system that was quarantined. No visitor, no one was allowed to come here, for if they do, only death would seek them back. The lens system, once referred to as the Rakata system or Star Forge system, was the system in the unknown regions containing the planet of Lan and the Star Forge. Statement: we are here. The Emperor had said he wanted to locate the remains of the Star Forge. -47 Hong Kong dollars said as he was in command. ABO, the star of the system, was feeding the Star Forge built by the Rakata and placed close to the sun. The system afterward became part of the Galactic Republic. Following the Battle of Rakata Prime, the wreckage of the Star Forge and the vessels lost during the battle made the system difficult to navigate. After the Jedi Civil War, the Republic made the entire land system a protected historical site and dictated that it was not to be entered without permission. This lasted until the Republic Dark Age, when the crumbling government could no longer protect the location. Sir, we have arrived. Current location, land system, unknown regions, tempered wastes. Inquiry: what planets orbit this star? Reporting: that would be planets of War, Meldina, Taxiode, Lan, Destin, Jerops, Sul, Verla Clest, and Dingbriar that orbit the star named ABO. The planet Lan, also referred to as Rakata, Rakata Prime, and the Unknown World, was the homeworld of the Rakata species and the secret capital of their infinite empire. Looking towards their planet of interest, -47 Hong Kong dollars commands those on the ship they are on to descend. Statement: let's take a closer look. This planet's a technological graveyard. One droid says looking at the mass destruction caused by the great wars of the past. The droids may not be all talk, but sometimes they could not hold back from vocalizing their amazement at the wreckage. Even the lifeless could see the view is quite something. Land was a tropical world in a remote and relatively unknown corner of the galaxy, known as the Tempered Wastes, a largely void area of space. Its surface was largely covered by oceans dotted by numerous clusters of islands and archipelagos. It was the only habitable planet in the land system, but it used to share an orbit around its primary star with the Star Forge, an ancient Rakatan space station and factory which drew its fuel directly from the system's primary star. The planet itself was orbited by two small moons, but one of them was close enough to be visible from the surface during daylight, covering a significant portion of the sky. Statement: Go down. We are to recover the fragments of the Star Forge. The Emperor wants what is rightfully his. Artificial intelligence is a weird thing, especially within the galaxy here. The technology can imitate life, where droids could have personalities of their own, but were not considered fully living, sentient, and sapient beings. The droids created by Anakin to live could be considered alive, but not in the biological sense. With the Starforge, Anakin would be able to do so much more to further his powers within the Force, his understanding of creation, and the process of transference of power. It is lamentable that the Emperor would be unable to acquire Darth Raven's Sith holocron. -47 Hong Kong dollars, thought to itself. Landing safely and secure. HK, along with the droid battalion it had come with, started to explore the islands and the archipelagos surrounding it. Everything, all of the bits and pieces of the Starforge had been sunk deep beneath the oceans of land. The Starforge was a giant automated shipyard, designed to create the most powerful army of all time. It was constructed by the Rakatan Infinite Empire 5,000 years before the rise of the Galactic Republic. The Starforge drew energy and matter from a nearby star which, when combined with the power of the Force, was capable of creating an endless supply of ships, droids, and other war material. The Rakata, also known as the Builders, constructed the massive space station through the use of slaves from many subject worlds including Belsavis, Corellia, Coruscant, Denton, Drawl, Duro, Kashyyyk, Manayan, Salonia, Slaheran, Malastare, and Tatooine. This technological marvel came at a terrible cost, as the Rakata were by nature a cruel and savage species. The Starforge began feeding off these negative traits inherent in its creators. As a result, the Starforge became an immense tool of dark side power. The Starforge, now a fusion of technology and dark side energies, began corrupting the Rakata in order to gain the immense power it required to operate itself and ultimately cause the collapse of the Rakata Empire. -47 Hong Kong dollars feared what may come if his emperor wanted to reconstruct such a dangerous artifact, but its better judgment is clouded by its devotion to his emperor. But certainly my emperor, to want this marvel of technology means he has a means or method on controlling it. -47 Hong Kong dollars then realizes why his emperor is so bold. He could use Mechidaru. The Starforge may have been semi-sentient at once, but has now dies, and if his emperor were to imbue himself, his energy into a newly constructed Starforge created out of the previous forges remains, it should be under control. If his emperor could control millions of droids and ships, surely he would be capable enough to mantle such an abyss of the Force. HK started to realize his heretical thoughts. Oh no, I have detected heresy within my programming. All jokes aside, Anakin would not have been a good leader if he did not allow those beneath him to think for themselves, as they could help him make up for his failures. Statement: We won't need to modify the terrain, but we'll need to secretly bring in more transportation ships to go back and forth between here and Tatooine. Command: You there, get to work on this while the others will set up base. -47 Hong Kong dollars then continues. We need to start construction of powerful submarines capable enough of salvaging the wreckage. Roger, Roger. A group of droids replied. Anakin wanted to cooperate further with the Kaminoans, especially after the good job they had done. The problem with his living droids was starting to become more and more prominent, and the only droid that was alive that did not have this problem was -47 Hong Kong dollars. What he had in mind was the transference of the living droid's consciousness into a new body, one that was biologically living and not reliant on the Force to keep them alive. This led down the path of merging man and machine, synthetic beings made and genetically modified to live like a normal life form. The only things is that the living droids may lose out on their ability to use the Force because their problem had to do with midi-chlorians. The transfer of consciousness of the soul would be extremely hard to achieve if they were normal, living, biological-based beings. For Anakin, because of their machine nature, it makes it all the easier for him to accomplish the impossibility of immortality. Sadly, because of their nature, they would continue to exist, no doubt, and if they died, they could just insert themselves into another pre-made body. The droids should be rewarded after everything they have done for him, and it is only right that I help them extend their lifespan indefinitely. What would happen was that their synthetic bodies would be exchangeable, kind of like alter carbon, where the chip that stores their consciousness, their soul, could go into new bodies. This is the benefit of the droids becoming synthetic. My Emperor, I would like to report. The mental connection had opened up, giving way to a conversation between Anakin and negative 47 Hong Kong dollars. Report. We have gone to the system and planet you wanted us to go to and have been able to locate minimal parts from the Star Forge. Continue. Most of everything we have found so far were the closest to the island we currently inhabit. The sea is vast, and the area we have landed on indicates higher levels of metal alloys, thus making it highly likely this is the area where the Star Forge crashed. Casualties? No casualties are to be reported, as what has happened so far is only minor expeditions into the sea that were not too deep. But I expect a greater number of losses going by the calculations so far. Assessment on the damaged parts so far. Our analysis has detected the cause of destruction was from some type of high-caliber explosion, and the other damage present is from the impact and atmosphere changes upon re-entry. Cost to benefit analysis? From what was analyzed, the benefits still outweigh the cost if it can be properly rebuilt. My Emperor, if I may suggest. Go on. I would like an increase in manpower. Considering the scale of the operation, would it not be best to send more droids to accelerate the process? Agreed. I will send more droids your way, but it will take time to get them all, considering that they would have to get there covertly. Thank you, Emperor. You may go now. Negative 47 Hong Kong dollars cut the mental communication between the two with haste to get back to his work, and as soon as it was given leave by its Emperor. Back to the topic at hand. Anakin wanted to recreate the living droids by transplanting their souls, their consciousness, into a synthetic form that would be a mesh of the best of both worlds. It would be human-based. What they would get was the standard human baseline build, but with a twist. The bodies would be grown from scratch and would go through the same process he is doing to himself now. I can't be having my droids be put into inferior bodies now, can I? Even if they would lose their potential within the Force, at least they would live and have superior physical forms. Another thing about the previous created for his now dubbed Sky Seed was that it was only meant to be compatible for humans, specifically human males. Anakin had decided that if he wanted to create synthetic beings, he would not want to limit them to only the bodies of men, but would grant them choice, even if limited to humans. In the future, the Sky Seed may develop some variations for other species and their physiologies, but for now, I will have to keep it simple, at least as simple as this process can be. Anakin thinks to himself, who knows, maybe because of my high midichlorian count, it would also inadvertently increase the Force sensitivity for the sense once implanted. Within the Jedi High Council's special meeting room, a lot of people had come and converged in towards a spot to discuss some things. Things in particular related to the Chosen One, Anakin Skywalker. Their discoveries about what had happened on Tatooine from the start did not reveal anything too damning, but after further rumors and investigation, they had come to the information exposed to the public about Anakin's status as some sort of prince. Other weird happenings have been going on as well, like the shift within the Force they felt very recently, but they could not connect that to Anakin, nor were they considering its dark nature. Call you all, today I have. Master Yoda spoke as everyone had gathered and taken their respective seats. There were the Jedi Masters, Yoda, Yaddle, Yariel Poof, Coleman Trebor, Even Peel, Eithkoth, Kiadimundi, Depa Balaba, Adi Gallia, Mace Windu, PLO Kun, and CC Tyan. Some old and some new faces were present among the bunch. Kagan was also present, but instead of having a seat, he has to stand in the center amongst the seated masters. Master Yoda, what is this about? Mace had asked the diminutive green alien. About young Skywalker it is. Depa Balaba speaks her mind. It would seem the apprentice, the Chosen One, has gotten somewhat of a cult following back on his homeworld. I have become aware of this. Kagan responded, I as well have become aware. Mace also replies, something to do with the rebellion, perhaps. Yoda spoke with humming to himself. Everyone had become enlightened to the actions taken by Anakin, and not a lot of them liked it, but did not go against their cause for peace, considering all he did was help indirectly by providing aid and being compassionate. What they did not like was the clear disobedience to their instructions, but also how he did not fully commit to and follow the code. Perhaps Padawan Skywalker needs some lessons to do with the code again. PLO Kun added. Has he not been fully briefed on what is expected of him? Ki-Adi-Mundi spoke. Murmurs broke out among and around as everyone engaged with their own thoughts, their own opinions and interpretations of what had happened. The events that took place definitely seemed to shake the cause of peace. Kagan decides to clear any doubt. I'm assuming that this is not about that incident again. Surely everyone here must know that Anakin did nothing more, nothing less when it came to that situation. Mace was quick to jump on Qui-Gon's bandwagon. This is true. Besides the point, he has already been punished because of this, and will be much more severely punished should any future action like this is to take place. Mace was both serious and not, because he has grown attached to the boy. Even though attachments are not allowed, it still happens. What were the Jedi to expect? That two people, master and student, who will spend a lot of time together, would not start to develop some type of relationship? Father to son, mother to daughter, brother to sister, sister to brother, would not happen? Correct, you are his status. The matter now is... Yoda says. Mace chooses to question what Yoda meant. What do you mean by that, Grandmaster? Everyone else grows to a still silence, awaiting what the wise and very old Jedi has to say. All possessions, all worldly things, given up, they must be. Yoda then continues. The Jedi Code, this is... complicate, this could, the situation. I assure you, Master Yoda, that my young apprentice would not be using his new title to his advantage. Kagan says not knowing Anakin had already used it to his advantage plenty of times. After a short discussion, the only logical conclusion is that it would not affect Anakin's development, because he had already given up these sorts of things ages ago. His punishment was already done, but some could see some favoritism when dishing out the punishment. But hey, that is just how life goes sometimes. While someone may have been confined to the Jedi Temple longer, or maybe even kicked out of the Order, Anakin was thrown to help teach children his age and younger. Connections may very well be more powerful than money itself. More to speak of, we do. Before anyone could finish or leave, Yoda had decided to speak again. Ki-Adi-Mundi replies with a questioning tone. Master Yoda? What more is there to speak of? Everyone leave, they may. Jedi Master, Kagan and Master Mace stay, they must. After saying that, everyone starts to leave as they, the three, get to their next discussion. What they discussed next was kept secret from everyone else until it was revealed as to why they had discussed things by themselves. Padawan Skywalker, disappointed we are. Yoda says to Anakin while Kagan and Mace are in attendance. Actions you may take. Younglings learn properly, they must. Your methods, exemplarily, they are not. I apologize, Master, but I did what I believed was best for the younglings to learn about. Anakin replied. The Jedi Code, you must teach. You must abide by. Yoda said, Master Yoda, if I may excuse myself for a moment, I believe that we have not called my apprentice here to talk about his teaching methodology. Kagan intervenes. Yes, correct you are. No, here to discuss the Padawan Skywalker's first mission. Yoda said. Anakin interrupts to ask his question at the top of his mind. Mission? I will finally be having a mission on my own? Of course, I also assume I will be traveling with one of my masters to the mission we are to go on. That is true, Padawan Skywalker. Yoda said, it has been long overdue that you would start and accompany one of us so you would gain experience out there, to truly see what the Jedi are meant to do. Mace spoke in this moment. Humming Yoda tells Anakin of the mission, and tells the two masters to decide who would take this upon themselves. Generally, Anakin should go with Kagan because Kagan is considered his main master. He was after all the one to suggest training him. But Mace is also Anakin's master. I have responsibilities here for now, so I suggest the apprentice go with Jedi Master Kagan. A sound decision, but is that what you want, Master Windu? Yoda asked. Yes. There should be many more opportunities for me to in the future go on, and I believe I know of what task you two are to be sent on. Mace continued. This should be something simple and basic enough to kickstart everything you are to learn. It may even humble you a bit. Mace smirked at his own comment before it went away from his face. He obviously was referring to the times that now Anakin had now gained the upper hand in their duels, their trainings with the saber, meaning that Anakin has now surpassed him in skill. Also taking into account Anakin's physical prowess, there was no way for Mace to properly defend against Anakin in a war of attrition. Mace may still have more battle experience, and it had shown when they sparred in combat through dueling, because despite Anakin's edge, he would not be able to win against him with his skills and strength alone. Though Mace supposed that if he did not use the Force to help him out in the later sessions they had held, he may have very well beat him. I think everyone is forgetting something. Anakin trailed off. What might that be, my young apprentice? Kagan decides to ask the question to Anakin's statement. I have yet to construct my lightsaber, my very own saber meant to represent and symbolize myself and my very presence within the Force. Anakin then continued. Do I not need to also fully complete the initiate trials as well? I think you have proven yourself to be very capable with the use of the Force and within other areas as well, that include the teachings of the Jedi, but it is true that you would need to go through a specific process to get and construct your saber. Kagan says, if it is anything like my own, then it would be a lengthy process, so you may not be able to go on this mission. Mace says, reminiscing about his days as a youngling himself. Jedi initiates practiced with training lightsabers until they crafted their own in the caves of Ilum, and Anakin had up until this point had been using one such saber to practice and train with. He did not have the time to create a secret weapon of his own, but that was mainly because he wanted to wait. Patience was key to a lot of things, and if he speeded the process up too much, he would be incapable of truly bringing out the best saber for himself. Then, Padawan Skywalker, wait you must. Next until Ilum's crystal caves, initiates are to go. Yoda said, yes, Master. Anakin replied. And so, just like that, Anakin had been given his first potential mission. Of course, he would have to go with another. In particular, it would seem Kagan, but he was not too fussed about it considering he would finally be able to create his own lightsaber. The many designs, utilities, and extra functions that he could add onto the saber itself was an exciting prospect for himself. To Ilum we must go, Yoda states. Ilum. Ilum was an ice planet in the unknown regions, one of the main sources of the valuable Audiobook crystals used in the construction of Jedi lightsabers. The caverns containing the crystals were long ago turned into a Jedi temple. Unlike the crystals of other planets, the crystals of Ilum were limited to blue, green, and purple in color. The planet was over 90% covered by ice. You have proved to be the top of your class, and so now is the time of the gathering. For someone, know anyone whom is Force-sensitive, there is no greater challenge or honor. Anakin spoke to a bunch of children around a year older than himself, but he was much bigger and taller, towering over them. The gathering was a part of the training process of the Jedi Order, which also served as a rite of passage for Jedi initiates prior to their beginning training as a Padawan learner. It was established at the beginning of the Jedi Order and was preserved into the time of the present. The gathering was an exercise which took place on the ancient Jedi world Ilum. A group of Jedi initiates will be transported to the frozen world to claim their lightsaber crystals for the first time. The process was a lesson to teach the young Jedi to overcome their own personal fears or failings. Everyone was currently within a ship that was landed on the icy frozen planet, staying within until the snowstorm blocking their way forward settles down. Arrived we have. Yoda says to the group that had come to complete their initiation along with Anakin, whom did not need to, but was here to get his lightsaber's core, a crystal. Others in attendance included Jedi Masters Mace Windu and Shakti. Jedi Master Kagan was not here because he was setting himself up for the mission to come. Usually only one Jedi of higher rank would come to and help the initiates, but this time it was a special case involving Anakin. Everyone had someone to talk to. Yoda was minding his own business, sometimes having an initiate approach him. Mace was talking with some of the younglings because of his reputation, and other younglings here to get their own lightsabers also had their own groups. The only real person left out, to wait out the storm, was Anakin, because he hardly knew anyone in this age group. In fact, he did not mingle much with other members within the Order. Now only this, he saw most other children his age, even a few years older than him, as annoying. He is basically an already developed being, his character, his personality, and will be troubled by the unstable emotions of the children. Thankfully, they have been taught and reinforced with the Jedi Code's mindset, which made interactions much more tolerable. Padawan Skywalker, Jedi Master, Shaak Ti, had approached him as it would seem she had no one to interact with. Master T, Anakin greeted back. It would seem that you do not have many friends here. That is because of the difference between myself and the others. Difference? What difference do you see? Humming to himself, much like Yoda, Anakin then responds. Maturity in both the physical and mental aspects, level of knowledge, and the application of that knowledge. Interesting way to look at your peers. Shaak Ti raises her non-existent eyebrows. Surely you are not suggesting that I am the same as them. No, you are different. So much so different that I would not have expected anything less when you were given leeway. She continued. Mind you, I'm also not much for communication. A powerful Togruta female, Master Shaak Ti's nature was notably different from her heritage at times. Though Togruta were a communal species, Ti was highly independent and preferred to operate alone. Yes, I have heard of your reclusiveness. My reputation precedes me. Shaak replies in jest. Anakin, deciding to stay away from the topic of her apprentice, knowing that her first apprentice had died, asks a question. Why have you come on this trip? Let's just say, is that I have a vested interest on what will go on here. Deciding now that this would be the best time to throw caution to the wind, he asks, are you here for your second apprentice? She grows a bit silent at the question before responding. Yes, the girl over there. Fei Sun is her name. She points to her Padawan to be, except Fei Sun herself does not know she is to be accepted. So you have decided to stalk your target, have you? Not showing any embarrassment, Shaak Ti responds. In fact, I have. With a smile on her face, she asks Anakin a question herself, her naturally pointed teeth showing. You have come for your own crystal as well? To shape your very own saber? Yes, I have. Looking him up and down, her smile becomes a bit predatory. It looks to me that you already have a saber of quite the caliber. And what would you mean by that? Anakin replies with a slightly surprised tone, not expecting the joke. I'm sure you know what I mean by that, young Padawan Skywalker. Deciding not to comment and move on to another topic because the conversation was turning a bit awkward. Is it her instincts kicking in? I did not know that you would act this way. Highly amused, he begins to speak again. Right? Moving on from that topic, I am sure that you have better things to do right now. No, not really. I just thought it would be fun to come and mess around with you. You mean that in the joking sense, right? Yes, I jest. Hesitantly, Anakin replies. Okay, don't get me wrong. She is quite the looker, but does no one else find it weird that she was coming on to me so strongly, weirdly strong? Anakin thinks to himself at the strange occurrence. As everyone continues to pass the time, the snowstorm starts to settle down, but it is not quite over yet. Anakin and Shaak Ti begin to talk about many things after the initial conversation and found they could connect over lightsaber combat. Even though they could not spar or duel with each other here, given what everyone is here for. And there being a room, they could only rely on their speaking skills to debate with one another. With a subtle sense of humor, Master T sometimes seemed cold and unfeeling, something that was not helped by her naturally pointed teeth which, when bared, appeared as a sinister snarl. Thankfully, it did not take away from her appeal. It may even add appeal for certain people whom were into that sort of thing. Despite being trained as a Jedi consular, Ti's reputation with a lightsaber was well known throughout the Order. Regardless of her reputation, Ti remained humble and preferred to spar with words rather than her lightsaber. Ended, the storm has. Everyone begin their journey, they may. Yoda spoke out loud for everyone to hear, given that it was quite noisy within even after the storm had calmed down. Everyone begins to disembark, and continue on their journey to the crystal caves of Ilum. The gathering began with a group of Jedi initiates being transported to one of the few worlds where lightsaber crystals could be found, often the ice world Ilum, by a Jedi of a higher rank. Once on Ilum, the Jedi traveled together to the entrance of the ancient Jedi temple located at the mouth of the crystal caves. At the entrance to the temple, the group of young Jedi would endure their first test of skill. Their guide would direct the group to focus their concentration on the Force, that only their combined efforts would be able to open the sealed entrance to the temple. Now that everyone is here, first things first is that your safety and the safety of your pairs should come above all else. Shakti announced to the group of expectant initiates. Shakti was all about safety considering her training methods, but that was besides the event that was happening. Anakin thinks to himself knowing of what would happen and has happened due to her nature of being extremely isolated. May spoke up right after Shakti. Yes, everyone here should listen to the words of advice given by Master T. Follow it, follow the code, and trust in the Force. Everything should be okay. Who will be our guide? Well, their guide. Anakin was to participate with the rest of the group, even though he could probably do it himself, but the point of the exercise is teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Right. Begin, Will, your first test. Yoda says to the expectant initiates, I shall be your guide for the rest of your trials to come. T speaks up about her position for this trip. Everyone then travels towards the entrance of the caves. Here you all will have to trust in yourselves, each other, and your connection to the Force to help you open up this sealed entrance. Murmurs are spoken in hushed tones with the children undoubtedly worried about what is to happen. Thoughts such as, will it work? I might let everyone else down, and many other examples as at the very first test the insecurities of the children are put on full display. And Anakin could see through them all, the best and the brightest, but in the end, still developing children. The weight of expectation surely pressures them. Only through your Combine's efforts will be able to move the entrance to open the seal, and will you then begin your journey onto becoming a true Jedi. Shakti encourages with some positive reinforcement. Encouraged as if they had been buffed by some support class, some got right into the action. Delving deep into their connection, they pulled upon the immense cosmic power at their fingertips, and together tried to unseal the entrance. The temple door slowly started to unravel itself, as Shakti continuously provides the buffer, but did not help other than through words alone. Deciding to move things along, Anakin started to give them another boost to their adrenaline and dopamine to increase the chances of participation. This event is not for myself, but for the others. Some students here needed some proper characters development. Everyone finally put in the effort and succeeded, with a little help from Anakin and the encouragement from T. Great! With a smile on her face that scared a few of them, she continued. Now that you all have passed your first test, we should head inside. The first to enter the Jedi Temple was T, followed by Anakin. The others follow soon after now, excited and astonished at their accomplishments so far. Everyone followed after Master Shakti, as her experience and Force signature would be the beacon for everyone to follow. She had, after all, come down here a few times herself and traversed the illustrious caves. Following this, the group of younglings were required to descend into the catacombs of the crystal caves in order to search out the lightsaber crystal which would become theirs. So would Anakin have to delve deep into the catacombs. Now that we have arrived, I must warn you all that what comes next will be another test. T says before continuing, you all will only have a limited amount of time in which to search for your crystals, as the entrance would freeze shut with the setting of this planet's star. This sobered up some of the children drunk on the high of passing the first test. To bat I know that the supposed frozen entrance is nothing but a trick. Quite cruel to do to children, but that is the way of the Jedi. Now if you do not hurry along, your time is running out and you would not want to be stuck down here forever. Now would you? T incentivizes. The children rapidly push themselves into the catacombs, but Anakin stays behind to talk with Shakti for a bit before heading in, knowing he has all the time in the galaxy. Master T, if I may, I have some questions to ask you. Go ahead, but I suggest you make this quick. your time is running out. Curious, she replied. I was wondering about your rank as a Jedi Master, among some other things. What about my rank? The rank of Master was bestowed upon very few knights in every generation. As such, Masters made up the smallest percent of the Order's membership. The most common path to this rank was to train and elevate several Padawans to the rank of Knight, typically one right after the other, and have them all successfully pass their Jedi trials. It seems that you have achieved your rank pretty young, if I do say so myself. Smart on you for not having to ask of my age. T quips back, knowing that this was Anakin's real question. True, I did not want to know in particular what you had done to get where you are now, but your age. Never ask a woman's age. This only applies to people 30 years and older in general, but with her I cannot tell. Anakin sighs mentally. What is your age now? She asks Anakin first. Well, that is complicated, but right now I am 11 years of age, turning 12 this year. I'm 10 years older than you are, born 21 years ago on my homeworld of Shirley. This makes me the human age equivalent of 21. Thanks for answering my question. I best be heading off now then. Anakin zooms off into the catacombs to look for his very own crystal or crystals. Weird question, but okay. T thinks to herself about the strangeness that had just occurred. Now to wait for when everyone succeeds or inevitably fails. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. The Jedi Code. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. The Sith Code. Both codes, fundamentally flawed in their own ways with them not complete, both lacking in certain areas, will be put to the test. Anakin was walking through the catacombs, drawing nearer to the location he was destined to go towards. Of course, that destination was in more than one direction. He felt it. He felt the Force call out to him from all corners of the cave, signaling to him that every single crystal here would accept him. What he was looking for, however, was the call that resounded and yelled the loudest for his attention, because that would be the one with the best potential, raw potential that is. He was looking for more than that, though. So he had to go deeper, because if raw strength was what he was looking for alone, he would have taken many crystals and tried to experiment by combining multiple into a new singular overpowered crystal. As he was traversing the underground, he started to hear things. Not unlike the voices heard back on Coruscant when going towards the shrine underneath, the Sith temple of all things. Here, in the crystal caves, to get his own lightsaber, crystal strange happenings were taking place. There is no emotion, there is peace. A vague figure on the right appeared next to him as he traveled. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Another figure on his left also appeared before him. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. The one on the right started to become much more clear, cloaked in a blue, illuminous hue. Through passion, I gained strength. The one on the left also became more clear, taking on a red hue. It was him. He was both of the figures. While one was blue, the other was red, both representing either side of the Force. Their alignments clear to him that they both represent the light and the dark. Other versions of him, his future as either the Sith Vader or the Jedi Anakin, both with their own differences, but it was clear it was him. Blue Anakin continues. There is no passion, there is serenity. Red Vader continues. Through strength, I gain power. The echoes throughout the cave called out to him. The crystals and the Force were telling him to choose. To choose his fate, his side, his alignment. Anakin was not prone to getting these sorts of things, but it had happened on occasion because of who he is or what he could have been, but this was becoming more frequent. His search for a proper balance between the sides was kind of driving him mad. There is no chaos, there is harmony. Blue Anakin says as he continues, through power, I gain victory. Red Anakin continues, there is no death, there is the Force. Blue Anakin finishes. Red Anakin also finishes. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Why are you two reciting the lines from the codes? Anakin finally decides to address the issue at hand. We are here as representations. Blue Anakin says, representations of you, who you are and what you could be. Red Anakin states, you know why you are here and why we have appeared to you. I have an idea. So are you two here to antagonize me? Help me in some way, or to convince me that one side is better than the other? Everything, both Red and Blue said simultaneously. You have created life, and in response the Force had taken that life away by making sure they die slowly. Blue said, that is the way of a Sith, to be masters of their own destiny, to be the master of the Force itself. Is that what you are? Are you me? Red said, I think I will just ignore you two for now. You cannot. We are you. You must not ignore oneself. Blue said, to know oneself is to know your weaknesses, your strengths, and with it you can evolve, become better than you are. Truly you are passionate in the search for perfection. Red said, the crystal still continuously resonates, calling out to Anakin while he is being pestered. You have been torn, conflicted, but serenity is within you. You have peace. Blue said. Red continued, but you are still torn between the fight that will determine the fate of a galaxy, and I say stuff them, where they need you. How weak? The weak shall be purged. Blue then said, compassion is the Jedi way. You have followed this so well. I am my own person. Neither of the two of you will convince me that one side is better than the other. Anakin argued, we are in your head. We can see. Your defenses and ability to hide your mind from any and everyone will not stop us from seeing what you think. Red said, dominant are your thoughts of greed and lust, a result of the ritual you had done years ago. Misguided perhaps you were. Blue says, I disagree. How will you achieve balance then, when your being is much more aligned with the dark side? Blue questions, you have a point, and I do not have a solution right now. In the future one will present itself to me, and if one does not, then I shall make one. Yes, master of yourself, your destiny, your freedom from everything. The dark side is powerful within you. Red lures. It is just sad and angering. You know nothing of the dark despite your intrigue. You have not truly delved into the powers granted by this alignment. I have no time, and right now I'm focused on soaking up everything that has to do with the Jedi. After this, I would leave to pursue the dark side and its vast powers. I advise you against this decision. Blue says, content in my decision, I am. Content? Are you not ambitious by nature? Your greed and possessiveness will lead you down. Blue advises. Yes. I know the dark side. Can you calm down, Blue me? You are distracting me from finding my crystal. Anakin continued deeper and deeper, getting closer to the planet's core, step by step. Crystals don't form just because they can. They form in a combination of the planet's natural elements together with a strong connection to the Force. Usually there are meanings to the way one's own Force energy interacts with their chosen crystal, or is it the wand chooses the wizard? Is it the crystal that chooses the Force-sensitive? Truly, there are many sources that could be used to create a lightsaber, with many kinds giving unique or special traits to the saber. Not knowing how long he had been underground, Anakin brings up his interface HUD connected to his mind, though the nanosuit seems to still be within the time frame to get the crystal. Anakin thinks to himself. Quite literally, Anakin had decided to start calling his temporary companions, Red and Blue, not really caring for their complaints. They are him after all, so why wouldn't they try to joke around? The both had been what some would call the angel on the right and the devil on the left, linking back to the idea of the light and dark being synonymous with dualities. Light and dark, left and right, up and down, black and white, red and blue, yin and yang. George Lucas had originally gotten the concept for the Force from this concept, the concept of yin and yang. The Jedi were glorified space monks capable of using magic. Or had it been Lucas had an in-depth look into what could happen in an alternative reality of the universe he currently reside in? It could be he was wrong all along, because he had even said the Jedi were the good guys, but they were and are obviously flawed. One extreme does not mean you have achieved balance, and in fact the Force, light and dark, are a part of that balance. The concept of the dark cannot exist without the light. The light cannot exist with the dark. It goes both ways, subsisting off of each other. That is the way it works. Anakin's thoughts start to travel to other things as he continues his long trek. Now that I have two hearts, does that make me a Time Lord? Thoughts like this, as you could see, he was using to help him pass the time. He also used some of his extra thought processors to look into how Tatooine was developing and the business that was still thriving, which led to him thoroughly looking through everything. What if I created some type of virtual reality? It could be used to test out the development of my ability to merge flesh and machine, but also be the start of how I could create that matrix I've been working on. Coming to a halt, Anakin feels something from deep within, while his two specters watch on from behind him. He has finally found, has he? Blue questions out loud. It was about time, with the upgrades he has done to his fleshy self. I would have hoped he would be faster. Red said. Anakin now, in a trance, moves over to a specific crystal, but it is on top of the cave's roof, stuck in between some rocks, shining out and giving off a luminescent glow, but it was different from the rest. Within the Force, its power was more potent. Its potential called out to Anakin, none alike the rest as he stared at it. Starting to float off of the ground, he ascends. Grasping the crystal, he starts to come back down after his little venture to the top of the deep underground's roof. Within his hand, he feels his connection grow with the Force and with the crystal himself telling him that his decision was correct. Right, I think it might be time to get out of here. Again, before he could leave, he felt another pull, but this time much deeper, and it did not feel like a crystal. It was of the Force and seemed to be of the light. Pure and bright was the message sent through the Force. Deciding to be cautious because even a pure light could be much more dangerous than a corrupting dark, he connects with the Force to ask a question. Tell me, what is down there and how is it dangerous? You should go deeper. Blue suddenly speaks up instead of a reply through the Force. Red continues after Blue. What is down there could help fix the problem with your body. Really, it would balance the active and passive dark side energies, further increasing the balance within your body. Red said, it is the opposite of what had happened to you on Dathomir. The ritual you participated in does have a light side equivalent. Blue continued, that would be nice and all. So you're telling me that I won't have to reverse engineer the ritual the Night Sisters did on me? That one is down here. Yes. Both said in unison. How can I trust that? We are you, are we not? Both again said in unison. Fine, but if something bad happens, I am blaming you. You will be blaming yourself. Blue says in exasperation. Anakin decides to trust their words and starts to head further down into the catacombs. And as the deeper he gets, the more he finds the temperature starts to rise. He was not uncomfortable at all considering his nanosuit functions, but that doesn't mean he is unaware of the change. He comes across a lake. A luminous lake with a lot of crystals shining from underneath deep into the water. This underground lake seems to be boiling, and Anakin can tell that he had traveled quite far down for the temperature to rise so much. Who knew that this place could go so deep? Enter the water. Blue appeared next to him, while there is a distinct lack of Red. Where's Red? I will be your guide for the following steps. It may take a while, so those above may get worried at your absence, but I will try to be as quick as possible. Blue then continued. Enter the lake. Anakin gets in with little knowledge of what is to happen next. Enter meditation. You will need to do so to truly see who you are, what you represent, and find the truth about balance within the Force. Entering the lake, Anakin starts to head towards the middle, feeling the light side energies hit and begin to imbue his body. Thankfully, the middle is the only part that is shallow enough to allow him a proper seated posture. Patience is all you need. The Force will guide you next. The blue specter leaves him as it dissipates into nothingness. Now all alone with nothing but the Force, he starts his meditation. Words echo around him, amalgamating into a conglomeration of dissonant whispers speaking directly into his mind. Anakin now understands what is happening. His body, mind, and soul is about to experience a transformation not unlike what had happened with the dark side magic ritual. This time would be to balance the alignment within himself, and to possibly give him his new code, a code for himself. Fortunately, he does not pass out, but time passes by with him, being none the wiser by its passage. Not even his nanosuit helping him here. Anakin starts to recite the code younglings use to pass their trials. Emotion, yet peace. Ignorance, yet knowledge. Passion, yet serenity. Chaos, yet harmony. Death, yet the Force. Formulating his own, he begins to chant within, which stirs something across the galaxy, notifying everyone whom is Force-sensitive of the event. Flowing through all, there is balance. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. The Force is all things, and I am the Force. Most of everyone had escaped from the catacombs underneath the Jedi temple housing the crystal caves of Ilum. They were only waiting for the last of the initiates to come back, and among those that were not back yet was Anakin. Most of everyone was excited that they had gotten their crystals, and they shared this excitement with each other, their pairs, friends, and what they might consider their family, considering they would have grown up together. Yet to return, few have. Yoda was speaking towards the other two Jedi Masters present, Mace Windu and Shaak Ti. Worry not, Master Yoda. I'm sure the kids can handle themselves. Shaak Ti spoke up in this moment, knowing the Padawan she had chosen was also not back yet. Worry not, I do. Safe they should be. Yoda responds. Master Windu, why do you think your apprentice is taking so long? Ti questioned Mace. Mace responded, I don't know, but for how I understand Anakin, he should be just taking his time. Confused and intrigued, Ti questioned, taking his time? Does he not fear the closure of the entrance? He would have figured that out almost immediately, if not immediately. Mace responds, how would you know? Ti questions further. I am his master, am I not? Well, he is shown to be more than what his actual age suggests, from his physical to mental state of mind. Ti states her observations. I do not think he would see through the white lie told. He is much more talented in stuff like that, sensing emotions, thoughts, stuff like that, plus his other talents. Mace then continued, but he would not even need to see through that to know that he is safe. It is because he is smart enough to figure it out. I didn't get no clues. That doesn't matter. He probably asked someone else about the trials here know about it. He likes to be prepared after all. Isn't that cheating? Master Yoda, isn't it? Ti says in exasperation, then directs to Yoda. Padawan Skywalker's methods, unorthodox they may be. Cheating it is not. Yoda says in slight amusement at Shaak Ti's disbelief. Great. So, I could have just asked someone what was to happen when I was going through my trials. Test of emotion Skywalker need not. Proven to Master Windu and others capable of control he is. Yoda continued. Master Yoda is correct in saying he has impeccable control over his emotions. I would not have taught him Form 7 otherwise. Right, that makes sense. Dawn turned to dusk, and it was nearing the time everyone should have been finished, the deadline that was set, and most had returned. They continued to wait, and as the day passed, the remaining initiates had completed the test, and everyone had finally exited the catacombs. All except one, Anakin. Growing a bit worried, Ti starts to question if they should go in or not. I think Skywalker may have gotten himself into some trouble. He does that often, but it is unusual that it would take this long. Mace said, since I do, Skywalker is safe. Yoda says, something was rumbling within the Force, a signal that everyone who is Force-sensitive on the planet could feel. The initiates and the masters could tell that something was happening within the catacombs. A ripple that spreads from within with no stop. Like a pond, a stone was thrown into the pond and ripples were created, but instead of it dying down, the ripples became stronger and stronger. Master Yoda, you sense that, don't you? May spoke to Yoda. Humming, Yoda then says, since I do, but no, not it is. Maybe it has something to do with Skywalker. Ti says in a questioning tone. An echo goes through the Force, and a voice is heard only to those on the planet of Ilum. Within their minds was it transmitted. Flowing through all, there is balance. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. The Force is all things, and I am the Force. They all hear the same thing, and most are confused at the chant transmitted to them all. Shock Ti's facial expression showing confusion. The initiate's feeling and showing awe but curiosity, and Mace was clearly surprised as he could swear this mental voice sounded somewhat like Anakin. Master Yoda was the most stoic of the bunch, not showing any expression, and was most immersed within the experience. This experience continues throughout the rest of the night until the dawn of the next day. The initiates were sent back to the ship and were told to try and ignore the strange happenings so they could begin their next step, while the Master stayed behind, waiting for Anakin, ready to question him or interrogate him as to what had happened. Most did not sleep through the night and only meditated while the kids did, and were able to do so even with the pulse from underneath, as if it was coming from the caves itself. Coming out of a meditative state, Yoda senses that end was drawing near. Ending this event is... T, having kept her mental state calm, heard Yoda and responded. Is it finally over? Mace stays silent and only awaits for what would happen next. Master T, head back you should. Little sleep you have had. Yoda told her. Understood, I could use some rest. She was tired, as despite being here, her concentration had broken many times during meditation. She starts to head back while Yoda and Mace continue to wait for Anakin. Master Yoda, what do you think that was? See, we will. Back deep within the caves, the amalgamation of voices that was echoing within his mind, and maybe even resonating with the cave he was in, Anakin was within a trance-like state. Unlike that ritual down on Dathomir, this one he could feel had increased his light side alignment affinity, helping to balance out the improper energies within himself. If the dark side magic ritual increased his greed and lust, then this time the light had helped further pronounce some of his virtuous character traits, specifically the virtues of kindness and temperance. Greed is the intense and selfish desire for something, especially wealth, power, or food, and Anakin was very ambitious, very greedy for a lot of things. He had done things in accordance to those types of values. Lust is strong sexual desire or a passionate desire for something. In his previous life, he was extremely lustful, one could say, going by his playboy nature, but that did not mean he had no self-control or restraint. Temperance, or in other words, self-control, justice, honor, and abstention. Again, Anakin has shown these traits and has practiced them outwardly towards others and himself. Kindness, the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. What comes under kindness would be compassion, satisfaction, loyalty, and integrity, which are things Anakin had shown to have. He had a theory that he was the sum of two parts, the original Anakin plus him from his previous life. Two characteristics or key features that could sum up his past life behavior was exactly that, lustful and temperate, but he would not have called himself greedy or all that kind. Here it would seem he developed some traits from the original, or at least what was at his core. The possessive, that was reinforced throughout his life, but was there from the beginning, but the kindness, the loyalty, and compassion that Anakin showed was there throughout. So, he has come to the conclusion he inherited both of these factors. Lustful and greedy, but temperate and kind. It was only brought out by these irrespective rituals he had gone through. For the dark, it was these sinful traits, and for the light, it was the virtues, all amalgamating into one. Himself. Coming out of the meditative trance, he was disoriented. Groaning a little, his mental thought processes were jumbled, and the acceleration, the speed of them was not helping matters. My head hurts. His Jedi robes were a bit wet, but that didn't matter too much. As he got up from the center of the lake, he was surprised to find that before him, the lake was no more. What was left in his wake was a deep chasm. Anakin ignores them both. The lake that had been illuminated, the crystals that were shining from beneath the deep waters were dim, almost as if they had been absorbed of their residual energies. Even stranger was the discovery that there was a red crystal there in front of him, still glowing and pulsing within the Force. It was calling out to him, and he picked it up, putting it within his pocket, wanting to keep it hidden for when he comes out. Whistling Anakin looks down as his mind starts to clear up. Thankfully, I had learned how to fly using the Force, otherwise the gap would have been too large for me to cross. Even with the Force aiding my body, patting himself, he took a quick look into if his own chosen crystal was sapped of the Force. Looking it over, it still glowed up and he still felt a connection to it, only that it was dormant, ready to be unleashed. Next, he decides to use the nanosuit to check his body, as it was able to do so with near-precise accuracy. Show me the changes. What was visualized was a high-tech 3D representation of his current form. The interface showed everything from his new extra heart to the other internal organs, and even able to monitor the life signs and vitals of his being. Knowing that nothing really physical would have happened, he takes a guess that it may have somehow affected the only thing really connected to the Force. His midichlorians. Analyzing. 0%, 40%, 89%, 100% complete. Midichlorian count per cell readings. 49,200. Thinking to himself, it increased by another third, did it? I have over twice as much I was born with. This increases the potential within myself and the raw power I could use as an output. Using the connected network, he records down the results so he could look into it further down the line, because for now, he has to get back to the top. Anakin floats over the massive chasm and lands on the other side, looking back down one more time to see if he could spot some of the lake that was previously there. But there was nothing, just a black void that seemed to continue to go down forever. Best be heading off then. Anakin starts his long trek back to the entrance of the Jedi Temple, through the catacombs, and along the way 2 of his new and temporary friends appear before him again. Finally, you have done it. It took you long enough. I would have completed this process way faster. Red says, appearing on Anakin's left. Not true. You are too deep within the dark side to ever be able to complete that. Blue says from Anakin's right. Says who? The dark is power and power is strength, and through this I would achieve victory, conquering the light with my unlimited power. The two continue to argue, but Anakin lets them because his temperance has been pronounced. These types of things, even though they annoy him, he has self-control enough to let it pass. Don't mistake that for patience, because Anakin believed that there are more important things to do, so if he starts to think it's too much, he would shut them down. How long are you two here for? Until I leave or am near leaving the caves. Anakin asks the pair. We will be gone once you leave the planet, but if you are asking if we will still be around, then yes, it would be until you leave the caves. We will only exist until you leave. Blue says, we are not only an extension of yourself and the Force, we are an extension of this very planet. Red continued, really? I knew some planets were alive and even had consciousness, but here, yes, that is correct, but we are not actually the planet. Just the connection between you and it. Blue started. Once you are gone, the residual conflicting energies that you had will also go along with it. So if you were ever to return, the both of us would not exist. Red continued. Quite sad. Don't be. We are not the living. We are only you, a part of you, but still you. Blue says, we don't even necessarily should exist, and would only be a figment of one's imagination. Red then said, you are basically high right now, but because of this and the connection to the Force you see us. Red and Blue start to laugh at Anakin as his expression changed from neutral to disappointment. I should have known. He thinks to himself, be quiet now, or don't involve me in your conversations. I would like a peaceful trip back up to the surface. Don't forget your crystals. Blue says. Anakin, checking his pockets again because of paranoia, finds that it is safe and looks towards the pair, seeing them hide chuckles and giggling like a pair of schoolgirls. How frustrating. Anakin's face turns a bit ugly as he continues on his trek back up. Young Skywalker, no emotions, remember. That is the Jedi way. Blue says in a mock, patronizing tone. Yes, give in to your hate. Your passion makes you strong. Red joins in on the teasing. Ilum. It was finally dawn, and the initiates that had come to Ilum were finally going to start constructing their lightsabers within the ship along with the droid that is meant to help them. Shakti had also retired to the ship, while Yoda and Mace waited outside the Jedi Temple covering the caves of Ilum. Since young Skywalker, I do. Yoda says as the entrance to the caves was still coated in ice. Anakin now could see the reflection of the ice at the entrance. He could also sense that both Yoda and Mace were outside. Looking back behind him, he does not see his two companions he has had on his journey down and up, gone like the wind. Moving towards the ice-covered entranceway, Anakin lifts his hand upwards and in a swift motion pulls through the Force, shattering the ice like glass. Smiling, Anakin walks out from the entrance to see the blank faces of Yoda and Mace staring back at him. He waves to them as he stumbles forward. "Hello there." Nodding, Mace responds. "Great, you have finally come back. You have caused some trouble for the rest of us that had to wait for you here. In fact, Master T had to go back to the ship because she had trouble meditating." Mace states, "Yes, something strange did happen down there, but I did get my crystal, so I could make my lightsaber now." Anakin tells the Jedi Masters in front of him. "Strange how?" Yoda questions. "The usual stuff when it comes to the Force, visions and all." Anakin responds, "Care to share?" Mace raises his eyebrows in the telltale sign that he wants a proper response from Anakin. "Truly, I wish to keep it to myself, given that it doesn't really matter too much, but going by both of your reactions, I can only assume that I somehow had created a ruckus." "Yes," both Yoda and Mace say at the same time. Sighing, Anakin then goes on to tell a recounted but edited version of events that don't include a lot of things, but only reveal to them that he had a revelation that helped him to gain some form of enlightenment in regards to the Force. Technically what I said was true, but that doesn't mean it was the whole truth. Okay, I think we should head back now. Everyone else is waiting to go back to Coruscant. The initiates want to be chosen as an apprentice, and you are holding them up. Mace said, Yes, I understand." Anakin responded. The now group of three continued down to the ship's parked location while some idle chat started up between the three. "Say, young Padawan, have you grown taller since you went into that cave?" Mace questioned Anakin. "Have I? I didn't notice." "Yes, it would seem you are now nearing my height." Mace was actually 1.93 meters tall. Anakin had grown to an impressive 1.9 meters of height without knowing it. Not that he bothered to check, but if he had an assumption, he would link it back to the event that happened within the catacombs. Something similar had happened with dark side magic ritual. So why wouldn't something similar happen again that was just the opposing energies of the Force? I did spend an entire day and night within, so it must have happened during that time. Anakin fakes ignorance. In fact, it was more than just the rituals reinforcing and increasing his size, but the implants he had put into himself this very year. Those implants were meant to rapidly expand his hormonal growth patterns to change the structure of his skeletal and muscular systems. It is no surprise that he would be inching closer and closer to the projected heights. And it is not like he would be the tallest being ever, considering there were other species that would reach a massive height in comparison. A comparison would be the Twi'lek, where they could have average heights ranging from 1.6 to 2.4 meters. Compared to his projected maximum of 2.3 meters that is still smaller than the average height range of the Twi'lek. Strange height is Yoda's size, as he is practically towered over by the two humans walking next to him, but don't mistake his form for weakness, because he is anything but. Noticing that the ship was off into the distance, the group started to increase their speeds through the Force, dashing across the ice planet's surface to their carrier. Deciding to be mischievous, Anakin tells the other two through telepathy, "I will race you there." He speeds past the other two going towards the ship. Not to take the challenge lying down, Mace decides to indulge this race while Yoda thinks of this as not conductive. Master Windu's young apprentice, an effect on him, it would seem. It was true. Anakin had been slowly loosening up the tight ass to become more free in his joy for life. He did not take away from Mace his seriousness or the calm, dangerous nature he had hidden within, but had passively encouraged some growth within the Master. Dashing across the ice, Anakin managed to make it back faster than Mace, but he was just right behind him. Got to take it easy on the old man. He is getting along in the years. Anakin thought to himself. Mace wasn't out of breath or anything like that, but he was definitely not becoming younger. At least he benefits somewhat from the exercise, considering he is a part of the council. Anakin knows the council don't just sit on their bums all day long, but they certainly do it a lot. It would seem the apprentice has overcome the master. Anakin directs towards Mace. Haha, very funny. I know that you went easy on me. Don't think I haven't been keeping an eye on you every now and then. Soon after Yoda arrived, it would seem that Master Yoda's age is catching up to him. Anakin says in jest. Yoda responds, Old I may be, but underestimate me you should not. He said sagely. The three headed inside to get everything ready, while Anakin traveled toward another room, knowing this would be where he discovers what type of saber he would create. The lightsaber, also referred to as a laser sword or space sword by those who were unfamiliar with it, was a distinctive weapon, the very image of which was inextricably bound with the mythos of the Jedi Order and their polar opposites, the Sith. The lightsaber also became synonymous with the Jedi Order's values to uphold peace and justice throughout the galaxy. This perception endured, despite the many conflicts with lightsaber-wielding Sith and Dark Jedi. The weapon consisted of a blade of pure plasma emitted from the hilt and suspended in a force containment field. The field contained the immense heat of the plasma, protecting the wielder, and allowed the blade to keep its shape. The hilt was almost always self-fabricated by the wielder to match his or her specific needs, preferences, and style. The hilt was also built similarly to his or her master's lightsaber as a mark of respect. Due to the weightlessness of plasma and the strong gyroscopic effect generated by it, lightsabers required a great deal of strength and dexterity to wield, and it was extremely difficult and dangerous for the untrained to attempt using. However, in the hands of an expert of the Force, the lightsaber was a weapon to be greatly respected and feared. To wield a lightsaber was to demonstrate incredible skill and confidence, as well as masterful dexterity and attunement to the Force. The lightsaber Anakin wanted to create had to be versatile, powerful, and capable of operating in every conditions, including underwater, knowing that lightsabers could short out if going under. There are many lightsaber crystals that could be used, but Anakin had chosen to wait for this day to come, knowing that there would be more than enough opportunities in the future to upgrade or gain another lightsaber. From the battles of Rashfond to the peacekeeping of Parliok, the lightsaber is a Jedi's only true ally. But how do they work? Yes, you have brought me crystals, but they're all useless unless you give them life. The droid, named Huyang, said to Anakin, Do you know how to awaken the Force within the crystal? No? Then I suggest you listen and learn until you think of a question this droid cannot answer. The droid continued, What if I already know how to do so? Anakin questioned, curious to know the answer. Then you wouldn't be here now, would you? I guess I wouldn't. Professor Huyang was a masculine programmed architect droid who guided the initiates of the Jedi Order in the construction of their lightsabers. Based aboard the Jedi training cruiser Crucible. Considering that you were the last one to arrive, I think that would mean you must be the least talented of the bunch. Huyang said, If that is what you believe. Anakin says with some exasperation, And aren't you a little too old to be a Jedi initiate? I'm not as old as I look, but you would be right in assuming that I am not an initiate, but already a Padawan. A special individual now, aren't you? Hey, you want to talk? Questioning my age when you are quite old yourself. Why? Everyone questions my legitimacy as a proper droid because of my age. You must be just like the rest, then. You started it first. I guess I did, didn't I? Anakin had seen a lot of broken down bits and pieces before, but to see this thing before him, even though functional, it was just about ready to break down. I guess we can start then. Huyang brings out everything that is available to a Jedi to create their personalized defensive item, or should he say weapon. Anakin starts to look at Huyang weirdly. My greed is acting up. I want all the knowledge stored within that droid's artificial intelligence. Right, Padawan Anakin Skywalker. That would be your name and current title, correct? Huyang didn't notice Anakin's weird stare. Yes, it is. Great. Now let's begin the process. You should get into a meditative position to help assist you in connecting with the Force. This should increase the connection between you and the saber's crystal, further assisting you in its creating. Huyang said. Anakin does as the droid says and begins to use the Force to sense which parts are meant to be which and what he should do with them. You are a rather quick learner, aren't you? Now, this may take time, just as it had with the others, but they are still in the meditation stage, so I don't expect much from you. Huyang continued. Anakin opens one eye to stare at the droid. Maybe I should just take it under my control. Closing his eye, Anakin decides to forget about the droid for a bit. Before placing the crystal in the lightsaber, the Jedi or Sith had to imbue it with the Force. To do this, the Force user was required to meditate on the crystal for many days. It had only been about a day since the initiates had collected their crystals and would take a process of a few days to finally be able to complete their sabers. Anakin also had to start somewhere, but he has a distinct feeling it would not take long at all. At least for him. The crystal that he had gotten was blue in color, meaning he would have a blue-colored saber. He felt that it was the correct choice, and he had also collected a second one, but was of the very rare color as well, red. A natural red crystal within the caves of Ilum. Delving into the Force, Anakin connected with the Force and the crystal, looking deep within himself and imbuing his Force energy into the crystal slowly, but surely making sure it was ready. Within the next few hours, he had completed it, and Huyang the droid was nowhere to be seen. I guess he just left me here. Now to start with the hilt. Anakin, using the Force, started to construct the hilt of his saber. Considering his fighting style and taking it into account, he could come to a few variables when it came to shape. Of course, to start off would be the standard hilt. Given that Mace uses this hilt, it would seem that it would fit in perfectly with Form 7. Then there was curved hilt that would suit a singular saber duelist that wouldn't really suit Anakin's style in particular, but was unique enough that it might fit. The last was the double-bladed hilt that allowed for variability, which would increase the amount of forms he could switch between. Thankfully, Anakin does not only have one crystal, but a secondary one as well. I think I will go with the double-bladed hilt. Anakin constructs this in accordance with his design. Now on to the blade variations. First, I will need to include bifurcating cyclical ignition pulse, which will essentially allow me to use the saber underneath water if the time ever comes for me to do so. Anakin added on the bifurcating cyclical ignition pulse casing. Since I have practically two lightsabers, but in one I could adjust which saber has which blade variation. The blue saber would have the dual phase, which would allow for rapid transitions between two sets of preset lengths. The first preset would be the standard length, while the second preset will be shorter for precision cutting. The red side of the saber would have a similar dual-phase calibration, but instead of getting smaller, this one would do the opposite. The first preset will be standard, while the secondary will be an increased length to increase chances of surprising an opponent. That should be it. Having finally calibrated everything to the way he wants, at least for now, because it is not perfect and not up to the standards that he would like. Again, my greed is acting up. I have to sacrifice a few things first and then experiment later on. For now, this will have to do. Anakin thought to himself before being interrupted as Huyang entered the room. Right, I am back. Have you given up, ye dash? Huyang stops before he could finish, seeing the completed lightsaber within Anakin's hands. Not ignited, of course. Well, I guess I am not needed here. The droid then turns around and walks right back outside of the room Anakin was meditating in. While Anakin had these two sabers, that doesn't mean that they were the only two. Within this universe, it is quite common for someone to have lost their saber or have it destroyed, which is again common. Because of this, people have new lightsabers made quite frequently. Anakin wanted to do so much more, but the basic design is something he is content with for now. Ilum. Within the Jedi training cruiser, the Crucible, the initiates were still in the process of creating their lightsabers, but have not left the planet of Ilum yet, but would be doing so soon because it had been a few days since their stay. Master Yoda and Master Windu had already gone back to Coruscant seemingly on important business, while Anakin had been left behind along with Shakti, here to guide the rest after they had finished constructing their lightsabers. Yoda and Mace had been picked up from another transport ship. To think the last to come out of the caves would be the first to complete their saber. T had become quite attached to Anakin, and if he had to guess why, it was because she was a rather lonely person. Yes, who would have thought that the supposed chosen one would be capable enough? Anakin replied in a self-deprecating tone. Right. Some people are convinced that you are to uphold this supposed prophecy. Among them, there has even been a wave, an increase of people who believe so. T continued. Raising an eyebrow, Anakin questions. Some people have started to believe in that prophecy? No, you said there were more people that are believing in it. Yes. Among the masters, there were at first many people who doubted that what Kagan had said was correct, but now much more of us believe in it. Do you? I'm not one to place all responsibilities on a child, but I can see the progress you have made and can say that it is certainly extraordinary. So you believe it then? No. I simply believe that you are much more than what the prophecy gives credit for. T keeps a straight face while giving this clear answer. Anakin stays silent, not having anything to say. The students are nearly done here. We will be heading back to Coruscant today, if they are fast enough, and even if they aren't, we will still head back. How kind of you. Very. T left for another area, presumably the room she was temporarily staying in. Coruscant. After the initiates were done constructing their lightsaber on Ilum, Shakti, Anakin, and the initiates had gone back to Coruscant. We are finally back, Anakin says as he exits the spacecraft. T was directing the initiates. All right. Now that everyone has made their lightsaber, we will be going back to the temple for your next trials to commence. Everyone gets onto some speeders to get back to the temple. Right, go on. Everyone back to their daily routines. Anakin said out loud to the initiates, and they listened going about their business. Anakin had taken on a role within the trials, but he wasn't a guide, just there, because he was there for himself, but that did not mean he couldn't help out the others. He had been so kind to even help out the future apprentice of Depa Billaba in the construction of her saber. I should be going now. I was informed of some important matters that I should attend to. T directed to Anakin as they were alone now. May the Force be with you. Anakin used the usual words when Force sensitives part ways. And may the Force be with you, but I don't think it would ever really be apart now, would it? Considering on record, it was said you were conceived of midi-chlorians. Very funny. Anakin deadpanned, but continued with some jest. But that would mean the Force is sort of like a parent to me. Isn't it to everyone? T finishes and then starts to leave. Bye. See you later. Anakin responded. Running down the hallways of the Jedi Temple was an older young adult Twi'lek going at a very rapid pace. Ani, the Jedi Padawan Ayla calls out to Anakin using the nickname assigned to him from numerous people. Confused, Anakin starts thinking mentally. How the hell did she know I'd come back? Coming to a halt, the Ayla was just about ready to pounce on top of Anakin, but restrained and controlled herself, remembering the Jedi code and that it would be embarrassing to do so even if she were not a Jedi. Welcome back, she says, hiding her shyness. Thanks. Anakin smiles at her, which if one paid close attention enough, they would find her response to be to blush, if only a bit. Well, Ayla says in a questioning tone. What? Anakin decides to play up some ignorance of what she wants. Glaring a bit, she looks him up and down. Wait, did you grow taller? I could have swore that you were around 10 centimeters shorter. Maybe. Knowing she wouldn't get a proper answer, she decides to move back to her original topic. Show me your lightsaber. Whoa, calm down. We may be friends here, but I don't think that we should be moving so fast. Take me on a date first. Anakin replies in jest. Not one to be bothered by the joke, intently stares at him. Anakin sighs and reluctantly takes out his dual-bladed lightsaber. Here you go then. I do not think it is anything special, but have a look. Now, holding the saber, Ayla looks the design over. This is very Ani. Well, it is certainly big. Not one to take a challenge lying down. Ayla says this towards Anakin only because there is no one else around. Raising an eyebrow, Anakin says to Ayla, wait until you ignite the blade. Doing so, Ayla takes care in activating the lightsaber, and what comes out on one end was the blue color blade on one end. Blue. Continue. Ayla then activates the other side, and it ignites another blue blade. And blue again. Anakin had made sure to include a switch that hide the red blade, just in case. Don't want the Jedi to freak out now. He had done this little trick by interring with the process and using the Force to control the flow of energy. He could minimize either color and overwrite a good portion of the crystals with each other, meaning that while they will retain their original colors, It could be controlled to seem as if he had either two red blades or two blue blades. Yes, but there's always more to it. Before Ayla could admire his handiwork anymore, he used telekinesis to take it out of her hands and deactivated the blades. It could be detached from each other as well, so as to make sure I don't have to constantly use the dual blade feature. Why is yours so much better than mine? I actually put effort in, or I could just be more talented. Who knows? Anakin continues to joke with her. Maybe you just don't know how to work a blade. Insert Lenny face here. One of Anakin's thought processes stops what it was doing just to mentally think this. Ayla faltered here and pouted a bit before asking Anakin a question. I guess this means you have officially become a Padawan. Always has been. I know that. What I mean is that you could finally be taken on missions by one of your masters. Ayla sighed in annoyance. There is that too. That would also mean that I would be unable to. Myself, Barriss, and even Ahsoka would not be able to see you as often. Ayla catches herself before fully exposing herself, but at this point Anakin would be blind to not see what is going on. You make it sound like I will never be around. Anakin continues to have slight smile that may be mistaken for a smirk. Whatever. Ayla throws this subject to the back of her mind before continuing. Let's head over to the practice rooms. I want to test out your new lightsaber. Sure, testing my saber are we? Anakin again says in a joking tone. Ayla doesn't respond and starts to walk towards the direction of the training rooms that Anakin and Ayla had been using. It also conveniently is quite a handy storage place for Anakin's droids as well. Not that he would need it now, considering his underground base beneath the Jedi Temple. Within the Jedi High Council's meeting room, a mission we have. Your apprentice, Padawan Skywalker, go with you he must. Yoda spoke towards Kagan, who was standing in the middle of the room. Not all of the masters were present, but Yoda, Mace, Yaddle, and Ki-Adi-Mundi were there as of now. May I know what this mission is about? Kagan questions. A diplomatic one. Mace speaks here. Kagan sighs mentally. Not a diplomatic mission. Mentally complaining, he then continues. And where Maytel does this take place? What exactly is going on that it would need both me and Anakin to go to? The Republic has grown interested in the events happening on the planet of Tatooine. They have refused becoming a part of the Republic for unknown reasons after the change in leadership. Mace explains. Skywalker Industries is also another big part of this decision that the Republic go there and help out, so it was made that we the Jedi were to intervene as well. Mace continues. A situation has occurred that could lead to a war between the new leadership of Tatooine and the Hutts. From what we know, and most others know, that is public knowledge, is that our young Padawan has apparently been ascended to the position of a prince there. For obvious reasons, we want you and him to go there and mediate. This is a very fragile situation considering that the Republic wants to get involved themselves. Mace then mutters under his breath. Stupid wealth hoarders. The Republic sees great benefit in continuing a healthy relationship with Tatooine and wishes to continue to do so. Mace pauses to take a breath. Go with Anakin to his home world to sort out the situation. Is it wise to send us there with Padawan Skywalker? He is inexperienced when it comes to any mission. Taking on such a huge responsibility on his first would surely be detrimental. Ki-Adi-Mundi intervenes here. We believe that the situation here puts Anakin in the best position to do so, considering his mother is the current queen. Dangerous it is, but trust in the apprentice we must. Yoda says. Depa Billaba remains silent, as she has nothing of importance to add except, I believe that it would be fine to allow Skywalker on a trip back to his homeworld. Believe you do he is ready? Yoda questions. Yes. T answers. Go now. Take your apprentice then, but I would advise you to be cautious. There is something about the situation and the sequence of events that do not put me at ease. Ki-Adi-Mundi cautions. Kagan bows before them and leaves the room. Care to explain your unease, Master Mundi? T questions after Kagan left. Something within the Force is telling me that what is happening on Tatooine was the result of an orchestrated plan. Obviously, T answers back with some sass. I'm not referring to the rebellion by the slaves. I am referring to the Republic getting involved when they shouldn't. It is outside of our territories. Something else that appeared strange to me was the rejection from the leadership of Tatooine. Why would they not become under the Republic? The situation they're facing now could have been much more easily resolved by simply getting protection from the Republic. No, not the reasons. Yoda responds. Humming, Mace then speaks. It is definitely strange, but everything should be answered once Jedi Master Kagan and Padawan Skywalker complete their task. Interested had Palpatine grown with the emergence of an empire within the Outer Rims that was started by the rebellion of slaves. In fact, he had grown interested even more so because the current leadership there was not as simple as it seemed. A monarchy along with a democracy. How quaint. It would seem that one of his subjects of academic interest, the young Anakin Skywalker, was also somewhat involved, how much so he did not know. What he did know, though, was that Skywalker Industries, started up by the young Jedi's mother, had become rich and integral to many people within higher office. In fact, the very same creator of the company was now the queen of her own homeworld, a slave elevated to a position of unsubstantial power. It should be me. Palpatine had tried so hard to make sure Tatooine and its leadership capitulated to the Republic. This would help him immensely, but it would seem the current elected leaders were against this. Even the Queen herself refused the Republic's proposal. The slave is smarter than what would be suggested. He had concocted a plan to make them subservient to him, and the success all depends on the Hutts who were pressuring them from one side, while he sends the Jedi to mediate. He had specifically set things up to make sure the young Skywalker returned to his homeworld to convince his mother to join the Republic. How could the boy refuse? He has basically become a part of the Republic and has been captivated to its beauty. No matter his appearance, he is after all but a child. Sidious thinks everything will go his way. What he doesn't know is that Anakin is far from a simple child. It doesn't matter either way of what happens. Palpatine would either succeed in bringing Tatooine under his future empire, or he would destroy the beginnings of something that could get in his way. He had felt that it would. The Force had reinforced this fact. He couldn't let things hinder his plans. At the entrance to Anakin's room, he opens the door to see Kagan waiting just outside the door. It has been decided. We have a mission to get to. Kagan says to Anakin. A mission? Where to? Anakin questions back, thinking that it may be similar to the originals. Tatooine, your homeworld. Kagan answers. The reason? Anakin questions further, already knowing about the on Tatooine through his constant monitoring and the reports he gets from the droids there. It would seem that a war is brewing back on your homeworld, and your position to the people there would help immensely in allowing us an audience there. Kagan then continues. We will go there to settle the brewing conflict between the Hutts and the leadership of Tatooine. Hopefully it doesn't go like my last mission. I hope so too. Anakin replied. Pack your things then. We need to leave immediately. Kagan states. I don't need to bring anything extra. Kagan says in slight surprise at the start, then continues. Really? All right then, let's get going. Right behind you. Anakin follows behind Kagan. A lot of things had happened on Tatooine, and most if not everything that had occurred were a result of Anakin's planning. The Hutts wanted to go to war to get their system back. His doing, of course, but it would have happened either way with him funding and leading the rebellion. What Anakin had to be mindful of, though, was Palpatine trying to have a hand in play. Even though he should be focused on other things, it would seem his interest in anything to do about himself had increased substantially. While Anakin and Kagan were using the Force to move across the hallways of the Jedi Temple, someone saw them going at those fast speeds. Barriss was walking herself to her next lesson when she saw the two of them dashing to go somewhere. On a dash, before she could let her words finish, he had moved past her. Pouting Barriss doesn't put too much thought into being ignored and continues thinking it must be something important. The Scimitar. This vessel was originally designed as a hunter-killer with many unique capabilities. It is a very special ship. It has had very special owners. Anakin said to Kagan as they boarded. Anakin had decided it would be best to use this ship, and he didn't mind exposing his ownership over it, considering he had used Mechidaru to completely take over everything within. Quite the vessel, Kagan stated. The Scimitar, also known as the Sith Infiltrator, was a heavily modified star courier and the personal starship of Darth Maul. On Tatooine, Anakin had decided that it does not belong to Maul anymore and would be his compensation for him saving his life. Of course, he had taken the ship before he saved Maul's life, but he still did it in the end. Set coordinates for Tatooine. Anakin's command made the ship come alive. The Sith infiltrator featured folding wings around its spherical cockpit and was secretly modified from a Star Courier manufactured by Republic Cinar Systems. The craft featured 6 laser cannons, a proton torpedo launcher, and a mine layer. Along with its deadly armament, the scimitar was equipped with a cloaking device, powered by rare Stygium crystals from the planet Eden II, that allowed it to disappear from view and any pursuing ship sensors. Owing to the craft's experimental ion engines, radiator fins on the ship's wings were required to be opened during flight in order to expel excess heat. The ship carried 3 DRK, 1 Dark Eye probe droids, and the Blood Fin, a Sith speeder utilized by Darth Maul during his mission on Tatooine, but transformed to Anakin's liking. The scimitar was capable of tracking a ship's signature through hyperspace, something considered impossible for other ships. Quite an advanced piece of technology. Anakin then spoke aloud. This ship should have an easier time helping us on future missions. Nothing stopped a Jedi from owning a ship. It certainly didn't stop Anakin, and did not stop others as well. It was just that Anakin's craft was very special. I can see that. The ship automatically lifts itself into the atmosphere of Coruscant and leaves so it could enter a hyperspace lane. Anakin had let Cinar help Palpatine create specialized ships, as he knew it would only help himself, so he had only taken back his rightful property. If Palpatine ever saw the ship in his hands, he would be unable to even know that it was his. The design and capabilities were nearly all the same, but he had changed things enough to make it seem like it was brand new. Given that he had reinvented everything on the ship, however, it would be impossible for Palpatine to find out either way. Entering hyperspace. Don't worry, Master, I have upgraded this ship, so it was capable of automatic flight. It would not need the aid of a pilot. What a brilliant contraption. It was no wonder Skywalker Industries was so successful. Kagan replied in wonder. Well, I am in control of the ship, and it is not really automatic, but it is better to tell a lie here, given the nature of my control is considered a part of the dark side. Entering a hyperspace lane that would get them in the direction of Tatooine, the two set off. Say, my young apprentice, when would you have had the time to create something like this? If you were thinking I did this while I was supposed to be locked up within the temple, I will have you know I had done making this before that happened. Really now? Kagan stared at Anakin, expecting him to falter. But Anakin does not, because he has been training for far too long and has had much experience when it comes to hiding or masking his face with no expression. Yes. All right then. How long until we get there? Previously I would have said it would not take too long, but now it won't take long times 10. Meaning, we will get there extremely fast, much faster than any transport ship we Jedi normally would use. That is good then. Time is of the essence. It really is something when the Jedi, not one had asked Anakin whether he would be okay with going back to Tatooine, especially when his mother was there. It was obvious they would fear this decision, but only kept that fear to themselves and did not voice this out loud. Anakin doesn't mind this too much, given that this is how they are. What he does mind, however, is that they were quite unfeeling, too much like droids. How the hell were you supposed to have compassion if you weren't allowed to feel it all? Anakin was having some mental processes create an argument that would lead nowhere because it was only within his head. Above Tatooine, we have arrived. Anakin walked toward the room Kagan was in and directed towards him. Some time had passed by, and the two just started to meditate, given that there wasn't much else to do. Kagan got up to take a look outside the cockpit, to see exactly how much Tatooine had changed from what he had remembered. Around the planet, there were some ships, vessels both large and small that housed some of the droids Anakin had manufactured and had taken control of. There was even the Trade Federation's droid control ship, but it had obviously been remodeled, repaired, and upgraded to better assist Anakin, the droids, and the inhabitants on board. Quite the view. Tatooine itself still looked quite dry, at least from above, but weirdly enough, if one looked closely enough at certain points throughout the planet, the landscape was very slowly starting to change. Where once there were sandy dunes, there were now small splotches of green. The cities itself have been constructed really fast, but that doesn't mean that they did not get the necessary upgrades that they needed. Well, take us to the main flagship here. I doubt that they would let us into the capital without being checked first. Kagan said, "Okay, you got it." Anakin, turning towards the communications device on board, started to ping this supposed flagship, calling Tatooine's flagship. Someone shows up on the monitor while also transmitting both Anakin and Kagan to the person on the other side. It was Grievous. He had been prepared because he knew that Anakin would be arriving here with one of his current Jedi masters. The negotiators? Grievous' voice comes through. That would be us. "Hello, my name is Kagan Jinn, and I am a Jedi sent here from the Republic along with my young apprentice, Anakin Skywalker, but I'm sure you know of him already." Kagan replies, "Yes, I am aware of the not-so-little prince." Grievous immediately notices Anakin had grown again since they had last seen each other. "That is great. We would like to request an audience with the Queen." Kagan continues as Anakin stays silent, because everything was meant to be cared for by Kagan as the master, but also the primary of the mission. "Of course, anything for the prince." Grievous replies, "Anakin does not do anything to correct the terms of address." Kagan and Anakin are given leeway to land on Tatooine, and their destination is the remodeled capital of the Sandy Wastes, Mos Espa. Going toward the capital, Anakin and Kagan do not need to land on any outskirts, but there is a specific area to land at, and they are met there by the current sit-in, General Grievous. "This way, please." It had not taken too long to demolish the old and then rebuild with the new, and the city itself had been transformed from a shady port to the beginnings of a beautiful utopian civilization. Given that the atmosphere had low reserves of breathable air and that the species here were only subsisting on that, the first thing to do was to stabilize the living conditions of those who were living there. Second would be the creation of jobs, and many new local establishments have been made. People seem to be happy, at least. Anakin thought to himself. He had, after all, put a lot of his time, effort, and energy into creating a safe and livable environment here on Tatooine. Obviously, it was not perfect, but the attention to detail, because of his massive brain power, processes, and all, was he able to succeed where others would fail. Anakin had taken trees not native to the planet and implanted it within the cities, and had created artificial biospheres meant to maintain and provide a stable environment for the people here. Of course, everything was semi-artificial, meaning that some technology was used to create this. And of course, he had used Mechidaru on said technology to make improvements and work around the flaws by either finding a way to make up for them or outright fixing them. Quite the accomplishment, don't you think, Ani? Kagan asked him as they walked the newly restructured streets of Mos Espa. "Yes, it could be much better, though." Anakin said the first part out loud, but said the second bit quietly to himself. Anakin was never satisfied with his work, but that is what happens. Everyone is unsatisfied with the end product, even when others praise it for the beauty or grandness they show. Mos Espa wasn't the only place that had been restructured. There had also been a massive development within the other communities spread throughout Tatooine. Grievous interjected here. "Really? Do tell." Kagan was curious. "We have decided to start terraforming this planet back into the beautiful scenery told from ancient history and legends." Grievous stated, "That is interesting. Do tell me of how you are capable of this." "It was all thanks to the Prince and the Queen for their technology they created to better the society here. It would seem that your creative abilities are quite the marvel, Anakin." Kagan spoke. "It would seem so. Of course, there are the workers, the employees, and many others that helped in the development process, but most of it could be attributed towards these two people." Grievous then continued. "There are also the droids here that could do most, if not all, of the hard, laborious work that normal fleshy beings would be hard-pressed to do." "That would be a problem," Kagan said. "Thankfully, it is not," Grievous replied, as they have now come to their destination completely protected by droids. An entrance to a grand constructed building that used to be the living district for the Skywalker residents, also being the residence of freed and runaway slaves. In its place stood a grand structure that had Skywalker etymology written across and drawn into the pillars holding and supporting the palace created. A palace for a king, no an emperor. Anakin thought to himself. It would seem my droids went a little overboard. This is quite something. Grievous, having known Anakin long enough, smirks internally at his surprise, even though it does not show on his face. Everything within was a great story, a retelling of what had happened and the subsequent elevation of Anakin Skywalker from slave to prince, and of course it detailed his mother. Other people, but sculpted into the wars, basically told a story like a long-lost legend. The devotion the droids had towards Anakin was bordering on the extreme, if it wasn't already. This palace was built in honor of the Queen and the Prince, but other dignitaries and those who are elected officials by the people sometimes gather here to discuss important matters. Grievous says before continuing. But the main conference room would be in the main hall where the monarch's throne is. We rejoin Grievous, Anakin, and Kagan walking through the entranceway going towards the conference room of the planet's officials and leadership within the palace, main hall throne room. Walking into the throne room, the three are greeted to the sight of some people throughout the room and some droids stationed at various points. Grievous speaks here to the people within the room, presenting the Jedi Master Kagan Jinn and the Prince Anakin Skywalker. The people here were elected representatives of the people, the freed slaves, and the common folk. Silence. Before, strangely enough, some if not most of them moved towards the two. My prince. A lot of them were referring to Anakin as the prince. Kagan seemed a bit uncomfortable with the situation, given they had surrounded them rather quickly. My prince, you have finally returned. There is much to discuss, and we would like to ask of your opinion. Kagan interrupts. I am sorry to interrupt, but I am afraid Anakin here has to give up his position as a prince here because he has decided to become a Jedi. Nonsense. It does not matter to us out here whether or not he is now a part of somewhere or something else. He came from here, helped us, and is the only living child of the Queen, so he would be the next in line to inherit the position. An advisor said. A bit frustrated here, Kagan begins. I am afraid that is not how it wore Dash, but he is stopped by Anakin. Thank you, all for welcoming me back, but I am here for only a temporary time frame and have many more things to do before I could possibly hope to take the throne for myself. Anakin said, Of course, of course. Many of the dignitaries reply with exclaims of how humble or how well-educated Anakin is. They seem to be taking on their new roles quite quickly. It is as if they have lived their entire lives as important political figures. They also seem to like kissing up to my derriere. Anakin thought to himself, I thank you all, but I am here because of my current duties as a Jedi. Anakin continued. Kagan then continues. Yes, as my young apprentice has said, we were sent here as negotiators to help with the situation here on Tatooine between yourselves and the Hutts. We do not need the Republic's help. A voice comes from behind the group. Jura, the grandmotherly figure, walks out from behind a doorway. Followed behind her was one of the young freedom fighters that had been on Tatooine, Trella Bera. There were two others as well, the twin Twi'lek jealous sisters, and Tan. Quite the creative names they have. Jira then continued. Sorry, but I think we have already been introduced. She directs towards Kagan first. Yes, you were so kind to provide myself and my companions with some free food. Anything for Ani. Jira smiles here whilst looking towards Anakin, standing beside Kagan and the dignitaries surrounding him. Well, would you look at that? Ani has finally made a home, not really caring for the people around her and going as fast as her old bones would take her. Jira moved towards Anakin. Let me see you. She looked him up and down. My, have you grown? I know. Anakin has a smile on his face and accepts Jira's embrace, not really caring that Kagan was right next to him. Deciding to be the party pooper of the reunion, Kagan coughs a bit before speaking up. Yes, well, I think we should best be getting back to business. What I'm most curious to know, though, is where is the Queen? She is indisposed at the moment. Trella spoke, coming from behind Jira. Anakin doesn't know about anything that would keep Shmi down, knowing all of the protection and countermeasures he had put in place to make sure she would be healthy. He starts to question Trella again, ignoring what Kagan may think of his attachment. What is the problem? And Tan spoke near simultaneously. The Queen isn't in any danger. Nothing physical or anything. She's just tired and we did not know that you would come so quickly. In fact, she would be most pleased to see her child dash. Anakin interrupts them before they could finish. That is fine. I do not need to see her, nor she need to see me just yet. If she needs some sleep, then I would suggest she get that. They bow. Very well. Kagan, now having a chance to question, asks Jira. So, who is the de facto leader here now? It would have been the next in line to help magistrate everything, but since the prince is not available and would be the mediator of the conflict along with yourself, it would mean the person with the most power after that. Jira explained. Which would be? Kagan asked. That would have been General Lord Vader, but he is also currently indisposed and is off-world at the moment. While Jira says the name Vader, most of the people give off a mixture of emotions. Some scared, some respect, but some fear, and some outright devoted to the strength that was displayed by the mysterious figure. Raising an eyebrow, Kagan asks, Vader is an interesting name, but now it would seem that with this General Vader not here, you would need another person to talk with us? And that is why I am here. Jira explains, I may not be the most high up within the newly established government here, but I am well respected and the people listen to me. And what would your role be? Kagan continued questioning. It would be an advisory position, next to the Queen. Jira answered. I see. Kagan replied with some uncertainty, given that the old lady was nothing more than a simple farmer's market saleswoman. My experience with the people, the various cultures here on Tatooine, is what helps me here, given I was once a part of the common folk myself. Jira said. Jira continued. I have experience with the economy here as well. I was a part of the local businesses, even though it would not be to the same scale the Queen and the Prince were capable of building to. All right, now let me reintroduce ourselves then, given that some new people are present. Kagan paused before continuing. I am Jedi Master Kagan Jinn, and this is my young apprentice, Padawan Anakin Skywalker, or what everyone else here would refer to as the Prince. I believe it is time we go over the basics before the Queen is ready to rejoin the discussion before negotiations begin with the Hutts. Kagan finished. Everyone agreed with the plan to debrief Kagan only because Anakin was here and was here as the student of Kagan and not some random person. Into the deep of the night, within the night cycle of Tatooine, there were many shadowy figures running across the streets of Mos Espa. Security measures were at an all-time high, but that did not mean there were no flaws to the system created, and it was constantly being upgraded to make sure crime that happened within was monitored. This would be a violation of one's privacy if the people knew they were being monitored, but Anakin did not care too much what everyone was up to in the middle of the night. No one had access to this system other than all the connected droids who would only follow his commands or those assigned to the system as admins or moderators. Close to the newly constructed palace that housed the benevolent Queen of Tatooine was a very few people who were very well prepared for their mission. Assassins, cloaked in all black to better blend in with their dark environments because not every part of the city was completed and many things were still being implemented or changed to better accommodate the residents. Speaking through a device, one speaks. Everyone within positions. Replies are spoken through. Yes. Multiple people respond. Infiltration start. The people, the assassins, swiftly maneuvered themselves through the palace walls and are able to climb upward to try to go to the area they needed to go. Quietly now, the leader of the assassins spoke. We are only here for the Queen. Once she is dealt with, we would be able to claim the lofty prize the Hutts have created. That was right. A specialized bounty just for the life of Shmi Skywalker was created so they could create chaos and hopefully swoop right in to redeclare that the Tatooine system was once again a part of their territories. Now entering the palace, the assassins had to work their way around the various patrolling droids and the various spots that cameras were placed to better guard the Queen and associates. A small transmission was sent over the assassin's transmission device, and a cry of pain was heard by everyone else. Report. The leader hissed quietly. Report. He repeated his statement. Damn it, we are not aborting now. We have gotten so far in. The leader whispered to everyone within his team. But Captain, you can't possibly think we would be successful dash. Shut it and just continue. Everyone went back to trying to secure the place, But every so often more and more calls and cries of pain were called out through the transmission device, further increasing the anxiety everyone on this assassination attempt were on. Hello. The captain tried to get a read on his teammates. Report, anyone. The area was deathly silent, and the tension within his body was now helping him as of this moment. Cursing up and down, silently the captain decides to abort the mission, finally giving up his determinism or arrogance or pride to turn tail and run. If anyone can hear me on this signal, I am giving the orders that you are to retreat and not continue. Retrace your steps and try to make it out alive. I can't be losing any more of Dash. His words are cut short as a figure appears before him. He reactivates his device again to say his last words. This is Tyler Revenue, and this will be the last time anyone will hear me or even see me. I would just like to say, if anyone at all is still alive and has escaped that, please, I beg of you, look after my Fami Dash. Again, cut short a sound is heard on the other side as the device doesn't turn off immediately, and a distorted voice is heard that is not Tyler's. Tyler Revenue, assassin sent here by the Hutts. A menacing, modulated voice is heard through the other side, and it was distorted, but it was off to the distance. Please, spare me. I will do anything. I have a family. What seemed to be Tyler's voice cried out loud. Some distinct breathing is heard clearly as silence had befallen, and only the sounds of the breathing and the sounds of some choking was heard. One should be careful not to choke on their aspirations. Again, the modulated voice spoke. And unfortunately, no one else was left alive to hear your cry for mercy, your last words. It is only I, and you are now my mercy. If others were here that had meet the voice, they would recognize it as Vader. Now die for you, heresy. More choking sounds are heard from the device before it is suddenly destroyed. Other devices connected to it similarly had experienced the same process. The next day, very early in the morning, Anakin had made his way towards his mother's room with no interference whatsoever. During the night, Kagan and himself had been given some rooms, and obviously he had a very luxurious room made especially for him. I don't intend to make Tatooine my true capital because it lacks things for my plan, but that doesn't mean I will just leave it to the wolves. For now, though, it will have to do. Coming across what was his mother's room, he makes sure to sense through the Force if she is currently doing anything not very ladylike. All clear. Entering unannounced, Anakin sees his mother, whom is wide awake as she is currently watching some news. Of course, it was the news created here from the Skywalker Industries subsidiaries talking about everything locally happening on Tatooine. Who is it? No one would be allowed to enter, not unless they were authorized beforehand, and they certainly would not be able to enter when she was in a bad state. Again, only if authorized. Guess who? Anakin says out loud, his voice now deeper than the last time they had met. Turning around, Shmi finally gets to see her intruder, especially because there is no known male that should be allowed into her room. Ani, that would be me. Jumping out of her seat, she rushes over to embrace him. Calm down there. You are back, Shmi said, relieved before continuing in a questioning tone. Again, well, let me fill you in on the details. Anakin then went on to explain everything that had happened the day prior, but chose wisely to leave out that he had disposed of some assassins. That did not stop him from telling her of the attack. Shmi stopped Anakin from speaking any more about the events that had occurred and started to become more personal. Enough of that. Now tell me, what have those Jedi been feeding you? I mean, you have practically grown so tall now that you are becoming quite the giant. Not to take into account that I had also seen some impressive growth, but this should be nothing to worry about. Anakin finished for her. What should be of your utmost concern, however, is your health. And given the current situation, I have heard that you are not getting enough sleep. Well, I have many responsibilities now. I can't just let the people down. That is all good and all, but you should become more selfish. That is not the Jedi way. Shmi decides to turn the conversation around and point it towards Anakin. No, it is not. But who said I was going to follow everything they say directly with no pushback? Smiling, Shmi replies, I guess you would do so. She had done some research of her own, and it was not like the Jedi were all that secretive with stuff like that. How could she not look into that organization a little bit deeper? considering she had let her only child, her precious son, join up with them. They were with a lot of things, but that was not at the top of their list to cover for. "You are staying out of trouble, I hope?" Shmi says to Anakin. "Of course," Anakin says, but knows that she would see through him here. Stupid motherly, or is it womanly instincts? Nah. Sighing, Shmi continues. "Just stay safe." She still smiles very brightly. "Now that everyone of importance has arrived, we should begin to call in, and if there are any last-minute doubts, please say so now." Jira spoke to the room in place of Shmi, whom was also attending with everyone else that is present. "I do have a question." Someone spoke from the small crowd gathered. "Yes, please ask away," Jira replied. The person then asked their question. "What in general do you think the Hutts want?" Someone else spoke up here. "They obviously want war, to re-enslave us and get back some of their money." Some people agreed with this person's words. Obviously their goals are easy to understand, but that does not mean we will give in. No, I think what the gentleman over there wanted to know was what would the Hutts want in exchange for peace. Jira spoke. "As for us, we do not want the Hutts to not continue to harass us after the deal is made." Jira continued. Seeing that silence had filled the room and that there were no more questions presented, Jira handed over her position to Shmi, who stood up and allowed herself to be seated in place as the main communicator between herself and the Hutts. Anakin was just behind his mother, while Kagan was off in another part of the throne room. "I think I know or understand why the Republic wants to get us under their control so badly, and why the Hutts also want this place back." Anakin thought to himself, being retrospective of the situation. "In fact, I am surprised the Republic did not at least try to form an alliance, but considering that Sidious is currently in charge, I should not be surprised by his greed." The main reason being the Republic's insistence on the trade routes that run through Tatooine are especially important, let alone the fact that this had used to be their capital. Also having their current leader, Jabba, within their prisons, most were surprised that the Hutts did not immediately strike back. This was also thanks to Anakin's planning, making sure that the defensive capabilities are enough to hold back and maybe even win. He does not have any more forces that would allow him to expand his territory past the system of Tatooine. This is one of the reasons he wishes to recreate the Star Forge. Communications begin. The effeminate voice of the communications officer called out. "Establishing connection." "Connecting. We are connected. Transmission will begin in 3, 2. The communications officer present then signaled that they were live with a gesture of her hand instead of completing her countdown. The screen that had been brought in started to transmit images between the Hutts and Shmi, who was sitting at the front. Shmi decides to talk first and greet the crime lords. "Greetings. I am Shmi Skywalker, the current and newly crowned monarch of Tatooine." She puts on a brave face that she had grown used to over the years of helping to lead a business. Technically, Tatooine isn't even considered a part of Hutt spatial territories. Anakin was thinking to himself as the Hutts started to respond. Laughing, the Hutt on the other end mocks Shmi. "Viagala Nachaska, Shag, Queekuni. Bu Hutt's da bargain. You call nay ki bu Republic Stuka Yaska. Ma Pichu droides Cheskawasted." Stupid little slave queen. The Hutts will not negotiate. You are only lucky the Republic looks out for you. So to your droids are many. In outrage, the room explodes because of the insult, because most here understands and knows the Huttese language they were easily able to know without a translator droid present. Anakin also obviously doesn't like that, but would let it slide. For now. The discussion then continued for a while, not breaking its stalemate, and it would seem that the Hutts were stalling for time and not making their demands known, while Shmi tried to steer the conversation, but unfortunately not getting anywhere to where they would like to be. After a while, the communication was cut, and the people had to continue their own business as the next transmission would take a while to start. Kagan had announced himself and all, but that had also seemed to further upset the Hutts. What a kind bunch they are, very friendly. Kagan says sarcastically to Anakin, "I would not put it past them that they should try to do another assassination attempt against my mother." Anakin said, "Yes, it would seem that the attack last night was just the first attempt." Kagan did not know that it was Anakin that had disposed of them, but assumed it was the droids guarding the palace. A good assumption considering the droids were also fully equipped and would have been able to handle them, not needing Anakin's assistance at all. I do believe that we don't have much to do here other than continuously remind the Hutts that the Republic would back up Tatooine if they were to try and start a war. Anakin said, "Yes, it would not be good for something like that to happen." "Hello." Another voice interrupts the two conversing. "Good to meet you too. You guys must be the Jedi sent here, right?" The human female then continues. "I am sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Rennala." The now identified Rennala said, "Yes, good to meet you, but why have you approached the two of us?" Kagan questioned. "I just so happened to be a part of the research and development department of this planet's government and was just interested in meeting some Jedi, as I haven't met one before." She explained her curiosity. Rennala feels that there's just something about the Padawan that is familiar to her, but she couldn't quite place her finger on it. "Oh well," she thought to herself before continuing. "I'm interested in how the powers or abilities that a Force-sensitive possesses, and I'm always willing to learn some more. You must be aware of the requirements to learn from the Jedi." Anakin directs to Rennala, curious to see what she is trying to do. "Well, let's just say that I have done my research, but that doesn't discourage me from trying to find out some more about the energy field known as the Force." She then continued, as everyone else was out of hearing range. "I just thought that the two of you could help me out." "I think not." Anakin responds, shutting down whatever plan she has cooked up, given that there is much more important business to attend to at the moment. "I think I should give her a good spanking." With a very convincing expression that showed her disappointment, she said, "Oh well, it was a nice try anyway. Maybe we could see each other more often, or discuss these matters at some other time perhaps," Rennala says before walking away. "That was interesting," Kagan says to Anakin about their interruption. "Yes, very. Anyway, what is our objective here again?" "To make sure a war doesn't start, but the main goal for us being here is to protect your mother for the duration of our stay." Kagan stopped before continuing. "Meaning that we will stay here to protect her from harm and try to negotiate as well before going back. I think that would be rather impossible." Anakin says, thinking about the heated situation. "Maybe, but it doesn't hurt to try." Anakin then responds, "I guess not." A few days had passed, and the assassination attempts did not stop, even though they had failed multiple times, further prolonging both Kagan and Anakin's stay. Thankfully, it was not like he needed to be anywhere else at the moment, not of any importance more than what is happening here. "At least I get some quality time with my mother and get to see with my own eyes the progress Tatooine has made," Anakin thought to himself while meditating within his room. Thinking about the situation, with the amount of allies Tatooine has, which would be very small, Anakin could only see to it that he gets his mother and the people of Tatooine to settle for an alliance with the Republic for now. There is no other way around it. With his current military might, it would be incapable of fully holding off the Hutts for long enough to where he could be good for a while. His current standing army may be able to last a while, but it would not be long enough, at least from the projected figures that the Starforge would be up and ready to help compensate for his lack in that area. The economic situation was actually going very well, even with the low amount of population here on Tatooine. He had no worry about income because the business on Tatooine and Skywalker Industries can sustain the market. The politics of the situation are actually not that complicated because the head of the entirety of Tatooine's leadership is his mother, where she can make the executive decisions. Everyone acts more like advisors, but they do have their own areas of interest meant to keep them busy in building up Tatooine. The people seem to be content with what they have. At least for now, they can live proper lives and be free from slavery. Implants, if any within slaves, were immediately taken out of them through the temporary medical stations put up. In fact, a lot more escapee slaves were coming to Tatooine if they had the chance because of its very advanced systems here that allow for that sort of escape. When thinking about the crime rates here, it was very low considering everyone here has all of the basic necessities to live. But of course, once the population starts to increase, crime may increase as well. "Ani, may I come in?" The voice of his mother comes from the other side of the grand and majestic door towards his room. "Yes, you may enter." She enters the room and is once again amazed by the architecture within. The droids sure were well motivated. Shmi thought to herself as she entered. "I have something to talk to you about, and it is about that Queen of Naboo." Shmi drops the bomb, raising his right eyebrow. Anakin shows some surprise on his face, not expecting that Padme would contact his mother. Well, what did she call you for? I was quite surprised at first to discover that the Queen was one and the same as Padme, with whom we had meet here on Tatooine, within our starter shop. This definitely surprised me. She had wanted to help because she wanted to return the favor, but I felt it was a little more than that. Shmi says the last part out loud, not intending to speak her thoughts, but she did before continuing. Myself and her had created a special treaty between the two of us, and considering how close we are to each other, I thought that the idea was great. Shmi stopped for some breath before continuing. At first I had liked the help provided, as it had accelerated in making up for the things I would have missed out on in my new position. In exchange, a non-aggression pact was made. That is interesting, but I don't think that is all. You are correct. This non-aggression pact was only meant to be a disguise so that Padme and myself would be able to communicate with each other more often. Of course, that was the real reason. Anakin thought to himself. But soon after that, it would seem that there was cause for the both of us, Naboo and Tatooine, to enter a much closer relationship. Anakin's interest was captured here. This pact had been taken up to another level with making a full alliance. Of course, this has not been made public just yet, and the decision between both parties is still in negotiation, but it would seem that some of the people on Naboo are trying to pressure Padme into making a deal that includes herself as a subject. Shmi then finished. They wish to have Padme be married to you, Ani. Now, this is something Anakin was not expecting at all, and it was as if the Force itself was playing a joke on him. No way. Anakin so elegantly replied. Yes way. Padme has had her suspicions that the people pushing this specification are doing so under the orders of someone else, but can't find out by who. Well, I'm sure that being within a high political position of power, one would make some enemies. Anakin then thinks within, directly or indirectly. In fact, this may be the doing of Palpatine to further increase his control over the situation. He no doubt considers that Padme is someone still so easily ready to accept anything he says. What Anakin had deduced is true. Palpatine was trying to move as many pieces as he can to further establish himself throughout the galaxy, and he believed by trying to turn Anakin away from the Jedi back to his mother would help him. By doing this, he would be much easier to manipulate, and then he could potentially bring Tatooine and possible systems next to Tatooine into his control. Ani, don't you think it's terrible? Shmi said. Well, if I had not known that you would think I am not that good of a match for the Royal Queen of Naboo, I know now. Anakin replies in jest. Glaring, she responds. That is not what I mean, and you know it. In fact, I believe that you could have as many wives as you would like. It is not like the people here or anywhere else would not accept. Shmi tries to tease Anakin back. So my people are pervs, are they? Don't let anyone else catch you saying that. The two then burst into laughter at their ridiculous back and forth. It was nice seeing you once again, Anakin. If only you could visit more. Technically, the last time I had come, I was not supposed to come. I took a calculated risk coming, and this time, it is supposed to be on official Republic and Jedi business. Anakin pauses. But Shmi knows he has more to say. But that doesn't stop me from coming back to you. Smiling, Shmi embraced Anakin within a hug. It is good to see you too, Mom. Anakin finishes while thinking. Now I have some more problems to deal with. Thankfully, there is a solution to the current stalemate. Making an alliance with the Republic and convincing them that this is the best decision instead of being forcefully integrated. Anakin then continued his thoughts. It should not be too hard to make sure all of the politicians go with my terms. It was simple enough getting some blackmail material plus bribing the members would just as easily sway them over to my side, or should I say my mother's side. I think we should both head to bed. Anakin said to Shmi, who is still hugging him. Let me stay. Sighing happily, Anakin replies. I guess we could sleep together. Anakin had to very often remodel and upgrade his Vader suit, because he was constantly growing himself. It would be a while before he stops and would be able to finalize his Vader suit. But that doesn't matter for now. What does matter, however, is that Tatooine needs a representative within the Senate. And what better person than Lord Vader, whom holds the rank of a general on the planet of Tatooine? How would Anakin do this when he was all the way on Tatooine and could not disappear as easily as he did the last time. He could take control of a droid and use it to put on the Vader suit that he has a connection to again, just like his droids through Mechidaru, practically making it possible for him to be at multiple places at once. Using one of his multiple thought processes, he quickly takes control of one of the droids on Coruscant and gets others to help it put on the suit. On Tatooine, Anakin was seated within his room and had made sure that he would not be interrupted because he would need to use a device to make sure his voice is modulated and heard through the Vader suit. Complete lockdown, and with the droids helping him both on Coruscant and Tatooine, he was ready to make his way towards the Senate building. The most corrupt place that could be found within the galaxy, at least currently. Make a perimeter guard around me. Vader's modulated voice comes through. We are to go towards the Senate building. Roger, Roger. One of the droids responded while he controlled the one within the Vader suit. The Republic does not need to help out some backwater place in the Outer Rims. A random senator within the hall called out. Palpatine was seated within the center in his new position as the Supreme Chancellor along with his aides and his somewhat recently created Red Guard. This body agrees. Another yells as chaos ensues, just as it had when the invasion on Naboo was taking place. Quiet. Everyone now settle down. There is much to discuss, and I assure you all that the distant planet of Tatooine will get representation soon enough. Palpatine spoke with an amplified voice so everyone would hear him. Everyone starts to calm down as Palpatine exercises his power and influence over the Senate. Now that everyone has become more civil, I believe that it is time to introduce yourself. Palpatine also subtly says out loud, while looking towards the lone figure of Vader. Moving forward with the platform beneath him, stabilizing the droid body he is in control of, Vader ominously casts a metaphorical shadow that seizes the hearts of the politicians. I have come here to the Republic as the representative for the people and leadership of Tatooine. Silently whispers were heard throughout the hall, some derogatory towards Vader, some surprised, but mostly curious as to who he is. Continuing, Vader speaks. My name is Vader. My title is Lord, and my rank within the government of Tatooine would be equivalent to a general. Exclaiming Palpatine begins to speak. General Vader, how interesting of you to join us here today. Everyone here is awaiting what it is you have come here to say. Coming forward, Vader proclaims. The Hutts have been pressuring the sovereign planet of Tatooine into capitulating into their demands, and the Republic has provided some assistance, but that will not be enough to have us join the Republic. We wish to remain independent. Uproar was heard as this was not going according to their plan to bring them into their authority. It was most certainly not going the way the Sith, Sidious, had wanted it to go. After the crowd calmed down a bit, Palpatine questioned, and if I may ask the respective, Lord Vader, why is it you have come here today, if not to join the Republic? I have come to declare that Tatooine will not be joining, but a treaty can be made to accommodate and help facilitate healthy relations. What Vader had just said now increased the interest of those present. The representative from a trade federation steps up after being given permission to ask a question. Will this sovereign state allow the Republic access to their trade routes? Money on their mind. Of course, they would ask one of the most important questions at the top of their minds. Yes, this can be arranged within the treaty. After a long while of debating back and forth with the Republic, the plans by Sidious, and those who are actually good politicians, everything had been all but signed. Ready, everyone was to conclude this drawn-out process. Good. If that is now over, I suggest we call a vote to see whether or not that we, as the Republic, should accept the terms. Palpatine called as everyone had slowly come around to the terms within the contract. One last time, I will call out the main articles of the treaty. Palpatine's aide took over as he took a seat. The sovereign planet and system of Tatooine will allow the Republic special sanctions within the trade routes and hyperspace lanes that they would be in control of. The Galactic Republic will not be in control in any way over the actions taken by the sovereign planet of Tatooine or their leadership. They will remain an independent state where an alliance is to be made. The Galactic Republic will only assist the sovereign planet and system of Tatooine in the event of an attack against their people. Only in the event of defensive action could action from the Republic be taken. The sovereign planet and system of Tatooine will not need to participate in any wars, whether they be aggressive or defensive in nature, against the Republic's enemies. Special trade sanctions will be made to better accommodate the needs of the sovereign planet of Tatooine and their businesses here throughout the Galactic Republic. Finishing off the aid then continues. There are many more things and much more intricacies included within, but I believe that should be the basics. Does anyone here not agree to these terms and conditions? So speak now. Silence was here, given that Palpatine had not said a word, and that the others think the conditions are fair enough. No opposition was presented. If Palpatine had made a move, however, it would start to plant doubts as to his rule, because thankfully there was still some hope from within the politicians would be able to stop his rise. For now, it would seem that Palpatine had to take a back seat, knowing that whoever this person was had done a good job in bribing or blackmailing some of the politicians here. This treaty would not have been accepted so easily otherwise. After a small while, and no one was coming forward in opposition, Palpatine's aide declared, "Then it is final. This treaty shall be signed." Being the representative, Vader was given full executive power when it came to the current situation, making it completely legal for him to place his name instead of his mother's. That would be way too much of a hassle. He thought to himself. After the emergency assembly of the Senate, Vader was curiously approached by Palpatine afterwards, seemingly interested in getting to know about him. Obviously, this guy just wants to manipulate me. "Greetings, Supreme Chancellor." Vader's voice and imposing stature did not scare off the frail old man at all. "Yes, it is finally an honor to meet such a figure as yourself." Palpatine replied with a smile on his face that seemed genuine. "It is most interesting that I find myself here talking to you, but I hope that we could continue to have friendly relations." "You jest. I am not someone of such caliber to be seen as such. You are, from various reports I have happened to chance upon, it would seem that you played a vital role when it came to the usurpation of the Hutts on Tatooine and the freedom of its people." "I have played a role in what has happened." Vader pauses before continuing. "What are you suggesting?" "I was just curious, that is all. How could someone from nowhere just appear out of the blue and have the required resources to start an entire war with the Hutts?" Palpatine says this more to himself than to Vader. "You have not only beaten them out of Tatooine and its system, you have also managed to have the manpower to repel the Hutts." Palpatine says, "Your resources must be immense, innumerable in measure. Surely you can trust this humble old man and tell him some of tales." Like the snake in the Garden of Eden, Palpatine tries to establish a friendly bond between the two. "Regale me, please. I may be the Supreme Chancellor, but that does not mean I am unable to take a short break to hear of you." Vader simply replies, "Just as you have said, Chancellor, it is quite unfortunate that I have some things of my own to do. So if you would be so kind, I will excuse myself. Of course, I apologize for taking up your time. No doubt you have greater issues to go about and solve." "No need. Till we meet again, Chancellor." Vader started to walk off so as to not be seen around him much longer. Vader has his own reasons, plus many others, to stay away from Palpatine as much as he could. Sidious was brewing within his own mind, a concoction. Interesting. To have no thoughts and no emotions would suggest to me that the thing behind the mask is either a well-trained Force-sensitive or simply unique in some other way. "Masameda, I have a plan, and I wish for you to monitor the thing known as Lord Vader." Palpatine said to his aide. "Of course, Supreme Chancellor." The misled aide replied to Palpatine, and off he went, on his own way to further his own machinations and schemes while being controlled by Sidious. Joining back up with Anakin, controlling the droid within the Vader suit, he was coming across many peoples walking along the Senate building of the Republic. Now to safely get the suit back to the headquarters here on Coruscant. Don't want any people with curious minds to find me or the possible location of where the suit is. Anakin had many reasons to make sure the suit was not discovered to be without someone actually operating it, but that didn't mean he would not make great use of his time here. He doesn't need to get back to the mission right now anyway. It is Qui-Gon's turn to stay on guard anyway. It was not like Anakin had no way of being able to monitor the situation with his mother anyway, considering his connection to everything that is mechanical in nature here on Tatooine. Thankfully, the Force signature that was given off of the droid was a normal one only because he is using it as a vessel. Otherwise, the people around might start to feel the pressure of his uncontrolled energies. Overall, everything went great. Anakin had achieved his goal. Now he only had to deal with the Hutts and make sure that they never would be able or even have the chance to invade. But that type of power is a little whiles away from his current position. Tatooine. I do hope that he hasn't gotten himself into any trouble. Shmi said to no one in particular. Coming out of nowhere, Kagan interrupted her. Well, I would say he has only recently gotten himself into a lot of trouble. Shmi, slightly surprised, calms down once she recognizes it is only Kagan. You scared me. You should be careful approaching a woman like that. No doubt. I will learn to be wary and not do such a thing next time. Awkward silence overtakes the two as they both do not have much to say to each other. But Shmi, being the brave and curious woman she starts a conversation between the two. So, you said something about Anakin getting himself into some trouble. Being honest, Kagan replies. It was his actions of coming to Tatooine to help the slaves gain freedom and get you off of the planet that had him punished. Really? Mayani was punished for something like that. Shmi was starting to question why she ever allowed her child to join the Jedi. As if sensing her emotions and thoughts. Even though he could not, because of Anakin's protections, he managed to get out. No, I think you are misunderstanding the type of punishment dealt. He was mostly only reprimanded and was only given some minor tasks to complete before being able to leave the temple again. Slightly relived, Shmi continues. That is good then. Being reassured that her child was not being severely reprimanded slightly relived her, but she still had some doubts. Tell me, Jedi Master, he is safe there, is he not? A silly question one might ask considering the type of work the Jedi do, but that type of adventurous and dangerous encounters generally only happen with graduated knights. He is, and if you are wondering about his friends, from what I have heard, he is quite popular among those of his peers and younger. Kagan then continued after pausing. In fact, he is quite popular with older students as well. Of course, Mayani is doing well. Shmi thought to herself, and was rather proud of her son, even though he had not really accomplished anything that was too great since joining. In fact, there were things he had done that was not a part of the Jedi, and distinctly had him going against their rules, just so he could actually accomplish something. Unaware of Shmi's thoughts or doubts, Kagan continues. Anakin is fine. As my apprentice, I should be able to protect him from most, if not all, harm. You should also have some faith within your own child. I do. Shmi replies very quickly, with no hesitation. I did not say you didn't.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.